Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Shinigami. Challenge Sui-Feng, start with Ultra Instinct. Chapter 101. People's eyes are constantly alternating between Ichimaru Jin and Su Li. The senseless expressions of these two people simply wrote the word, suspicious, on their faces. Whether it's Ichimaru Jin, who carelessly missed the hand, or Su Li who did not mend the knife in time, these two people seem too weird. After all, these two people are both equally famous, genius teenagers. How could such a low-level mistake happen to them? Moreover, the conversation and performance of the two seem to be colluding. It looks natural. These two people are fixed with ghosts. Everyone stared at Su Li and Ichimaru Jin with deep faces. Yamamoto Motoya looked at Su Li with a smile on his face and was silent for a long time. After a long while, he got up. In that case, then, for the disposition of the two of you. Boom. Before Yamamoto finished speaking, there was a loud noise outside. All the captains changed their faces. This was followed by a crisp sound of bamboo striking. 440. They all heard it. It was a sound. It was the alarm sound of the invasion of the Soul Court. Aizen looked astonished and shouted. What happened? Is it an invasion? At this moment, a huge announcement sounded. Emergency. Emergency. There are intruders in the Quiet Spirit Court. All teams, please take their positions. Repeat. Repeat. Inside the Soul Court, the faces of the captains were full of surprise. Intruder. Those travel disasters. Could it be? Zaraki Kenpachi was slightly stunned. Then, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Scold. Zaraki Kenpachi made a move and rushed out the door. Wait a minute, Captain Kenpachi. Aizen's voice rang out. However, Zaraki Kenpachi did not seem to hear it, and his feet did not slow down in the slightest. At this time, he had no intention of listening anymore, and his mind was full of desire for battle. Yamamoto Motoya also slowly got up. Then there is no way. Captain's meeting, let's stop here for now. Regarding Ichimaru Jin and the disposal of Su Li, let's inform everyone later. Immediately, Yamamoto Motoya slowly opened his eyes. The face is majestic. All departments, immediately go to the garrison position and take position. Strictly guard against travel disasters. Hearing this, all the captains immediately set off without the slightest hesitation. Only Aizen, as he passed by Ichimaru Jin, suddenly stopped. It's really time for the alarm to go off. The lenses reflected the cold light, and Aizen's expression was deep. Ichimaru Jin smiled. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Aizen's expression remained unchanged, and there was a chill in his tone. Do you think you can pass the level this way? You'd better. Don't underestimate me. Then, he looked at Su Li on the side. Stared at each other for a long time. Facing Aizen's gaze, Su Li just smiled faintly. You too. It's very surprising. I hope you guys take care of yourself. Aizen said in a deep voice, then lifted his feet and left, walking out the door. And these conversations were listened to word by Hitsugaya Dong on the side. He took a deep look at Ichimaru Jin and Su Li, then turned to leave. It's just that in his eyes, it is already cold and murderous. Is all this your conspiracy? Ichimaru Jin, Su Li. Su Li and Ichimaru Jin, one after the other, slowly walked out of the conference room. Hey, Captain Su Li. Ichimaru Jin slowly called out to Su Li. The corner of Su Li's mouth raised an imperceptible arc, and then, slowly turned around. Captain Ichimaru Jin. Su Li had a gentle smile on her face. Ichimaru Jin looked at the man in front of him and suddenly felt that his face coincided with Aizen. This thought, once raised, was like a femme fatale, entangled Ichimaru Jin's heart, lingering for a long time. He suddenly felt that the man in front of him was a little terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the feeling that Aizen gave him. Ichimaru Jin tried her best to suppress the thought in her heart, then resumed her smile and looked at Su Li. Captain Su Li, you. Why do you say that? This matter is obviously not your problem, right? Ichimaru Jin laughed, but his eyes were fixed on Su Li. Ah, I really didn't notice it at the time. Su Li said with a smile, her face full of sincerity. Haha, Captain Su Li said and laughed. This statement deceived others, it can't fool me. Ichimaru Jin laughed. At the time, Sui-Feng said it. But you didn't do anything. You What do you want to do? Ichimaru Jin slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes, let the light flow. Su Li smiled slightly. I was thinking about things. When Ichimaru Jin heard this, he looked surprised. Oh, thinking about things. What is so important? It actually makes you lose your mind. When Su Li heard this, the smile on her face became more and more mountainous. Ichimaru Jin's face became deeper and deeper. Ichimaru Jin couldn't understand Su Li's behavior today. It's so weird. His own behavior is just a drama designed by Aizen. And this guy inexplicably joined in. And in the face of everyone's doubts, he actually acted indifferent. This made Ichimaru Jin completely invisible. He had no idea what Su Li was going to do. This guy, in the end, is really confused. Or are you pretending to be confused? What the hell was he thinking? Do you want to know what I was thinking? Su Li's eyes suddenly showed a slight light. Aha, of course, Ichimaru Jin replied with a smile. Su Li smiled slightly, and then slowly spoke. Say something that Ichimaru Jin didn't expect at all. Do you believe in love? Ichimaru Jin was instantly stunned. He couldn't have imagined that Su Li would ask this sentence. If this is asked by someone else, it may be exchanged for laughter at most. But, for Ichimaru Jin, the phrase is very different. In particular, the feeling of Su Li saying it is very different. It was as if the other party had seen the deepest secret buried in his heart. Ichimaru Jin looked at Su Li blankly, his eyes wide and stiff. Su Li, on the other hand, is also looking at Ichimaru Jin. Look at this Shinigami world's first affectionate man. The two looked at each other quietly. Ichimaru Jin's heart almost stopped beating. He couldn't tell the difference. Did the other party really know the biggest secret in his heart? Or is it just a casual question? He was hesitating. Do you want to give up everything, except for the guy? After all, it was the deepest and softest secret in his heart. Ichimaru Jin's hand quietly reached for Zanpakuto behind his waist. Suddenly, snap, of a sound, Su Li's hand suddenly clapped on Ichimaru Jin's shoulder. Ha ha ha, look at you nervous, you look like you haven't been in love. Su Li laughed heartily, laughing so hard that tears came out. Ichimaru Jin froze. Alas, a person like you who has no emotions and talks to you about love is simply playing the piano. Forget it, don't embarrass you. Su Li said with a smile and patted Ichimaru Jin on the shoulder again. Then he turned around and walked away. As he walked, he waved goodbye to Ichimaru Jin behind him. Don't worry, the old man is very talkative. We're going to be fine, don't worry too much. The sound of laughter, getting farther and farther away. Ichimaru Jin stood there dumbfounded, not coming to his senses for a long time. After a long while, he slowly released his hand from the Zanpakuto. Above the hilt, it was already wet, all wet with sweat. Phew, Ichimaru Jin exhaled a long breath. Looking at the aisle that has long been empty, his eyes are extremely complicated. Almost, I was tricked by this fool. Su Li strolled leisurely along the path. Shouts of killing could be faintly heard all around. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others have entered the spirit court through the crane cannon. They all dispersed and would write that the various regions were pitted against each other. However, this has nothing to do with me. Because according to the original plot direction, none of them reached the jurisdiction of the second team. Therefore, the vigilance of the second team is just a decoration. Su Li is not worried. Now, what was on his mind was indeed what had happened earlier today. I originally just wanted to see Kurosaki Ichigo's debut in the Soul Society. It turned out to be one step late, only to see Ichimaru Jin's powerful blow. Later, he was in good spirits and returned with Sui-Feng. Unexpectedly, it went wrong because of this. In the eyes of everyone, he has become a questionable character like Ichimaru Jin. This was originally a trick designed by Aizen to attract everyone's attention with Ichimaru Jin. However, he entered the game by mistake. Therefore, Su Li simply planned to add some drama to this performance. A bad guy. Inadequate. It takes two bad people to look good. Su Li decided to play the second bad guy besides Ichimaru Jin. Let this fire burn a little more. Let the situation mess up a little more. Leaving Aizen scratching his head. That's interesting. Otherwise, everything goes according to the plot, but it is too boring. Remembering the look in Aizen's eyes just now, although he concealed it well, he finally flashed a trace of deep confusion. It was that trace of confusion that made Suli feel that Tianbing was worth it. A man with supreme intelligence and no strategy. Confused by a small action show of my own. This feeling is enough to refresh Suli all day. And what makes Suli want to laugh the most is Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin was completely confused. With a flatta himself, he almost made a big move. After all, he went undercover to Aizen out of affection for Matsumoto Rengoku. In an instant, he revealed the deepest secret of his heart, which made anyone have to fry. However, after all, I didn't intend to do that step. After all, really revealing his secret will not do him any good. And it's hard to explain why I know about him. Therefore, if you return to him, you will be counted as a worker. Suli walked leisurely on the road, and her mood was particularly comfortable. The shouts in the distance were deafening. It seems to be coming to Suli's side. Suddenly, the tips of Suli's ears trembled, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. Yaga, don't let that cat run. Woo, how did that guy run so fast? Like Shunpo. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get me around here. A large group of Shinigami dressed in Death Overlord suits crowded in the alley, their faces gloomy, constantly searching for traces of the enemy. The object of their pursuit is also a member of the travel disaster. But not a person, but a black cat. Meanwhile, the top of a certain pavilion. Mimi tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator. In Suli's hand, I don't know when there was an extra black cat. Meow. The black cat waved its claws angrily, leaving countless afterimages in front of him. However, the black cat's attack could not cause any damage to Suli at all. No one knew that the black cat's seemingly comical attack was actually enough to smash the heads of most of the officials. No one knows that in Suli's eyes, this is an ordinary meow fist. Mimi, long time no see, Mimi tilde operator tilde operator. Suli held the black cat flat, her face full of garden teasing. After the black cat's violent attack, he was finally tired, sticking out his tongue and panting, looking at Suli's gaze with extreme resentment. Hey, you boy, you really don't think of me as a woman, do you? A deep male voice suddenly came out of the black cat's mouth. Ah, Nishiba. Suli instantly retracted her hands, her eyes extremely disgusted. Feeling the slow free fall, the black cat was stunned. This kid dare not think of himself as a woman. It's pure lack of self-righteousness. Meow. The black cat fell all the way from the roof to the bottom. Snap. The black cat's meat pad stepped firmly on the ground. Snap. The young man fell to the ground. You boy, didn't I feel it before? The black cat was covered in fur and was about to lose his mind. Suli was speechless for a while, and her eyes were extremely disgusted. This guy, you can't touch it, you can't touch it. It's really hard to serve. I'm sorry, Miss Yoruichi, I really can't hear your voice. Suli had a face full of rejection. Cut, stinky imps. The black cat with resentful eyes is none other than Shihuin Yoruichi. Immediately, Yoruichi shook his body, and his eyes gradually returned to his senses. Since I met, there are some things I still want to tell you. Yoruichi looked at Suli with a serious look in his eyes. Suli immediately straightened her expression. Urahara, let me tell you that this Sokyoku execution is most likely Aizen's conspiracy. Since as a comrade in arms, and you swept so many things out of the store before. So this time, if something happens that we can't handle. He three looks. Hope you can help, Yoruichi said a little sheepishly. It seems that asking the man in front of her for help really makes it a little difficult for her to speak. Suli smiled lightly. Good. Shihuin Yoruichi was stunned for a moment, and then there was a bit of joy in his eyes. Although this kid is very annoying, but at the critical moment, it is quite reliable. No wonder Urahara Kazuki told herself that after letting herself enter the quiet spirit court, she would come to him first. Okay, then, if that time really comes, I'll come to you. Shihuin Yoruichi spoke, his eyes serious. Well, let's go, don't wait until someone finds out. Suli said lightly. After all, now they are, one is Shinigami, the other is a travel disaster, and they are still enemies in the open. If someone finds out that they are talking to a travel disaster, it will inevitably cause some trouble. So, until the final moment comes, it's better not to touch each other. Shihoin Yoruichi nodded slightly, then jumped onto the wall next to him. Before leaving, she looked back at Su Li, and in her heart, she suddenly felt that the other party was not so annoying. Let's go, Mimi. Su Li suddenly smiled and shouted. Che, it's still so annoying. Knight, speechless, then turned his head and jumped off the wall, disappeared. Yoruichi's figure disappeared behind the wall. Su Li still had a faint smile on her face. Urahara Kazuki is truly intellectual. He apparently realized that this Sokyoku execution was a conspiracy by Aizen. In order to stop Aizen, he even counted himself in the bureau. After all, as said before, the two sides belong to the same front. Therefore, in his cognition, he also has a reason to stop Aizen. But well, the smile on Su Li's face gradually turned into a bad smile. I don't act according to his ideas. Not only will he not stop Aizen, but he will also help Aizen to facilitate his plan. After all, only if this guy gets Hogyoku can he start the plot after that. Therefore, until Aizen picks out his identity and gets Hogyoku, he will not make a move. Urahara Kazuki did the math, but she didn't calculate it, and she had different ideas. Su Li smiled slightly, then turned and left. In the alley, three figures are running wildly for their lives. An orange-haired boy, a strong man with a turban, and a thin Shinigami. It was Kurosaki Ichigo, Shiba Vulture, and Yamada Hanaduro, who was taken hostage by them. And behind them is a large group of hideous-faced Shinigami. Hey, that orange-haired kid, give Lousy a stop. Abominable, you guys, what's the matter with just running away? The guy with the hijab. You just threw Lousy with a dark weapon, right? Don't run. Hey, aren't you a Shinigami? Why are you also with these two travel disasters? You're a traitor. The Shinigami roared with a hideous face. Abominable, these guys are chasing too hard. Shiba Rock Vulture ran sweaty and unhappy. Less verbosity. If you hadn't been running and yelling, how could there have been so many people? Kurosaki Ichigo roared at him, accelerating under his feet. I say, 2 people, phew. Yamada Hanaduro ran out of breath. I also have to follow you. Yamada Hanaduro couldn't figure it out. A Shinigami himself, why do you have to run for your life with these two travel disasters? Just because you were a hostage. Less verbose. Run faster. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Rock Vulture roared in unison. Yamada Hanaduro suddenly turned pale. Don't dare to complain, silently fast. The three of them ran wildly all the way. The Shinigami behind them chased after them. Right at this moment, at the bend ahead, a figure suddenly walked out. Stay out of the way. Shiba Rock Vulture roared. Kurosaki Ichigo is also frowning, his body tense, ready for emergencies. Yamada Hanaduro heard this and looked at the man. In the next second, his face changed. Yamada Hanaduro suddenly reached out and grabbed the two of them. What are you kid doing? Shiba Rock Vulture was startled and then roared. Kurosaki Ichigo was also surprised. Don't go over. That one, that is. Yamada Hanaduro's face was terrified, and his whole body was trembling violently. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Vulture were confused. Meanwhile, the Shinigami, who had been chasing them before, stopped sharply. People looked at the figure in front of them and suddenly became quiet. The previous noise and scolding all disappeared at this moment. Feeling the silence behind them, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Yando were even more confused. They looked behind them, immediately surprised to find that the Shinigami at this time had the same expression on their faces. Alarmed, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba looked at each other, both seeing the deep confusion in each other's eyes. How did these guys, who were called chirp before, suddenly become this virtue? Could it be because of the sudden appearance in the front area? Immediately, they turned their heads and looked at the figure in front of them. It was a young man with a stunned expression. The clothes on his body are obviously different from those Shinigami behind. Kurosaki Ichigo's brow suddenly furrowed. He had seen this costume. On the night Rukia was taken away. He was severely injured by men wearing this costume. Captain, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes suddenly rose with a strong fighting intent. He failed once at the hands of the captain. After the special training of Urahara Kazuki, he is not what he used to be. So this time, he wasn't going to fail again. Kurosaki Ichigo slowly pulled out his huge Zanpakuto, clasped his hands, and the fighting intent in his eyes burned. Cut. That sissy just now, but it's the 5th seat. Now, I actually met the captain, and my luck is really not ordinarily bad. Shiba Rock Vulture also looked unhappy, and then slowly took a fighting stance. Don't go over. Come on, quick. Yamada Hanaduro, however, was full of horror, trembling all over his body, and trembling when he spoke. You boy, is your brain broken? Shiba Vulture looked at him and said with disdain. Don't you look at it, what is our situation now? There are wolves before and tigers after, where can we run? When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he also nodded. Now in this situation, you can only fight. Immediately, the two of them walked slowly, ready to attack the young captain in front. After all, compared to the large group of Shinigami behind, the other party is only one person, which is obviously easier to deal with. Suddenly, Yamada Hanaduro let out a shrill shout. Don't go over. You're going to die. He's Su Li. He is. Yamada Hanaduro looked at the young man with terrified eyes, dragging Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Vulture. Shiba Rock Vulture was suddenly stunned. This name, he had an impression. It was a name that took the streets by storm 40 years ago. Su Li Ideographic period. The youngest and strongest captain in history. The firmness in Shiba's eyes finally wavered. He hates Shinigami. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have brains. Such a guy is obviously not something he can defeat. Immediately, he silently took out 2 cigarette bombs from his arms. As long as the situation is not right, he immediately slipped away. Kurosaki Ichigo on the side, apparently unaware of his plans. Kurosaki Ichigo raised Zanpakuto and coldly pointed at the young man opposite. Hey, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm here to save Rukia. If you want to stop me, let the horse come. The young man wearing Captain Haori looked stunned, obviously not expecting to encounter a travel disaster. After a long while, he came back to his senses, then smiled slightly and walked over to this side. A moment later, he walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Looking at the gentle smile on each other's faces, Yamada Hanaduro and all the other Shinigami who were present thumped in their hearts. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand the situation, but they weren't the same. They knew how terrifying the other party's strength was. The young man bowed slightly, like a gentleman, and saluted. First meeting, hello, my name is Su Li. Whatever you call it. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a grim face. I'm going to go through here, if you want to stop me. Then, I'll knock you down. Endless fighting intent burst out from his eyes. Then, a majestic Reiatsu burst out from Kurosaki Ichigo. Feeling this majestic Reiatsu, the Shinigami people at the scene all changed their faces. This kid, how is Reiatsu so strong? Such a powerful Reiatsu, it's almost at the captain level, right? Just look at that guy's Zanpakuto. This kid's spiritual power is definitely too much. Obedient, I thought we were chasing a hairy boy, but I didn't expect it to be such a strong guy. The people around them let out a burst of exclamations. Mr. Ichigo, it turns out that such a lie is big. Yamada Hanaduro was also shocked. This kid, it's a bit level. A smile appeared on Shiba's face and slowly chilled the 2 smoke bombs back into his arms. The majestic Reiatsu constantly squeezes everything around it. In people's eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo stands in the center of Reiatsu, holding up the huge Zanpakuto, which is incredible. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Kurosaki Ichigo's face was a little more proud. This is the result of training with that clog hat day and night. The purpose is to defeat these so-called team leaders. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his head and looked at Su Li condescendingly. How, are you planning to give way? Or do you want to fight me and be defeated by me? When Su Li heard this, she couldn't help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. This guy is really crazy. Obviously, he has not yet experienced the beatings of society. Seeing the other party shake his hair and laugh, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his eyebrows. In that case, then. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched Zanpakuto with both hands, and Reiatsu surged a few points. The people around them suddenly had a little difficulty breathing. Let's take it. Kurosaki Ichigo roared, then raised his knife and swung it down. The huge Zanpakudo, mixed with majestic spiritual power, slashed towards Su Li. Su Li's expression was faint, and she opened her lips lightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Ichigo. Bite. A finger firmly blocked the blade. Huge Zanpakudo, completely stationary in the air. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils constricted. At the same time, a whisper sounded on the border of the country. Your battlefield is not here. Shocked and horrified, before Kurosaki Ichigo's face could climb up, a hand pressed on his chest and then pushed gently. In the next second, Kurosaki Ichigo flew hundreds of meters into the air. Only then did he react. BGDF looked at the alley that was getting farther and farther away, and shock and disbelief finally appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. From launching an attack to now being in the air, it was only in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed and power is this? That guy actually blocked his own attack with one finger. Is this the strength of the captain level? Faintly, he saw the number on the back of the young captain. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank sharply again. He suddenly remembered the warning Yoruichi had given them before. Never provoke the captain of the second team. That guy is a pervert. Absolutely. Looking at the figure in the alley, which was getting farther and farther away, Kurosaki Ichigo's brain went blank. Two black shadows rushed to catch up with Kurosaki Ichigo. It was the Shiba Vulture and Yamada Hanaduro, who were also thrown into the sky. Woohoo! Ichigo-san, where are we going to be thrown? Yamada Hanaduro burst into tears, his face overwhelmed. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he could only be silent. He doesn't know either. Su Li clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then he turned and left. Looking at his breezy appearance, the surrounding Shinigami looked frightened and gave way to a road. Su Li swaggered away under people's attention. After a long time, looking at Su Li's figure and disappearing at the end of the road, people slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although I have always heard of Su Li's toughness, there are not too many people who have really seen Su Li make a move. These Shinigami at the scene also saw Su Li make a move for the first time. With just one finger, he blocked the attack of the travel disaster, and this strength is really amazing. Many people feel that Su Li's use of one finger to block Zaraki Kenpachi's blade may be true. After all, the captain level assessment and the details of the battle will not be announced. The news that everyone hears is hearsay. However, in any case, being able to watch Su Li use that legendary finger with his own eyes still made the people at the scene feel a feast for their eyes. People talked excitedly. However, as the discussion progressed, people gradually discovered one thing. Captain Su Li, why did you kill the brigade disaster on the spot? Throw them away. This question suddenly quieted the scene. Many of them knew about what happened this morning through hearsay. Ichimaru Jin and Su Li seemed to have some unclear relationship with the invasion. The performance of the two in the captain's meeting has been known by many people. Now, because he has once again let go of the travel disaster. This is already too suspicious to be suspicious. People's eyes changed from the previous excitement and worship to deep suspicion. After that, many people exchanged glances, and then quickly rushed back to their own team. They want to tell their superiors what happened here. Su Li has a ghost. After reading the secret report in his hand, Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes were extremely cold. Su Li ideographic period. Ichimaru Jin ideographic period. This incident must be a conspiracy created by their joint efforts. When did these two guys come together? What is their purpose? Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was frosty. Murderous in the eyes. Snap. Komamura Sajin slammed the secret note on the table. Such a shaft is simply a big disobedience. Because of his anger, he even trembled with anger. Su Li, the old man has always looked at you differently. It turned out to be just a stinky rat. It's also a good way to be with a femme fatale like Ichimaru Jin. Shameless thief. Everyone gets it. Captain, what do you think? Sasaki's face was extremely serious. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai stood quietly by the balcony. The old man can't figure it out. Sasaki frowned when he heard this. He couldn't figure it out either. What did Su Li and Ichimaru Jin do this? Maybe it's related to Shinigami, the woman who will be tortured this time. Sasaki frowned and said with some uncertainty. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai was silent. After a long time, Tuan spoke lightly. Let's wait and see. If these two really have different intentions, then don't blame the old man for being ruthless. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai quietly looked at the sky in the distance. In his eyes, a cold glow swelled. At nightfall, there was already a mess in the spirit court. The teams almost poured out, searching for traces of the travelers. Shouts of killing, chasing, from time to time, sounded. On top of a building, Su Li sits on the edge of the tile roof, leisurely shaking her legs, admiring the chaos in front of her. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others should have already dealt with the captains and vice-captains of each team. And in a few hours, it will be Aizen's turn to perform his main show. Su Li smiled lightly. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary, ordinary night. In the early hours of the morning, Goben Team Building. Due to the jurisdiction of the Goben Team, there is no trace of a travel accident. The patrol by Captain Aizen Sosuke and Vice Captain Hinamori Momo did not take long to end. The rest was left to the vigil members. At this time, in the captain's dormitory of Aizen Sosuke, Hinamori Momo was asleep. She sought Aizen's relief because she was uneasy, but unknowingly fell asleep. At this time, Aizen was crouched on the desk, writing something on a piece of paper. However, he and Hinamori Momo were not alone in the room. Behind Aizen, there was also a man standing. Ichimaru Jin ideographic period. He looked at Aizen's writing with a smile on his face, already thinking that he knew what the other party would write. But when he saw Aizen's name clearly, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hey, Captain Aizen, are you going to change your plans? Aizen didn't stop writing, but smiled. Don't you think he's a good fit, Silver? Ichimaru Jin raised his eyes slightly, and the smile on his face was even greater. Ah, I didn't think it was before, but now, it seems that he is the most suitable. Although I don't understand why he let go of the travel accident, it is clear that everyone is beginning to suspect him. Ichimaru Jin laughed. Aizen slowly stopped writing and looked at the names on the paper, a faint smile on his face. Su Li. Meanwhile, second team building. Sui-Feng was wandering back and forth in the hallway, her face burning. Omaeda lay on the stairs next to her, sleeping like a dead pig. Today, what happened at the captain's meeting, Sui-Feng already knows. She didn't know why Su Li certainly said that. When he and Su Li arrived, the trip accident was indeed alive. But the situation was clearly more suspicious for Ichimaru Jin. Su Li silently carried the charge with him. Moreover, for the rest of the day, Su Li did not return to the precinct of the second team. Later, I heard that he encountered a travel accident and let it go again. This is already too suspicious to be suspicious. In this way, maybe before the travel disaster is caught, Su Li may be arrested first. So, Sui-Feng's heart was full of worry. She kept wandering down the hallway. Thoughts kept coming out of his mouth. Ali, where the hell are you now? A sleepless night. The sky gradually brightened, and the light of the morning shone into the team building. Hinamori Momo's eyelids moved slightly, slowly waking up. She rubbed her eyes a little sleepily, and immediately realized that she was in the captain's dormitory. Hinamori Momo's face instantly turned red, and he quickly said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I fell asleep before I knew it." Captain Aizen. 4 times silent. Huh. After seeing the situation around him, Hinamori Momo was slightly stunned. She found that the captain's dormitory was eerily quiet. Aizen is not here. When she turned her head to look, she found that the door of the dormitory was opened. Captain Aizen. The sun shone through the window and on her face. She suddenly realized that it was time for the morning assembly. Ah, not good. I'm going to be late. Hinamori Momo immediately jumped up from his chair and left the captain's dormitory. After returning to her dormitory to change her clothes, she quickly prepared to take a shortcut to the meeting point. Ah, why didn't Captain Aizen call me when he left? It should still be time. Hinamori Momo's face was anxious and he turned a corner at breakneck speed. Yet the next second, the picture in front of her made her breathing stop suddenly. Hinamori Momo's whole person froze in place, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Looking at the high wall in front of her, her body suddenly couldn't stop shaking violently. The mouth muttered unconsciously, "No, this can't be, Captain Aizen. Ah, The heart-rending shouts pierced the tranquility of the early morning. On the high wall opposite, the body of Aizen Sosuke was nailed to the wall by a knife blade. His blood, like a scarlet waterfall, stretched from above the corpse. The eyes behind the black-framed glasses have long become dull and completely lost their vitality. Meanwhile, hearing Hinamori Momo's screams, Matsumoto Rangaku and the others in charge of regional patrols also quickly rushed towards this side. However, what no one noticed was, not far from Hinamori Momo, Aizen was standing there with a gentle smile on his face. "Well done, Hinamori, you successfully completed as my vice captain. That last point has only the effect." Meanwhile, second team building. Sui-Feng was sitting in the hallway, looking at the distant sunrise, stunned. Her face looked even haggard than before. The hair is even more messy. Apparently didn't sleep all night. Suddenly, Hito's figure rushed over in panic. None other than Omaeda. I saw that he was sweating profusely at this time, and his face was full of horror. "Great. Big things are not good. Captain Sui-Feng." In a panic, he even called Sui-Feng directly. Sui-Feng stood up sharply. "Found him." Omaeda was breathless, her eyes terrified. Nothing. It's not this thing." Sui-Feng was slightly stunned. "What's that?" Omaeda took 2 breaths, and Tuanyu said anxiously. "Just now there was news from the written team. Captain Aizen of Team Goben. Dead." Sui-Feng's pupils shrank sharply. Omaeda continues. "According to the retained team, the cause of death was due to the knot taken out by Zanpakuto and sleeping with the knot. And the destruction of the heart. In other words, Captain Aizen did not die by accident, but was killed. The murderer is currently unknown. The captain of the general team, together with the captain of the Juban team, Hitsugaya team, jointly issued a first-level security order. So, intelligence should not be wrong." Omaeda's face was full of horror. Sui-Feng's face also showed unprecedented solemnity. "You stay in the precinct, I'll go over now to see the situation." Omaeda nodded heavily. "Yes, Tenren." Sui-Feng's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Soon after, a figure appeared at the Polymedical Clinic. Exactly Sui-Feng. On the way here, she had learned that Aizen's body had been transferred here. Shout. Suddenly, another figure appeared. It was Kyoraku Shunsui. Sui-Feng nodded lightly at him, knowing that the other party must have come because of Aizen. The expression on Kyoraku Shunsui's face was completely devoid of the laziness and frivolity of the past, but rather a little dignified. "Did you find him?" Sui-Feng was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect that the sentence asked by the other party was not about Aizen. Looking at the solemn look on Kyoraku Shunsui's face, Sui-Feng shook her head. "Nope." Kyoraku Shunsui frowned and fell silent. The same goes for Sui-Feng. Immediately, the two walked towards the clinic. A moment later, the two entered the clinic. Due to the war with the travel disaster, the clinic at this time was particularly busy. In the entire medical hall, the day 5 and 3, lay almost flat full of wounded. Kyoraku Shunsui and Sui-Feng were silent and walked towards the deepest room of the clinic. A moment later, the two arrived at the deepest ward. With a heavy heart, the two slowly pushed open the door. The first thing that catches your eye is the corpse covered with a white cloth on the hospital bed. Then, there were several people standing next to the corpse. Team Captain, Unohana Retsu. Team Shichiban Captain, Komamura Sajin, Vice Captain Shooting Range Iron Left Guard Gate. The captain of the Kuban team, Tusen Kanami, and the Vice Captain Hisagi Shuahei. Lutz. Team Captain, Su Li. Seeing Su Li's figure, Kyoraku Shunsui and Sui-Feng were shocked. Sui-Feng immediately looked overjoyed and just wanted to step forward, but was pulled by Kyoraku Shunsui. Kyoraku Shunsui gave her a wink. Immediately, Sui-Feng noticed that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat subtle. Komamura Sajin, Tusen Kanami and others stood aside with strong hostility on their faces. Stood alone on the other side, her expression indifferent. One room, but like two worlds. There is a pronounced sense of fragmentation. The hostility of Komamura Sajin and others is clearly aimed at Su Li. Su Li's expression was faint, and she just quietly looked at the corpse covered by the white cloth. Seeing Su Li being stared at by everyone, Sui-Feng felt uncomfortable for a while. Immediately, she threw off Kyoraku Shunsui's hand and walked over to Su Li. "Ah Li." Sui-Feng walked up to Su Li, her face full of worry. When Su Li heard this, she slowly turned her head and smiled at Sui-Feng. You boy, you can even laugh. Seeing this, Komamura Sajin immediately burst into a rage. You did this, right? Komamura Sajin's face was extremely gloomy. When Sui-Feng heard this, she turned to look at the other party, and her face instantly became cold. What do you mean? Tusen Kanami stepped forward and said in a deep voice. We have reason to suspect that this person is the killer of Captain Aizen. Sui-Feng's face was gloomy as water. On what basis do you conclude that Ali killed Captain Aizen? Tusen Kanami's face was also gloomy. Captain Aizen was killed, and this man disappeared all night. Isn't that doubtful? Chill flashed in Shattered's eyes, and his tone was extremely cold. So what? Pay attention to evidence in everything. Komamura Sajin was furious. Sui-Feng, I see you're being fooled by this kid. Such an obvious thing, still help him speak. Sui-Feng stared at him coldly. I'm just telling the truth. Komamura Sajin and Sui-Feng stared at each other. The atmosphere in the room became tense for a while. Okay, stop arguing. Hieraku Shunsui, who had been silent before, slowly spoke. Anyone is suspicious until the truth is confirmed. Even, quite possibly, those travel pleasures. Quote, until the investigation is clear, it is better for us not to start infighting. Hieraku Shunsui looked at several people and said. However, the people present did not seem to listen at all. The atmosphere is still very anxious. Alas. Hieraku Shunsui sighed helplessly. Immediately, he looked at Su Li. Ali, can you tell everyone where you went last night? When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly focused on Su Li's body. Even Sui-Feng looked at him. This is the most critical issue to rule out Su Li's suspicions. Su Li spoke lightly. I'm watching the travelers fight. When Komamura Sajin heard this, he smiled angrily. Are you watching them fighting? When you encounter a travel disaster, you don't shoot to kill, but instead act as a wall watcher. What is your intention? You shouldn't be with them, are you? Komamura Sajin's next words almost roared. I don't want to do it. XX. Why don't you want to? Tusen Kanami pressed. Su Li glanced at him lightly. Don't want to. Komamura Sajin and Tusen Kanami's faces were gloomy enough to wring out water. Hieraku Shunsui shook his head with a wry smile. Originally, he planned to give the little junior brother a chance to prove his innocence. Now it's good, he directly made himself more suspicious. Hieraku Shunsui then slowly raised his eyes and looked at Su Li. His eyes were extremely complicated. He didn't believe Su Li would do such a thing. Collusion in travel disasters, killing captains. This alone is a great evil. It's just that many of the current clues point to Su Li. His suspicions are currently the greatest. Hieraku Shunsui's eyes flashed. It's complicated. If, in case, the little junior brother is really the mastermind of this incident. Hieraku Shunsui pressed the brim of his hat to hide the chill in his eyes. Okay, captains, the formal disposal of the corpse is about to begin. Seeing that the atmosphere was so anxious, Unohana Retsu finally couldn't help but stand up and speak. Guys, there should still be garrison work to do. Then captains, please go back first, and then leave it to me. Unohana Retsu's gentle voice finally calmed everyone down. Komamura Sajin looked at Aizen's body, and the anger on his face slowly turned to sadness. Several others, too, Captain Aizen, but the most approachable and dearest of all the captains of Gotei 13. Now, seeing his body lying quietly on the hospital bed, people can't help but feel sad. Before Komamura Sajin left, he stared at Su Li fiercely, and then left with the shooting range iron left guard door. Tusen Kanami followed suit, leaving with Hisagi Shuahei. Hieraku Shunsui nodded at Unohana Retsu before leaving. Well, hard work, Captain Anohana. Immediately, he turned and left. At the scene, only Sui-Feng, and Unohana Retsu remained. Let's go, Ali. Sui-Feng tugged at Su Li's sleeves. You go back first. Sui-Feng was stunned when she heard this. However, looking at the undoubted expression on Su Li's face, Sui-Feng finally turned her head silently. After that, quietly leave. At this time, only Su Li, Unohana Retsu, and a corpse remained in the room. Sui slowly raised her head and looked at Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu also looked at Sui quietly. Sui suddenly smiled slightly. Did you find out too, Captain Follow? Unohana Retsu's pupils shrank. Immediately, he nodded slowly. Unohana Retsu stared at Sui with changing eyes. Sui smiled faintly, her eyes were clear and transparent. After a long time, Unohana Retsu sighed slightly after all, with a complex expression on his face, and then slowly opened his mouth. Since I served as the captain of the 4th team, I have come into contact with countless corpses. Whether it is the structure of the corpse or various characteristics, I know it very well. Captain Aizen's corpse is no different from other corpses. Whether it's the destruction of the knots and soul sleep, or the piercing of the heart, there is no abnormality. However, this corpse still lacks the feeling that ordinary corpses give me. Unohana Retsu looked at Sui with complicated eyes. So, even though I checked it many times, my heart still couldn't calm down. At first, I thought that too many things happened in the past 2 days, which affected my judgment. So, I didn't mention it to the other captains. But, you actually feel the same way. I'm curious, where does your feeling come from? Unohana Retsu looked at Sui with meaningful eyes. Sui smiled slightly. Captain Unohana, I'm a suspect. Are you sure you want to believe what I say? Unohana Retsu shook her head slightly upon hearing this. You give me the feeling that you are different from a murderer. I know that very well. You are not the real murderer of Captain Aizen. Sui was slightly taken aback. He almost forgot that Unohana Retsu was a murderous first-generation Kenpachi, and he was all too familiar with killing. Just relying on intuition, she can conclude that Yinli is not the real murderer. Sui smiled faintly, and then said slowly, Captain Unohana, your feeling is correct. Unohana Retsu's pupils shrank. What? Sui smiled lightly. What I'm going to say next is too horrifying, so please prepare yourself mentally. And, please keep it secret for the time being. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but become serious. Please tell me. Sui smiled lightly and spoke slowly. Aizen is not dead. Unohana Retsu's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. What? Then this corpse? Sui looked at her quietly. This is an illusion created by Kyoka Suigetsu. Unohana Retsu had an expression of disbelief. No wonder I have never been able to find the feeling of an ordinary corpse. This corpse turned out to be just an illusion. Wait, Captain Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, doesn't he just disrupt the opponent's perception? How is it possible to do such a thing? Unohana Retsu questioned. You've all been lied to. Sui said lightly. The real ability of Kyoka Suigetsu is complete hypnosis. Unohana Retsu was horrified. The body you see, and his death, are all illusions created by Aizen. His real body is hiding somewhere at this time, waiting for the implementation of subsequent larger plans. Sui said lightly. When Unohana Retsu heard this, a look of anxiety suddenly appeared on her face. What is his intention? Sui shook her head lightly. Sorry, I don't have a clue about this either. Although he intends to tell the other party some inside information, he does not intend to tell the whole story. After all, in order for the subsequent plot to unfold smoothly, I still have to have some reservations. Unohana Retsu heard this, her face was solemn, and she fell into thinking. What you told me is really amazing. How can I trust you? Unohana Retsu raised her head and looked at Sui with questioning eyes. Sui smiled. You don't need to trust me. Unohana Retsu was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled. The next moment, Sui suddenly reached out and patted Unohana Retsu's shoulder. Seeing him with a very familiar appearance, he said with a smile. Because I believe in you. You can definitely find out for yourself. Unohana Retsu stared blankly at Sui, but didn't react for a while. After a long time, she came back to her senses. Looking at Sui, who is full of smiles, her eyes are complicated. In fact, she has already basically believed what Sui said in her heart. When she saw Aizen's body for the first time, she noticed something strange. It's just that she chose not to make a sound before the investigation was completed. However, the appearance of Sui suddenly disrupted her plan. Looking at this young man with a familiar face, Unohana Retsu felt extremely complicated. How did the other party know this? How do you know these things? Yunohana Retsu expressed her confusion to the other party. Su Li smiled lightly. Sorry, Captain Yunohana, please let me keep some secrets. When Yunohana Retsu heard this, her eyes were a little disappointed and regretful. After a while, she finally recovered her previous gentle expression. You child, always seem so mysterious. Sometimes, I really want someone to dissect you and see how many secrets are still hidden inside. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly. Hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but feel a chill behind her back. The cold morgue, the gentle and watery doctor big sister. White coat, scalpel, anesthesia alcohol. A logo for a horror movie screen. Su Li shook his head violently, controlling the weird thoughts in his mind. Captain Yunohana, don't scare me, I'm cowardly. Su Li said timidly. Seeing this, Yunohana Retsu immediately covered her mouth and burst out laughing, smiling prettily. After a while, she looked back at Su Li with a strange look in her eyes. Since you already know the truth, why didn't you tell the captain's present just now? Yunohana Retsu asked with some doubts. Su Li smiled lightly. Because among the people who were present just now, there are accomplices of Aizen. Upon hearing this, Yunohana Retsu was shocked again. Who? Su Li opened her lips and teeth lightly, and said. Captain of Division 9, Tusen Kanami. Yunohana Retsu turned pale with shock, couldn't believe it. Immediately, Su Li told Yunohana Retsu about meeting Tusen Kanami in the Penance Palace. Rebel, it's simply outrageous. Yunohana Retsu was furious to the extreme. Such actions are simply ignoring the laws and regulations of the Lingting court. No, I have to report to the captain. Yunohana Retsu said and walked out the door. Captain Yunohana, have you forgotten what you promised me earlier? Su Li's voice sounded faintly. Yunohana Retsu stopped slowly. Captain Yunohana, please keep these matters a secret for now. Before the real time comes, we must not act rashly, so as not to startle the snake. Su Li said with a serious face. Yunohana Retsu looked puzzled. Opportunity. Su Li smiled lightly. Yes, timing. In the coming time, no matter what happens or under any circumstances, please rest assured. Because everything is under my control. Seeing the calmness on Su Li's face, Yunohana Retsu suddenly felt a sense of peace for no reason. If someone else said these words, Yunohana Retsu would not believe it at all. But what comes out of Su Li's mouth always makes people feel extraordinarily reliable. Yunohana Retsu slowly let go of the doorknob. Since that's the case, then, the next thing will be fine. Yunohana Retsu looked at Su Li with serious eyes. Please, don't betray my trust. These 2 days were like a nightmare to the people in Jingling Court. The invasion of the travel disaster breaking through the soul-cloaking membrane. 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke dies. Abarai Renji, Vice Captain of the 6th Division, was defeated. Shocking news spread in Jingling Court through various channels. People's hearts are extremely heavy. Dusk. A figure slowly walked into the 2nd Division team building. Seeing the appearance of the person coming, the expressions of the members of the 2nd team changed. In the past 2 days, the other party's strange behavior has already created a commotion in Jingling Court. There are even many people who believe that this person is inseparable from the brigade invasion and Aizen's death. However, no matter how noisy outside, at least here, the other party is still the immediate boss of people like himself. Therefore, people saluted each other with complex expressions. Captain Su Li. Master Captain. It was Su Li who came. Sensing people's strange emotions, Su Li just smiled and nodded without expressing too much expression. He walked slowly to his office. As a result, he ran into Omeda just as he was walking up the stairs. Seeing the captain who hadn't seen anyone for 2 days and 2 nights, Omeda was stunned. Captain Su Li. Omeda, who was always flattering in the past, became a little hesitant at this time, with eyes dodging. It seemed that he was afraid to face Su Li. Su Li expressed understanding. After all, he's outside now, and the city is full of trouble because of his behavior. These subordinates of my own, although they don't say anything, they must have some thoughts in their hearts. However, none of these matters to Su Li. He does not live on the support of others. Where's Sui-Feng? Su Li asked lightly. Ah, Master Sui-Feng Yoruichi didn't sleep last night, and he is resting now. Omaeda said cautiously, sneaking a glance at Su Li. Su Li nodded, then continued to walk upstairs. Omaeda hesitated for a moment, the expression on his face changed drastically. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and followed Su Li. My lord, you haven't returned all night, and the villain doesn't know that you are clear about the current situation. Omaeda followed Su Li and said cautiously. After a long time, seeing that Su Li didn't respond, Omaeda gritted his teeth and could only bite the bullet and speak again. According to the report of the Technology Development Bureau, there were a total of 6 Japanese in the accident that invaded Saraite. 3 of them have already been defeated by the leader of the Beijing band, the leader of Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and the leader of Kuchiki. Earlier, the captain ordered that before investigating the cause of Captain Aizen's death, the life of the travel disaster will be left for the time being. After the investigation is clear, we will decide how to deal with it. As for the remaining 3 travel disasters, there is no trace for the time being. Su Li was silent. He already knew all this. The 3 who were defeated were Ishida Ryu, Sato Yasutora, and Shiba Ganju. Among them, Ishida Ryu defeated Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but lost the power of the Quincy, and was picked up by Tusen Konami and sent to the General Medical Clinic. Sato Yasutora was defeated by Kyoraku Shunsui, who was also sent to a General Medical Clinic. Shiba Ganju met Byakuya Kuchiki and was defeated by him when he went to the Repentance Palace to rescue Rukia. Su Li nodded lightly. Seeing that the other party finally responded, Omaeda couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These trips are really daring. I don't know if Captain Aizen's sudden misfortune is related to these travel disasters. Omaeda said calmly, sneaking a glance at Su Li from the corner of her eye. Su Li suddenly smiled. Not necessarily. Omaeda felt a thump in her heart, and then her legs began to go weak. At this time, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice cave, and he felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. My lord, the situation is so serious now. You should stay in the jurisdiction tonight and don't move around. Omaeda trembled violently, and her voice was like sifting chaff. He is making a final attempt. He's trying to keep this wild horse that's about to run away. Su Li turned around suddenly and looked at Omaeda with a huge smile on her face. Hard to say. Omaeda fell into ultimate despair instantly. The whole person froze in place, as if he had lost his soul. At the same time, 5th team building. In each team, there is a prison for temporary detention. Generally speaking, those who were imprisoned were basically those who violated the jingling court regulations, but the circumstances were not serious. At this time, Hinamori Momo, the deputy captain of the 5th Division, was imprisoned in it. At this time, her face was pale, her eyes were empty, and her face was covered with tears. Aizen's death plunged her heart into darkness. Because Toshiro once warned her, be careful with Ichimaru Jin and Su Li. So, when Ichimaru Jin appeared at the murder scene, Hinamori Momo liberated his Zanpakudo without hesitation and attacked Ichimaru Jin. However, it was stopped by Hitsugaya Toshiro. Afterwards, she was imprisoned here by Toshiro on the grounds that she was currently mentally unstable. Actually, Toshiro didn't want her to look at Aizen's dead body and cause a nervous breakdown. At this time, a footstep sounded. Hinamori Momo looked up blankly. Vice Captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Rengaku. Open corner bracket. Hinamori, here I have something for you, close corner bracket. Matsumoto Rengaku looked at her worriedly. Immediately, he took out a letter from his waist. Hinamori Momo stared blankly at the letter, numb and completely indifferent. Matsumoto Rengaku said with a worried face. Here's the letter we found when we searched Captain Aizen's room. It's marked, it's for you. Hearing this, Hinamori Momo's body trembled violently. Immediately, he stood up from the ground and snatched the letter from Matsumoto Rengaku. Seeing her like this, Matsumoto Rengaku could only sigh slightly. Then, I'll go first. You take care. After speaking, he left the cell. At this time, Hinamori Momo, with tears in his eyes, kept rubbing the letter with his hands. After a while, she finally plucked up the courage, slowly opened the envelope, and looked at the letter. The first time she saw the content, her eyes trembled violently. This is definitely Captain Aizen's handwriting. Hinamori, I'm sorry to let you know in such a way. Tonight, I will find him in front of the Eastern Great Saint's wall. No matter what, I will stop his attempt. If he doesn't give up, I'm ready to fight him. But if I die, Hinamori, please carry on my legacy and avenge me. This is my last request. Not as the captain, but as a request to you personally. Please be sure to expose this person's conspiracy. His name is Sui. After reading the last line, Hinamori Momo's heart skipped a beat. The whole person was completely stunned. Her hands had begun to tremble uncontrollably. She never dreamed that the murderer who killed Captain Aizen was actually that person. Although Toshiro had reminded her earlier, she couldn't believe it more or less. Because that person used to be her classmate. Although the friendship is mediocre, they still understand each other after all. She couldn't find a reason for the other party to do that. Therefore, she would rather believe that it was the femme fatale Ichimaru Jin who killed Aizen. However, looking at the name on the letter at this time, hatred finally defeated reason. Just like Toshiro said, these two are a team at all. Born of the same genius. Same weird behavior. Ichimaru Jin, Sui. Hinamori Momo's body trembled violently. Sui. She gritted her teeth and her eyes were red. Afterwards, she carefully put away the letter and put it in front of the door. Because it is a special period of wartime, and she is the only person imprisoned here. Therefore, the entire cell was not guarded by team members. Hinamori Momo raised his hand, and using Hado, easily destroyed the chain in front of the prison door. Then, she stepped out of the prison door. I'm going to find you now. Revenge for Captain Aizen. At this moment, there was no sadness on her face. Instead, it was extremely firm and angry. The night is as cool as water. A figure stood by the lake. After a whole day, most of the battles in Sealing Court have come to an end. At this time, the lakeside seemed extremely quiet. The sky is dotted with stars, and the shadows of people are reflected on the lake. For a while, the picture seemed poetic and picturesque. Suddenly, there was another figure on the surface of the lake. Two figures, one tall and one short, are both wearing pure white Captain Haori. The person standing by the lake with his hands behind his back was none other than Sui. The latecomer was Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro quietly stared at Sui's back, with a cold glow in his eyes. After a while, he said, unexpectedly, you are quite leisurely. Sui didn't turn around, only a faint voice sounded. Well, before the storm comes, enjoy the last piece. Hitsugaya Toshiro's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Your storm will be completely destroyed before it comes. Yes. Sui's voice was indifferent, unable to detect any emotion. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes widened angrily, wishing he could immediately draw his sword and slash at him. However, he also knew that before the headquarters issued an order, any doubts could only be doubts. Toshiro could only do his best to suppress his emotions. He swore that when the order from the headquarters comes down, he will be the first one to draw his sword and slash at this guy. Toshiro calmed down slowly. After a while, he spoke again, but this time his tone was a little low. Zaraki Kenpachi was defeated. Sui said lightly, as if she already knew it. Your comrades are very powerful. Toshiro said bitterly. Generally, listening to Sui's answer, the veins on Toshiro's forehead popped out. What is your intention? What are you going to do? Do you really want to betray Jinglingting? Toshiro couldn't bear it at last, and shouted out the question in his heart. However, only silence responded to him. Toshiro's eyes were filled with coldness, almost unable to restrain his killing intent. Although the opponent's strength is unfathomable, but he has no fear. Guarding Seraite is the bounden duty of Gute 13th Division. Even to die for it is an honor. At this time, a petite black figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed between the two of them. Seeing that figure, Toshiro's face changed slightly. Hina Hinamori, aren't you in custody? Why did you suddenly come out? Hinamori Momo didn't respond, she just stared at Sui's back. Finally found you. Sui. At the same time, she slowly drew the zanpakuto from her waist. Seeing this, Toshiro was shocked. Hinamori, what are you doing? Hinamori Momo gritted his teeth and did not respond. She looked at Sui's gaze, full of hatred. Sui, I never thought that you would be such a cruel person. I'm going to avenge Captain Aizen now. Toshiro looked shocked. Hinamori, stop it. Before he could finish speaking, however, Hinamori Momo had freed his Zanpakuto. Bloom, Fime, boom, Zanpakuto was released, and the pink light instantly enveloped the blade, and then changed rapidly. I want you. Hinamori Momo's face was full of hatred, and all Reiatsu, all condensed BHDF gathered on the blade. Eye for eye. Immediately, Hinamori Momo swung his Zanpakuto towards Suli without hesitation. A huge pink fireball quickly attacked Lee. This is Hinamori Momo's strongest hit so far. The purpose is to kill with one hit. Boom! A ferocious punch suddenly hit the fireball. Before the fireball touched Su Lee, it was smashed apart. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that Toshiro and Hinamori Momo saw clearly that there was a slender figure behind Su Lee. The huge great fireball just now was slapped away by this figure. Looking at the beautiful figure standing firmly behind Su Lee, Toshiro couldn't help but exclaimed. Sui-Feng. Hinamori Momo gritted his teeth, his face was extremely ugly. His full blow was easily scattered by the opponent. Then how can I kill the person behind her? So how can we avenge Captain Aizen? Hinamori Momo's eyes were filled with hatred, but also full of despair. But she hasn't given up yet. Hados 12, submit the fire. The red linear Reiatsu instantly flew out from her fingertips, turned into flames, and smashed towards Sui-Feng on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Hinamori Momo unleashes his own Reiatsu again. The 26th of Bakudo, bent light. The red flames flying in the air disappeared in an instant, completely disappearing. Hinamori Momo's talent on Kido is truly outstanding. It even cleverly used the masking feature of bent light to make Fuhuo's attack path invisible. At the same time, Hinamori Momo himself did not stay in place, but rushed towards the opposite side with Shunpo. Fuhuo arrived in front of Sui-Feng and finally appeared. Hinamori Momo followed closely behind, pinching Zanpakuto and slashing at Sui-Feng fiercely. The huge fireball illuminated Sui-Feng's expression. A piece of ice cold. Boom! The violent airflow suddenly exploded from Sui-Feng's body. Instant coax. Hinamori Momo's attack instantly turned into ashes. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hinamori Momo was pinned to the ground by Sui-Feng. Fist mingled with a terrifying Reiatsu, falling towards Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo's eyes finally revealed a hint of panic. Ding! A Zanpakuto suddenly blocked Sui-Feng's fist. Every inch of Sui-Feng's fist was frozen. Toshiro held Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, and a pair of ice wings behind him blocked Weisen's front. Are you crazy, Sui-Feng? Toshiro blushed with anxiety. Sui-Feng's face was fierce, he shattered the ice cube in his hand, and then swung towards Toshiro. Toshiro's pupils shrank suddenly. However, in the next second, Sui-Feng's body flickered, and he exited the state of instant coaxing. I saw that her face was extremely pale, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Worrying for more than a month had already made her extremely haggard. In the past 2 days, she has not slept all night. At this time, she was already exhausted and at the end of her strength. Sui-Feng's body softened and he fell down slowly. A hand suddenly grabbed her waist. Su Li finally turned around at this time. Captain Hitsugaya, Captain Su Li, please stop immediately. A gentle voice, with a little anxiety, suddenly sounded. A gentle voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Unohana Retsu. Behind her, followed by Katetsu Azane, the vice captain of the 4th squad. Captain Hitsugaya, Captain Su Li, please stop immediately. Unohana Retsu shouted anxiously. Captain Yumao Flower. Toshiro was slightly taken aback. I believe Vice Captain Hinamori was misguided. Captain Su Li, there is absolutely no way he is the murderer of Captain Aizen. Unohana Retsu said with a calm face. But Captain Aizen's suicide note is written with this guy's name. That's him. Killed Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo struggled and roared. Hitsugaya Toshiro quickly held her down. Vice Captain Hinamori, please calm down. Before the results of the investigation come out, no one has the right to use force without authorization. Even Captain Aizen's suicide note may be tampered with. Unohana Retsu said with a solemn expression. Hinamori Momo was still struggling desperately, shouting angrily. Impossible. That's Captain Aizen's handwriting. This guy killed Captain Aizen. You. Why are you all taking sides with him? Toshiro pressed her tightly, with a look of anxiety on his face. Calm down, Hinamori, Unohana Retsu frowned. Vice Captain Hinamori, I have already said that without a clear investigation, anyone is only suspected, not charged. Using force to attack colleagues without authorization is a serious violation of Jingling Court's regulations. Hinamori Momo ignored it and still struggled desperately, trying to pick up the blade that fell aside. Toshiro gritted his teeth, and then struck Hinamori Momo's neck with his palm. Hinamori Momo's eyes went dark, and he passed. Hinamori, leave it to me, I will let her reflect on. Toshiro looked at Unohana Retsu and said. Then I will trouble you, Captain Hitsugaya. Unohana Retsu nodded slightly. Toshiro picked up Hinamori Momo from the ground, and then turned to look at Suli with a cold look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything after all, and immediately called Hinamori Momo to prepare to leave. Hey, I forgot something. Suli's voice sounded faintly. Toshiro turned his head sharply. Suli raised her hand slowly, flicking her fingertips. A small ice crystal blasted at Toshiro. Toshiro's pupils shrank, his eyes widened in horror. However, he was carrying Hinamori Momo, and the speed of the ice crystals was too fast for him to react. Snapped. Ice crystals shattered at the tip of Toshiro's nose. His nose suddenly became red. Toshiro was furious, and the veins on his forehead popped up. Unohana Retsu looked at Suli with a hint of blame. This guy usually looks quite casual and friendly. Why do you have to take revenge at such a time? Suddenly, at this moment, a strange black butterfly suddenly flew in front of several people. Unohana Retsu was slightly taken aback. Is this Central 46's summoning hell butterfly? The others were also slightly taken aback when they heard this. There are many ways for Central 46 to issue orders, including the secret order, leading team, or directly give orders to the first team, and then the first team will notify. However, this time, the communication method of the hell butterfly was used. This is enough to illustrate the importance of this order. The messenger's clear voice came from the hell butterfly. Captains and vice captains of Gote 13, here is an urgent announcement from Central 46. A new change has been made regarding the execution date of death row inmate Rukia Kuchiki. The final execution date is 13 hours from now. After the voice fell, the faces of the people present all changed. The reason why people like Unohana Retsu and Hitsugaya Toshiro were surprised. This is because in Central 46's past decisions, there has almost never been an order for early execution. Especially, for using such a huge execution tool as double. Suli's eyes also narrowed slightly. Aizen apparently decided to hasten his plan. Because it stands to reason that Aizen would disguise himself as Central 46 to issue an order for early execution. Its purpose is to ensure that the execution of Sokyoku's punishment will not be interrupted by Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Using the powerful power of Sokyoku's punishment after liberation, vaporize Rukia Kuchiki's soul, thereby taking out the Hogyoku hidden in her body. However, this is only one of his two plans. At this moment, he should be inquiring about the second way to take out Hogyoku in the Great Spirit Book corridor under the central chamber. However, according to the original plotline, Aizen advanced the execution time to 29 hours. But now, the time has been shortened by nearly half. It became 13 hours. Su-Li narrowed his eyes slightly. That is to say, it is very possible that Aizen has already gone to the corridor of the Great Spirit Book in advance and learned the second method to take out Hogyoku. Therefore, he decided to speed up the progress of the plan. Just when Su-Li was thinking, he suddenly heard Hitsugaya Tunong's loud shout. Su-Li, is this what you and Ichimaru Jin are for? Liberation of Sokyoku, early execution. This is your intention. Hitsugaya Toshiro stared at Su-Li firmly, his eyes burst out with astonishing murderousness again. Su-Li rolled her eyes. It's up to you to hold us here. Ichimaru Jin to facilitate the early execution. This is your plan. Hitsugaya Toshiro shouted violently, pinching Zanpakuto's knuckles turning white. While there is still time, you can stop him. Su-Li said speechlessly. You wait. I will definitely stop you. Hitsugaya Toshiro roared. Immediately, he handed Hinamori Momo to Unohana Retsu, and left quickly without looking back. Su Li smiled helplessly. Obviously I didn't do anything. I just stayed out to watch a few performances at night. A few wisecracks were made. Why is everyone treating him as a bad guy? I just wanted to amuse everyone. Why do you all take it seriously? However, now Aizen has brought forward the execution time, which is considered a good thing. I really don't have the patience to continue acting. ABC. Let the main action begin. Unohana Retsu looked at Su Li with shining eyes. Captain Su Li, next. Su Li nodded slightly. Quote. Su Li smiled and winked at Unohana Retsu. Make it right. Unohana Retsu showed a gentle smile upon hearing this. At the same time, a look of extreme resentment was cast on Su Li. It was from Sui-Feng Xiao, who had been in his arms all the time. Chapter 111. Moonlight. A quiet alley. Su Li walked forward slowly with Sui-Feng on her back. Sui-Feng's face at this moment had a sickly rosy complexion. The two were silent all the way, moving forward silently. Sui-Feng lay on Su Li's shoulder, looking at this man who used to get along day and night, feeling complicated in his heart. After a long time, she finally couldn't help but speak. Ali. You. Is there anything you want to tell me? Su Li didn't look back. The voice sounded faintly. Yes, a lot. Sui-Feng put his arms around Su Li's neck, squeezed out a little strength in his hands, and the rice came closer. Then why don't you tell me? The tone is very resentful. I'm afraid you won't believe it. Hearing this, Sui-Feng struggled to stand up, with a bit of sullen expression on his face. How do you know I won't believe it? Su Li shook her head lightly. Those things are so sensational that no one will believe them. Sui-Feng's eyes were full of resentment. But Unoka obviously believes in you. There was a strong sour taste in his tone. Hey. Why do you smell vinegar all of a sudden? Su Li looked confused and sniffed. Sui-Feng's face was flushed, he was silent and sulked. Su Li couldn't find the source of the vinegar smell for a long time, so she had no choice but to give up. After a while, he spoke slowly again. Ujawa believed me because she discovered the same thing as me. Is it something that only the two of you discovered? Sui-Feng's voice was a little cold. Well, no one else found out. So no one will believe it. Su Li said. Am I someone else? His tone was low. Sui-Feng lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face. You are also one of the people who were kept in the dark. That's why I've been hesitating whether to tell you. After all, it takes absolute trust to believe these things. Su Li didn't understand the meaning in Sui-Feng's words, and said to himself. I believe you. Sui-Feng's voice sounded without any hesitation. Su Li shook her head. No, I mean, the kind of unreserved. Well, unreserved trust. Sui-Feng's voice was extraordinarily determined. Su Li suddenly didn't know how to answer. He originally didn't tell Sui-Feng because he didn't know the extent of her trust in him. After all, those things were too shocking and unbelievable for people who didn't find any abnormalities. And trust is something that is often easily influenced by subjective judgments. Once it is not done well, it will not only lose the trust of the other party, but also affect the relationship between each other. Therefore, Su Li kept silent. In fact, the reason why he was so hesitant was because he didn't know what Sui-Feng was thinking. Sui-Feng bent down lightly and lay on Su Li's shoulder. The soft cloth was gently rubbed against the face. She quietly looked at the side face of the man, her gaze was like water. She was lost once. Since then, she has made a decision. From now on, for the man in front of me, I only have wholehearted trust. Unreserved trust. Sui-Feng looked at Su Li quietly with gentle eyes. Then open your lips and teeth. What did you and Unohana find? Su Li let out a breath of foul air slightly. Immediately, mouth. Aizen is not dead. What? Sui-Feng's pupils shrank, and he was startled. The corpse you see is just an illusion created by him with Kyoka Suigetsu. Sui-Feng was stunned when he heard this. Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability is to manipulate the enemy's 5 senses to achieve complete hypnosis. At this moment, he is hiding somewhere, preparing for the next plan. Sokyoku's advanced place, these are all written by him. All of this is a conspiracy designed by Aizen in advance. Following Su Li's faint narration, Sui-Feng's mind went blank. These news exploded in Sui-Feng's mind like blockbusters one by one. She finally understood why Suli didn't tell herself before. Such astonishing news, even for myself, is hard to digest. No wonder Suli has been behaving strangely these 2 days. It turned out that he had already noticed all this. So even if he was suspected by everyone, he didn't say it. Because no one will believe it. He's been walking alone all this time. Sui-Feng suddenly felt a little distressed. She exerted a little force on her hands and hugged her tightly. Ali, you have been aware of these things since you left the customs, right? Sui-Feng asked softly. Actually, a little earlier. Su Li said lightly. Sui-Feng was silent when he heard the words. Pity myself for these people, who have been kept in the dark. However, Su Li has already discovered the strangeness of Aizen. Sui-Feng felt both ashamed and shocked. However, what she thought was early was different from what Su Li said. After a while, broken emotions turned into anger. This traitor, Ali, we must stop him. Su Li smiled lightly. Certainly. However, don't make any noise for now, and don't act rashly, lest you startle the snake. Everything is under my control. We just need to wait quietly for him to show up. Listening to Su Li's voice, Sui-Feng felt very at ease. Although she was very curious, what was she going to do? But she still decided not to ask. For Su Li, she just needs to maintain absolute trust is enough. Well, I listened to your flat. Sui-Feng nodded lightly, then buried his head in his arms. At the same time, in Jingling Court, a hidden underground space. Shihuan Yoruichi had already turned into a human form, standing aside with his arms folded. And in front of him is Kurosaki Ichigo, who is practicing solve. At this moment, she suddenly felt a Reiatsu approaching at high speed. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! When the figure fell, there was a burst of flying sand and rocks. Yoruichi's eyes froze, and Kurosaki Ichigo also interrupted his practice and looked over quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank instantly when he saw the man's face clearly. You are that. Rukia's friend. Question mark exclamation mark quote. Kurosaki Ichigo first had a fight with Madarame Makaku when he entered Seraite from the sky. Later, in the process of finding the way, I met Suli and was pushed to another area by the other party. After that, I met this man who called himself Abarai Renji. During the conversation between the two, Renji also learned about Ichigo's identity, and the other party's purpose of saving Rukia. Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? Renji said with a cold face. Why are you here? Kurosaki Ichigo was a little nervous. Renji straightened up, his expression stern. I'm not here to gossip with you. Presumably you haven't received the news. Not long ago, Central 46 just announced that the execution date will be brought forward. Kurosaki Ichigo froze suddenly. What? Yoruichi on the side also frowned. When? Renji's face became a little gloomy. 11 hours later. After the words fell, the faces of both of them changed drastically. Listen to the words of Abarai Renji. Both Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo's faces changed drastically. That's why. Shihuan Yoruichi murmured unconsciously. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was also beating violently. A drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yoruichi and said in a deep voice. Since this is the case, then, we can only find a way within these 11 hours. Impossible. Yoruichi suddenly and rudely interrupted him. It's impossible to learn Bankai in 11 hours. Kurosaki Ichigo was furious when he heard this. Then why don't you just give up like this? If you don't try it, how will you know? Kurosaki Ichigo roared hysterically, his body trembling violently from excitement. The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. Renji on the side gritted his teeth, his face gloomy like water. Hey, I said, now is not the time to quarrel. Shouldn't we find a way to stop the execution? After Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, gradually calmed down. After a moment of silence, Yoruichi suddenly looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. Ichigo, I know you're worried, but it doesn't help. Practice Bankai in 11 hours, no matter how talented you are, it's impossible. However, I know that no matter what I say, you won't give up. Then, you can continue to practice here. I'm going to find someone now, maybe he has a way to stop this. After speaking, Yoruichi immediately cast Shunpo and disappeared in place. Renji frowned upon hearing this. He also wants to find someone. Immediately, he turned around quickly, preparing to leave. However, after walking a few steps, he stopped suddenly. He thought of the rumors people had about that person in the past few days. Renji suddenly became hesitant. He didn't know if he could trust that person now. After a while, he finally decided to give up. Renji turned around and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was practicing hard. "Hey, Orange Head, I will practice with you." The second team captain's office. At this time, Sui-Feng had already fallen asleep on the sofa. 2 consecutive days and 2 nights of sleepless nights had exhausted her body to the extreme. Su Li once advised her to go back and rest, but she stubbornly stayed in the office, refusing to leave no matter what. Su Li had no choice but to let her lie down for a while, and when there was any movement, she would wake her up. Sui-Feng finally calmed down and accepted Su Li's arrangement. As a result, as soon as she lay down on the sofa, she immediately fell asleep. It can be seen how tired Sui-Feng is during this time. Looking at the sleeping Sui-Feng, Su Li sighed slightly. He found a blanket and gently covered Sui-Feng. Then, he quietly exited the room and came to the corridor. Seeing the extraordinarily quiet jingling court at this time, Su Li felt complicated. My original idea was just to take a look at Kurosaki Ichigo and others who I hadn't seen before. In the end, he accidentally became the object of suspicion with Ichimaru Jin. So he simply pushed the boat along and played a bad guy. The purpose is to tease Aizen and have some fun. At the same time, it is also to help Aizen, so that he can implement his plan more smoothly. Aizen is also very sensible and knows that this kind of opportunity cannot be missed. So, using his own suspended animation, all the spearheads were pointed at him. With the intentional or unintentional cooperation of myself and Aizen, this insider drama seemed seamless for a while. All have been lied to. Almost everyone believed that Su Li was the mastermind behind this incident. Originally, Su Li didn't care about these things. This was originally his plan. Use yourself to help Aizen attract aggro, so that this guy can be quicker. As for telling the truth to Unohana Retsu, it was only because the other party was the first person who discovered Aizen's fake death. As long as Su Li mentions a little bit, she can understand everything. Afterwards, Unohana Retsu's testimony is even more crucial to debunk Aizen's true face. In fact, Su Li has been looking forward to it all the time. In the end, people find that they have been suspecting the wrong partner. What kind of expression will they have? So for the past few days, Su Li has been enjoying it and can't extricate herself. Until the appearance of Sui-Feng. For her own sake, she would go to war with Hinamori Momo and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Moreover, her trust in herself was completely beyond her expectations. Su Li finally realized that her willful and reckless actions would eventually affect the people around her. After all, my own role-playing has brought unnecessary trouble to the people around me. So be it. No more acting. Wait for Aizen to come out. Beat him until he doubts his life. Su Li's mood gradually calmed down. Immediately, he slowly took out his Zanpakuto. Gently stroking the smooth blade of ultimate with his hands, a faint smile appeared on Su Li's face. When she was in retreat, Su Li would connect with her Zanpakuto every night. And since leaving customs, for nearly 2 months, Su Li has been busy with various things, and has never found time to talk to her Zanpakuto. With the storm approaching, Su Li finally enjoyed a moment of peace. Taking advantage of this spare time, Su Li decided to catch up with her Zanpakuto. Immediately, Su Li calmed down, and his mind sank slowly. After a while, ultimate quiet space for awareness. Su Li slowly opened her eyes. The consciousness space at this time is already very different from that of 40 years ago. The side where Su Li is still the darkness of ultimate. And on the other side, as far as his eyes can see, there is a piece of holy white. One black and one white. Split the consciousness space into 2 worlds. Su Li smiled slightly, he was already used to it. Immediately, he leisurely flew towards the white world. "Eggy, I'm here to see you." Su Li shouted happily. There was silence and no response. There were no surprises for Su Li. Because it was like this every night before. For 40 years, Eggy never gave him any response. It's just constantly nibbling away at the darkness around it, transforming them into holy white. Now, what was originally just a small particle of light is now the overlord of half the world. This made Su Li feel extremely gratified. He slowly flew out to the white world. It didn't take long for him to enter the white world. It is different from the cold and dead silence of the dark world. In the white world, warm rays of light are everywhere. Into a sea of light. This made Su Li feel extra comfortable. His mood also became more and more cheerful. There is a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, no matter from any direction, it is exactly the same. If ordinary people enter here at a loss, they will definitely not find their way, and then they will be completely lost. However, Su Li seemed to be familiar with the road, and flew in one direction every day. It didn't take long for Su Li to reach his destination. Looking at the existence in front of him, Su Li looked joyful. At this time, in front of him was a huge monster that covered the sky. A huge ball. Looking at the indomitable egg in front of her, Su Li was filled with emotion. Over the past 40 years, Su Li has watched each other grow up almost bit by bit. From the very beginning, it was only the size of a palm, and now it is almost impossible to see the end at a glance. Su Li participated in the whole process of Dandan's growth. That feeling is like being a father, watching his daughter grow up gradually. As for why it is a daughter, not a son. Such a quiet egg must be a girl. Su Li looked at the behemoth in front of her, feeling both satisfied and emotional. Of course, Su Li didn't just watch Dandan's growth, he also participated in it. The main way to participate is to contribute your own spiritual songs. It took Su Li almost a month to re-enter Zanpakuto's consciousness space after returning from this world. Then, he discovered a strange phenomenon. Eggy will absorb the spiritual power from him and use it as her own nourishment. Therefore, every time I enter the space of consciousness and come out again, the spiritual power in my body is completely squeezed out. However, Su Li didn't care about one point. After all, if you don't come, you won't rely on spiritual power to fight in the war zone. Therefore, even if all the spiritual power is given to Eggy, it will have no effect on him. Therefore, instead of having any negative emotions, he was very happy. He even wished that Eggy could absorb a little more spiritual power from him. It's just a pity that Su Li's original spiritual power is pitifully small. No matter how the testicles can suck, they can only suck a little each time. For this, Yinli felt very sorry. Even for the first time, I started to complain about my garbage talent. In this way, under Su Li's 40 years of uninterrupted, trickle-like feeding, Eggy finally grew into a giant. This can be regarded as something that makes Su Li extremely gratified and fulfilled. Who said feeding one rice can't raise a child? Look at our kids. They are so big, Su Li thought proudly in his heart. After a while, Su Li started to wander around the egg. Wandering around, talking about recent events. This is also the way of daily parent-child communication between them. Hinamori Momo, this guy is really eaten by Aizen. Isn't this pure love brain? I saw Kurosaki Ichigo the other day, his Zanpakuto, I'll go. It's really the XXXL version, it's a huge exaggeration. That guy Sui-Feng, I don't know if he's interested in me. Their family seems to be an aristocrat. I don't know if the bride price is too much. Although she is a little small, but forget it, don't talk about it, Sichuan is not suitable. Su Li babbled like this, flying around the egg. However, after flying for so long, I still haven't returned to the original starting point. It is enough to see that the reason for Eggy's current body shape. Usually, Su Li, who always cherishes words like gold in front of people, seems to have completely unlocked the chatterbox attribute at this time. Talking non-stop. However, no matter how interesting or boring Su Li is talking about, Eggy never responded. Not long after, Su Li was also tired of talking, so she stopped slowly. When will this child grow a mouth? Why don't you make some movement now and then? The prenatal education still kicks 2 feet in the stomach. This guy is good, he's tall, he doesn't move, Su Li looked at Dandan covering the sky, with a helpless expression. However, he quickly recovered his mood. After all, it has been like this every time in the past 40 years. He has long been used to it. Immediately, Su-Li walked slowly and decided to continue the parent-child communication. Suddenly, at this moment, Su-Li felt a pain in her leg. Hiss! Something bit him. Su-Li was startled, and then overjoyed. Immediately lowered his head and looked down. As a result, there was nothing on the legs. Su-Li couldn't help scratching his head in bewilderment. He looked at his legs, and then at his balls. Extremely confused. The next moment, the pain came from the leg again. At the same time, Su-Li suddenly felt a huge force and pulled himself backwards. But this time, it was different from the first time I entered the Zanpakuto consciousness space. The consciousness space is quiet and quiet, no matter whether it is the black world or the white world, there is no change. Su-Li was pulled by the huge force, and flew backwards into the distance. Looking at the huge ball that was getting farther and farther away, Su-Li opened her mouth and shouted. Eggy, eat well, go to bed on time, and don't stay up late. Daddy is waiting for you to grow up. Su-Li is like an old father who hopes his son will become a success, with a loving face. In the blink of an eye, Su-Li left the consciousness space. There was a daze on his face. On the thigh, there is still a dull pain. He looked to where the pain came from. A black cat was squatting on the side of his thigh with a face full of pain. On the ground next to it, there was half a broken cat tooth, accompanied by drops of blood. Question mark quote. Su-Li looked at the black cat with a painful expression, and was slightly taken aback. Hearing this, the black cat suddenly raised its head and looked at Su-Li. The black cat is none other than Shihoin Yoruichi. At this time, her mouth was bleeding, and her eyes were extremely resentful. What's the matter with you guy? You can't wake up after calling for a long time. Yoruichi looked like a fried hare. So, you just bite me down. Su-Li thought it was a little funny. How dare you say that, kid? What is your body made of? Harder than steel. Yoruichi licked his broken teeth and growled viciously. Su-Li couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard this. I have retreated for so many years and practiced so many skills, and my body has long been stronger than I know how many times. Not to mention that this guy bit me, even if Kai-shun directly smashed me, I guess I have nothing to do with it. However, looking at this guy biting off his own teeth, he must have been very ruthless. Miss Yoruichi, if you didn't use so much force, this tooth probably wouldn't break. Su-Li smiled slightly, picked up the cat tooth from the ground, and put it in front of Yoruichi. Unexpectedly, Yoruichi didn't appreciate it at all, and directly slapped his teeth away with his paw. Shihoin Yoruichi stared at Su-Li, feeling extremely depressed. Originally, I saw that he didn't respond for a long time, so I thought I might as well take the opportunity to teach him a lesson, so that he can remember better and be more vigilant in the future. By the way, shame on. Unexpectedly, the lesson failed, and instead broke his own teeth. This pissed her off. Shihoin Yoruichi was covered in hair, wishing he could turn into a human and fight this guy right now. Shish, Miss Yoruichi, calm down. Su-Li stretched out a finger, pretending to be silent. Miss Yoruichi, didn't you come to my humble house late at night just to bite me? Su-Li asked softly with a smile. When Yoruichi heard this, he could only suppress his emotions silently. His eyes were extremely depressed. I came to you because of the early execution. Su-Li smiled and listened attentively. Looking at his hateful smiling face, Yoruichi couldn't help but want to give him a paw. Originally, I wanted to train Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo, that's... Okay, I know. Su-Li nodded. Yoruichi pursed his lips in confusion. How does this guy know everything? Originally, I wanted to train his Bankai to rescue Rukia. However, to my surprise, Central 46 suddenly made such a decision. Jiao Jijiao. Now, there are less than 10 hours left before the execution. It is impossible for Ichigo to master Bankai in such a short period of time, so, Yoruichi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It sucks to have to ask for help from a guy you really hate. So, want to ask me for help? Su-Li asked with a smile. Yoruichi was extremely depressed. Well, I would like to ask your help to prevent the execution. Currently, perhaps only you can, or, in other words, only you are willing to do this. After all, exposing Aizen's true face is also what you want to do. You also promised me before that if we encounter something that cannot be handled, you will take action. Yoruichi finally got the words out of his mouth. She looked at Su Li with a bit of embarrassment, but more of a request. Hearing this, Su Li slowly turned her gaze to the moon in the night sky. There was a look of emotion on his face. Oh, robbing the court, this is a felony. Yoruichi swallowed, his expression tense. Su Li suddenly smiled. I'll take this job. Early morning. The first ray of light shone into the team building. Sui-Feng woke up leisurely, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, she laughed slightly. Then he sat up abruptly and looked around, looking for the familiar figure. The whole office is quiet. Not a single person. A trace of anxiety appeared on Sui-Feng's face, and he immediately got up and ran outside without even having time to put on his shoes. Wow! The wooden door was jerked open. Looking at the figure sitting cross-legged in the aisle, Sui-Feng suddenly felt relieved. She smiled and walked towards the figure. Slight grunting. Sui-Feng was slightly startled, and quietly walked behind the man. Only then did she realize that the other party was propping his head on one hand and falling into a deep sleep. Sui-Feng opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of surprise. The other party obviously slept at the door all night in such a posture. This made Sui-Feng both distressed and moved. She knelt down slowly beside him and called out softly. Ali, Ali. The young man woke up slowly, bleary-eyed. You're awake, Su Li said while yawning and rubbing her eyes. Look at you sleeping, your saliva is coming out. Sui-Feng said with a smile, but his eyes were gentle. She tugged at her sleeves and wiped the corners of Su Li's lips. Feeling the body fragrance on the woman's sleeves, Su Li suddenly became sober. Ah, this posture is easy to pull the jaw, Su Li said with some embarrassment. In his previous life, he often took a nap in this posture in class. The saliva often flows all over the desk. Unexpectedly, in this life, this problem still has not been corrected. Afterwards, Su Li stood up slowly, and stretched submissively. Is it time? He asked lazily. Well, there are only 2 hours left before the official execution. Sui-Feng's face also became serious. Su Li smiled slightly. Let's go then. Mount Sokyoku. 2 figures, constantly using shunpo, flitted across the low sky of Jingling Court. And below them, you can often hear the whispers of many team members. However, most of the team members are not talking about the brigade disaster invasion at this time. Most of the content of the conversation is related to the Sokyoku execution of Rukia Kuchiki. Many of them expressed doubts about whether the execution BIFD was correct. After all, in people's eyes, although Rukia Kuchiki is guilty, he is definitely not worthy of death. Not to mention the use of Sokyoku, the highest standard of execution. Moreover, during the period of waiting for execution, Central 46 even brought forward the execution time many times. This approach has caused many people to question it. Some outspoken people even blatantly shouted that Central 46 is all foolish. Of course, before these people finished shouting, their mouths would be covered by his teammates immediately. After all, Central 46 is the highest judicial organ of the Seoul Society, and it exists beyond doubt. Therefore, even though the team members had a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts, they could only complain secretly, and did not dare to do anything. And amidst people's discussions, Su Li also heard some new news. Of course, to him, that was already known. Zaraki Kenpachi went up against Tusen Kanami. Zaraki Kenpachi, led by Ishida Ryu, Inoue Orihime and others, as well as members of the 11th team. On the other hand, there are members of the 7th Division led by Komamura Sajin and the 9th Division led by Tusen Kanami. Many members of the team were discussing this matter. Now, not many people have mentioned the relationship between Su Li and travel disaster. Because after the battle with the travel disasters, people have discovered that these travel disasters don't seem to be any villains. Their purpose of breaking into Jinglingting this time is to save Rukia Kuchiki. And this made many team members stand in awe. The 11th team even turned against each other directly. Unknowingly, people's mentality has undergone a great change. It didn't take long for Su Li and Sui-Feng to reach Mount Sokyoku. There are already several figures at the scene. According to the regulations of Jingling Court, all captains and vice-captains must be present when Sokyoku is executed, and guard the scene until it is confirmed that Sokyoku's execution is complete. This is also a rigid rule set by the 46th chamber since the Sokyoku punishment. But now, the situation is a little different. Due to the invasion of Brigade, Jinglingting has entered a state of war. Some of the captains and vice-captains did not come to the scene because they were fighting or had important tasks to do. Therefore, the current personnel present are only some captains and vice-captains of Gotei 13. They are: First Team Captain Yamamoto Yuanryasai, Deputy Captain Chojiro Sasaki, Katetsu Azane, Vice Captain of the 4th Division, Team 8's Captain, Kyoraku Shunsui, and Vice Captain, Ise Naneo. There are a total of 13 teams, but there are only 3 captains and deputy captains standing here. Even for the 4th team, only the vice captain was present. As for Unohana Retsu, the captain, he didn't know where he went. It has to be said that the incident this time really made the Jingling Court into a mess. Seeing the arrival of Su Li and Sui-Feng, the people present had mixed emotions. Yamamoto Genryuzai seemed to have not seen it, with an indifferent expression. Katetsu Azane nodded slightly shyly at Su Li. The corners of Kyoraku Shunsui's lips raised slightly, with a somewhat mysterious expression. Junior brother, long time no see. Su Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. Looking at Kyoraku Shunsui's mysterious smile, he already knew what the other party was going to do. At this moment, Jashiro should be on his way. In his hand, he should be holding the artifact from the Shihuin family. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro, to destroy the Sokyoku station. This is something Su Li has known for a long time. Because in the original plot, it was the two of them who worked together to destroy the Sokyoku station. Kyoraku Shunsui did this because of doubts about the execution. And Jashiro is because of his saving heart for Rukia. However, their plan is estimated to be useful or not. Because I have come. Su Li smiled slightly. Brother, long time no see. Yamamoto Genryusai next to him was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. At this time, there was a rustling sound. People looked up. It was Rukia Kuchiki in a sinner's suit, the sound of the chains on his body. Under the escort of a team member, she was taken from the Repentance Palace to Shuangtu Mountain. Rukia Kuchiki keeps her head down as she walks forward. She walked heavily. At this moment, it seems that all the voices have disappeared. In the whole world, only the sound of her footsteps remained. It wasn't long before Rukia Kuchiki was escorted by the execution team to the Sokyoku stage. At the same time, footsteps sounded together. A figure also slowly came from a distance. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Rukia Kuchiki lifted the egg slowly. Looking at the appearance of the visitor, she felt sad. It was Byakuya Kuchiki who came. I saw Byakuya Kuchiki's face was indifferent, without any superfluous expressions. Seeing him coming alone, Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help saying, didn't Captain Kuchiki and Deputy Captain Abarai come with you?" Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferent and didn't speak to her. He slowly walked into the queue to observe the execution, and never looked at Kuchiki Rukia from the beginning to the end. Brother, there was sadness in Rukia Kuchiki's eyes. Even at this moment, she still couldn't see a trace of emotion in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. Rukia Kuchiki lowered her head dejectedly, her face was gloomy. Rukia Kuchiki, do you have any last words to say? Yamamoto Yuanryasai spoke lightly. Yes, just one thing. Rukia raised her head slowly, with sad eyes. I know, I am an unforgivable sinner. I will not defend myself. But at least, please let those who came to the Soul Realm to save me, return safely. This is my last request. After finishing speaking, Rukia Kuchiki bowed her head deeply. Yamamoto Genryuzai was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Well then, as you wish. After the execution is over, let those travelers go back safely. Hearing this, Rukia showed a faint smile on her face. Thank you for your fulfillment. Katetsu Azane, who was watching the execution in the distance, couldn't help lowering his head when he heard this, and murmured softly. It's too much. In fact, I don't intend to let them go back alive. It's not too much, Yongyan. Suddenly, Unohana Retsu appeared beside her. It's compassion, Yunohana Retsu said in a low tone. Captain Yunohana. Katetsu Azane was stunned when he saw the captain who had been invisible before suddenly appear. Well, let's get started. Liberation of Sokyoku. Yamamoto Yuanryasai's voice sounded faintly. The team members responsible for executing the execution walked to the corresponding positions next to the Sokyoku platform. One after another, Reiatsu burst out and entered into the Sokyoku platform. As a blue light soaring into the sky lit up, the two stations were slowly activated. On the Sokyoku platform, several stones suddenly rose, slowly bringing Rukia Kuchiki to a high altitude. Looking at the giant spear quietly standing in front of her, Rukia Kuchiki felt ashamed. At the same time, the Qingjing Pagoda lives in the forest. Hinamori, Hinamori, hey, Ichimaru Jin, come out. Stop hiding. Hitsugaya Toshiro roared angrily, the veins on his forehead popping out. I've found out what you did with Su Li. Massacre Central 46, forge orders, launch Sokyoku execution. Your crime, even if it is. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, and his voice stopped abruptly. Two figures slowly appeared in his field of vision. Blue, Aizen. Looking at the face of one of them, Hitsugaya Toshiro was shocked. The two who appeared in front of him were Aizen Sosuke and Ichimaru Jin. Hey, Hitsugaya. Aizen opened his lips and teeth, and spoke slowly. A bright smile on his face. This, how could it be you? Hitsugaya Toshiro's heart was beating wildly, his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Aha, as you can see, it's next. Aizen was all smiles. You. Is this all your conspiracy? Hitsugaya Toshiro roared. Aizen was all smiles, cold light reflected on the glasses. Just like you think. Exactly what I did next. Hearing Aizen's own confession, Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. After a while, he suddenly became anxious, and shouted. Where's Hinamori? Where's Hinamori? Just at Central 46, he and Matsumoto Rengaku met Kira Izuru who escaped from prison. From the other party's mouth, Hinamori Momo has broken the mirror door, he said, and ran out. Afterwards, he followed the trail of Hinamori Momo all the way to this place. Therefore, Hinamori Momo was nowhere to be seen at this time, which made him extremely anxious. Yes, Miss Hinamori, where are you? The smiles on the faces of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin became even brighter. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes suddenly moved. Immediately, with a flash of his figure, he entered the room behind the two of them. Seeing Hinamori Momo lying in a pool of blood, Hitsugaya Toshiro was heartbroken. Hinamori. His mind went blank. A moment later, the voice of Hitsugaya Toshiro resounded faintly. His tone was as cold as from hell. Bankai. Daiguren Hirenmaru. The terrifying ice and snow filled the entire hall in an instant. Aizen smiled and didn't care. I am going to kill you. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless killing intent. Call out. With a flash of his figure, he attacked Aizen. Mount Sokyoku. In front of the Sokyoku stage, the terrifying heat wave became stronger and stronger. Reiatsu, which was originally light blue, also turned into a monstrous flame at this time. The black spear wrapped in this terrifying flame also began to deform continuously. In the presence, except for Yamamoto Genryuzai, the rest of the people were all condensed. This form of Sokyoku was also the first time they had seen it. Che, that's really an exaggeration. No wonder that Gai Jashiro said, you need to take that to do it. Hieraku Shunsui looked at the monstrous flames, his face was solemn, and there was a bit of anxiety in his eyes. That guy, can you move faster? At the same time, other people were also moved. This horrible sense of oppression. Is this the existence that claims to have the destructive power of a million Zanpakuto? Sui-Feng's face was serious, his pupils shrunk. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the center of the flame. The originally dissipated flames suddenly gathered towards the center rapidly. In less than a moment, the black spear completely transformed. A huge firebird appeared in front of people. The firebird flapped its wings, and immediately set off a terrifying heat wave. Feeling the coercion coming from it, people's expressions changed one after another. King of Ruin. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked at the huge firebird, his eyes showed a bit of memory. the true form of the spear of Sokyoku, and the real executor of the punishment of Sokyoku. After it penetrates the sinner's body, the death sentence is also declared over. Yamamoto Yuanryasai's words fell lightly. The people present fell into a deathly silence. At the scene, only the sound of the raging flames of King Shell Destroyer could be heard. Feeling the suffocating sense of oppression in front of her eyes, Rukia Kuchiki on the rack seemed a little calm instead. At this time, she didn't have any fear in her heart. Yes, just relief. My own destiny has finally ushered in the final end. Her gaze slowly passed over the faces of the people below. Goodbye, Big Brother Byakuya, Renji, Captain Jishiro, Ichigo. Goodbye, everyone. A drop of tears slowly slipped down her face. Her eyes kept passing over people's faces. On the spot. Not present. She had it all in her heart, and said goodbye. However, in the next second, her gaze suddenly froze, and she was stunned. Because she saw a clean smiling face. She is smiling at her. Rukia's mind went blank. She didn't understand why there was such an expression on the face of a person who was about to be sentenced to death. She suddenly remembered what Suli said when she came to visit her that day. You'll be fine, Rukia. Thinking of the affirmation in the other party's tone at that time, Rukia's eyes suddenly shimmered. Really, but soon, the shimmer quickly went out. Rukia finally lowered her head slowly. How can that be possible? The girl's murmur was barely audible. It has come to such a time, who else can save himself? My own ending is clearly doomed. Suli's words are obviously just a kind of comfort. As for why the other party has such an expression, Rukia doesn't care anymore. Just let the ending come. Farewell. Rukia's face was already full of will to die. How long does that guy have to hang around? Kyoraku Shunsui's heart was restless, and his hand slowly touched the handle of the knife. He has decided that if Jishiro fails to arrive at the scene before the execution, then he will try to prevent the execution no matter how hard he tries. However, looking at the terrifying firebird, Kyoraku Shunsui had mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't have much confidence. On the other hand, Suli quietly watched Rukia Kuchiki above Sokyoku. He was smiling and ready for action. But the next second, his smile ran chassis. Because he suddenly heard a cry in his mind. A reunion after a long absence, spanning 40 years. Shout out from my own Zanpakuto. Suli was shocked. He had tried everything he could to expect a response from Zanpakuto. Slaughtered Karakura town overnight. 40 years of candle-lit night talks. Just to listen to that melodious whisper again. It's a pity that for so many years, my own Zanpakuto has not responded. He waited for 40 years. Disappointed for 40 years. However, today, my own Zanpakuto suddenly heard an echo. Don't mention how excited Suli is. And this time's yelling is obviously different from the one 40 years ago. This time, with a will. That is Zanpakuto, or the will of the balls. What, you want to touch this turkey? Feeling the will from Zanpakuto, Suli was shocked. The problem, it must be no problem. But why do you call him a turkey? That's insulting. Speaking of which, the first time you speak, shouldn't you be called daddy? Or you can call daddy. Hey, why are you swearing? Which little baga taught you these words? Me, okay. Feeling the will from Zanpakuto, Suli felt helpless. But more, is extreme ecstasy. Egi is finally willing to communicate with herself. Although the mouth is a bit smelly. However, this is still great news. I believe that in a short time, I will be able to completely open Dandan's heart, and then Shikai, Bankai. Just around the corner, Suli is full of smiles and happy physically and mentally. Looking at Sokyoku, he finally became serious. Originally, he also planned to use Ultra Instinct to set up the stock market king. However, since Egi made a noise, he must satisfy it. Who made it his own sweetheart? You have helped you through this matter. Suli looked at Sokyoku with a shining gaze. At the same time, an old voice sounded. Although there are still many captains who have not come. However, the execution time determined by room 46 has arrived. Execution. The voice of Yamamoto Genryuzai resounded faintly. Jishiro, is it still not catching up after all? Kyoraku Shunsui let out a deep sigh, and slowly squeezed his Zanpakuto tightly. On the mountain road, Jishiro Yukitaki was running at full speed. However, with such a large object, the speed is much slower than usual. Behind him are Toru Chingyan and Kozentaro, the co-workers of God. They looked like they were about to die. Are you going to be late? Jashiro could already see the Firebird hovering in the sky. However, I still have a lot of distance from Sokyoku Station. Apparently it was too late. Somewhere in the hidden shadows. Shihoin Yoruichi's face was also extremely anxious. She stared at a figure in the crowd. Why is that guy still not moving? Sokyoku Terrace. King Roizu flapped his wings suddenly, and the flames on his body exploded for several minutes, setting off a terrifying heat wave. Byakuya Kuchiki slowly closed his eyes, his hands hidden in his sleeves kept trembling. Sorry, Scarlet, what I promised you, I can't do it. The air was suddenly suffocated slightly. In the next second, King Destroyer rushed towards Rukia Kuchiki. The beak formed by the high temperature of ultimate pierced towards Rukia Kuchiki's body without stagnation. With just the slightest touch, Rukia Kuchiki's body evaporates. Not a single strand remains. Rukia had already resigned to her fate, and slowly closed her eyes. However, just when her eyes were about to close, she suddenly saw a figure appearing in front of her. Su Li. Rukia was shocked and exclaimed. The eyes of Yamamoto Yuanryasai and Kyoraku Shunsui suddenly widened. Shihoin Yoruichi immediately jumped up. Byakuya Kuchiki opened his eyes suddenly. Sui-Feng was even more shocked. The people present were all terrified and inexplicable. The figure standing in front of Rukia Kuchiki is Su Li. Su Li, get out of the way. You're going to die. Rukia Kuchiki shouted anxiously. She can accept her own death. However, she couldn't accept that others would sacrifice their lives for her. Zuzi, what do you want to do? Yamamoto Uenyanagi shouted angrily. Su Li smiled slightly. Facing King Rui who was about to touch him, he didn't seem to care. He slowly drew his Zanpakuto. Rukia, I said so. Su Li's voice resounded faintly, spreading throughout the entire Sokyoku Hill. You'll be fine. Next second, at between heaven and earth, a white light suddenly appeared. The white light is full of holy meaning. That was the light of the knife that Su Li brandished. The blade slowly landed on the huge beak. Ding! People seemed to hear a crisp sound of iron striking. Compared with the Destroyer King, which blocks the sky and the sun, the Zanpakuto in Su Li's hand is so small and thin. People don't even doubt that the next moment, that Zanpakuto will be shattered into powder. However, the next scene made everyone's heartbeat stop suddenly. The blade cut across the bird's beak. The beak is split. The bird's head is split. The entire body of King Ruenji also split apart instantly. Destroyer Shell King claims to have the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. No matter anything, touch it and it will fly to ashes. However, such a terrifying existence was unexpectedly captured by an ordinary Zanpakuto. Split in half with a knife. Such a result made everyone unable to believe it. Everyone's expressions were dull, and their hearts seemed to have forgotten to beat. This kid. Kyoraku Shunsui was shocked to the extreme. After a while, excitement suddenly appeared on his face. You boy, you're handsome, aren't you? Hana Retsu's eyes were also wide open, and she slightly covered her mouth. This is, what kind of swordsmanship? Katetsu Azane and Aiz Naneo next to her seemed to have lost their souls, staring blankly at Su Li. Among all of them, the one who was most shocked was of course Sui-Feng. She has been with Su Li for 40 years, and she knows Su Li's fighting habits best. In the past 40 years, Su Li has been practicing all kinds of kung fu, and Sui-Feng has never seen him practice Zanpakuto. Therefore, she always believed that Su Li would not use Zanpakuto. However, this shocking knife not only split King Shuji-Yu, but also directly shattered Sui-Feng's cognition. Having been together day and night for 40 years, it was only today that she discovered that there was a terrifying power in Su Li that she didn't know about. This made Sui-Feng fall into extreme shock. At the same time, she also had a preliminary understanding of what Su Li planned to do. Stop the execution and rescue Rukia, is that your plan, Ali? Sui-Feng murmured. A moment later, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. Since it's what Su Li is going to do, that's what she's going to do. Yamamoto Motoryuzai, who was standing at the front of the crowd, looked at Suli standing in the sky, with extremely complicated expression on his face. After a while, he slowly restrained his mind, and his face regained his majesty. Even, with a bit of gloomy, Yamamoto Genryuzai opened his lips and teeth, ready to speak. However, at this moment, the mutation happened again. The Hub King who had been split in half suddenly burst into flames that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of flames, in the sky. The picture seemed very dreamy for a while. However, people have no intention of appreciating it. This is the King of Ruins. Even if it is broken up, it is still the King of Grain Destruction in bulk. These sparks don't look very good, but they actually contain terrifying high temperature and power. If it falls down, if you get hit, you can start learning. The faces of the people suddenly became extremely dignified, and they all prepared to launch defenses. However, before the sparks from the sky fell, they were attracted by a huge force and gathered towards the center. And the center where countless flames gather is actually Suli's Zanpakuto. Tens of thousands of flames crazily poured into Zanpakuto's blade. Or, to put it another way, Suli's Zanpakuto, flames in the sky devouring madly. This knife is devouring the King of Ruins. Jashiro and others finally arrived at the scene. They also saw the shocking strike before. Jashiro looked at Zanpakuto who was crazily devouring the flames in the sky, with a frightened expression on his face. This, people are so pervert. Is the knife also so pervert? Shihuin Yoruichi in the shadows, complicated to the extreme. When everyone was terrified, Suli standing in the sky had a greedy look on his face. His expression, even more greedy than his Zanpakuto. Yes yes yes, suck, click, suck lousy. Suli was so excited that even his eyes were glowing green. For the previous 40 years, I have been working hard, pulling my balls up one grain at a time. Now, seeing Suli crazily sucking on King Rui's balls, Suli feels both sad and happy. That kind of feeling is like a poor old father. Suddenly one day, he took his child into the city and went to a restaurant. Seeing the child eating so much oil, the old father felt extremely uncomfortable. Suli even wanted to cry. It's a pity that men can't shed tears easily. In almost a moment, the flames all over the sky were completely dazzled by Eggy. Suli stroked the blade lightly, pampering her face. Sui-Feng in the crowd suddenly felt jealous and envious. Boom, a dull voice sounded. Everyone looked over. Yamamoto Genryuzai's face at this time was already gloomy. His gaze shot towards Suli as if it were real. Zuzi, what do you want? To obstruct the execution is a great treason. Why on earth are you doing this? Yamamoto Genryuzai's face was icy cold. He had exceeded everyone's expectations for Suli. He had always hoped that he would entrust the burden of guarding the Lingling court to the other party. In Yamamoto Genryuzai's mind, Suli has always been his most suitable successor. Although my two original apprentices were good, they always had their own shortcomings. Although Kyoraku Shunsui is thoughtful, he has too many tricks, is too frivolous, and has a lazy personality. Jashiro Yukitaki is mature and stable, with a good mind and moral character, but his body is not good. Sometimes Yamamoto even suspects that Jashiro's life may not be as long as his own. And most importantly, none of their talents were as high as Suli's. To protect Sailingting, one must have absolute strength. Yamamoto is not even surprised that after 1,000 years, Suli will surely become the strongest Shinigami of the new generation. It may not even take 1,000 years. Maybe you can see it in your lifetime. In Yamamoto's eyes, Suli is excellent in terms of intelligence, character, strength, and talent. Therefore, he has always had expectations for Suli. Now, however, those expectations have come to an abrupt end. Originally, when Suli let the accident happen, Yamamoto was not willing to believe it, thinking that there might be some misunderstandings. When Aizen died, Yamamoto also felt that Suli might have been framed. And now, he didn't finally wake up until Suli destroyed King Roizu. Obstruction of the execution. It's a capital offense. There is no half-heartedness to speak of. Oh, old man Shan, don't be angry. Kyoraku Shunsui said with a playful smile. Teacher, little brother, he. Jashiro also opened his mouth to persuade. Shut up. Yamamoto Genryuzai stared at him, and interrupted their conversation with a loud shout. Immediately, his eyes shifted slightly, and he saw the huge artifact in Jashiro's hand. Seeing the artifact, he immediately understood. These two apprentices of his obviously also held the same idea of preventing the execution. Yamamoto Yuanryasai sighed inwardly. This is really the darkest day in my teaching career. 3 apprentices, 1 heart. They wanted to stop the execution. The matter between you and Jingle, I will deal with it later. Yamamoto Genryuzai shouted angrily with a gloomy expression, then looked at Su Li. Now, it's your turn to answer. Su Li. Now, it's your turn to answer. Su Li. However, Yamamoto Genryuzai's voice could not enter Su Li's mind at all. At this time, Su Li was holding Zanpakuto in his hands, talking to himself. What, are you full, sleepy? Go to bed. What do you mean I can't touch you? I'm your father. Okay, don't scold you. I was wrong. I really didn't scold you. Would you let Dad make me handsome again before going to bed? Really? Just a moment. Su Li looked at his Zanpakuto with sparkling eyes. After a while, a will finally came from Zanpakuto. Agree. But Su Li felt that emotion, more like the meaning of N. However, Su Li didn't think much of it. His mind is now completely occupied by excitement. Among the countless skills acquired in the previous 40 years, there are a few moves that Su Li has always wanted to try. And there was one trick among them that made him miss it all the time. He has wanted to use this trick for a long time. Immediately, Su Li slowly retracted the knife and turned around. Rukia Kuchiki still hasn't recovered yet, staring at him blankly. Su Li. Rukia stared blankly at Su Li, not knowing what Su Li was going to do. Boy, what else do you want to do? Watching Su Li's actions, Yamamoto Yuanryasai couldn't help but get angry. It's okay for this kid to be ignorant. Now you are still holding a knife to the criminal, what do you want to do? Everyone at the scene also looked up. Su Li retracted the knife slowly. Inhale, exhale. An extremely fierce aura emanated from Su Li. ... Is this a sword move? Seeing Su Li's posture, Yunohana Retsu's eyes shone slightly. What an amazing momentum. Katetsu Azane and Eyes Naneo opened their mouths wide and looked shocked. Jingla, you can also see it, the momentum of the little junior brother. Jashiro looked at Kiraku Shunsui next to him, his eyes shining brightly. Ah, of course. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered with excitement and anticipation. It's a completely different feeling from the exercise he created himself before. Jashiro smiled mildly, and his words continued. Well, the ultra instinct of the younger brother is full of free and easy and elegant. But now, my junior brother feels like an extremely sharp weapon. It's like cutting everything. Actually, it's not just Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro who feel this way. Most of the people at the scene had the same idea. Following Su Li's movements, the Sokyoku stage continued to create bursts of air currents. The airflow blows on people's faces, even though they are so far away, people can still feel the meaning of cutting. It seems that this guy has retreated for 40 years, and he has a lot more special skills. Kiraku Shunsui pressed the brim of his hat and said teasingly. And Byakuya Kuchiki on the side, since Su Li cut off King Yi, has been staring at Su Li. At this time, feeling the meaning of cutting in the airflow, Byakuya Kuchiki was even more shocked. Cutting is all too familiar to him. One's own Zanpakuto's ability is cutting. The Sakura flower falls and chops everything, that's how he fights. However, the meaning of cutting shown by Su Li is completely different from his. That is a kind of sword intent that is supercilious. Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help but hold his breath, feeling secretly. Yamamoto Genryuzai was also watching Su Li quietly at this time. Originally, when Su Li just moved, he had planned to stop it. But at this moment, feeling the fierce sword intent, he stopped his movements. Among all the people present, his kendo cultivation was the most exquisite. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryuzai also has the deepest understanding of the meaning of cutting in that momentum. In his heart, there was suddenly some faint expectation. He suddenly wanted to see what Su Li's move would look like. Therefore, he temporarily stopped his movements and looked at Su Li quietly. Sui-Feng has a demented look on his face. Her thoughts at this time are completely different from others. The way he holds the knife, so handsome. As she thought about it, she blushed quietly. At this moment, on the hill of Sokyoku, it was extremely quiet. People were all watching Su Li above the sky, waiting for his shot. And Su Li's expression at the moment is also extremely focused. After all, Egi only agreed with him to use it once. Then fall into a deep sleep. Before Egi wakes up, he can't use it. Therefore, this one-time opportunity must be seized by oneself. Although, I have never had the opportunity to use this trick before. But he had rehearsed it countless times in his head. Immediately, Su Li inhaled slightly. Press your thumb slightly against the knife dart. The entire zanpakudo is now hidden in the scabbard, with only a small section of the blade exposed. Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly, and opened her lips and teeth lightly. The lion sings. People couldn't help getting closer. The meaning of cutting in the airflow instantly skyrocketed. The atmosphere suddenly became chilling. Trouble wind. Su Li's voice sounded softly. The light of the knife is gone in the blink of an eye. Slap. Before people could see clearly, Su Li put the knife into its sheath. Is this the end? Hieraku Shunsui Noon Road. The people at the scene were also silent, looking at each other. However, the next second, boom, the entire Sokyoku platform suddenly collapsed into dust, like a sand sculpture swept by a strong wind. Nothing superfluous, not a trace is missing. Not a trace of irregularity. All the dust is exactly the same size. L-F equals. All the people present were shocked. You know, the Sokyoku platform is made of special materials in order to be able to withstand the impact of King Ruiyi, which is extremely strong. However, at this time, it seemed to be made of flour, and it fell apart as soon as the wind blew. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the dust floating in the sky, and his mind went blank. He usually pays great attention to image management, but now his hair and clothes are covered with falling dust, but he has no reaction. He just stared blankly at Su Li. It feels like the blood in the whole body is coagulated. What kind of sword move is this? Hana Retsu also had dull eyes, muttering in a daze. For kendo, apart from Yamamoto Genryuzai, no one is more grandmaster than her. However, seeing Su Li's sword move, she felt deeply shocked in her heart. There have never been many sword moves that can shock her. In the past, the user of those sword moves was Yamamoto Genryuzai. And now, one more name has been added to her list. Su Li. The lion sings, does the wind bother you? Hieraku Shunsui pressed the brim of his hat, with a Qianhao, hard-to-hide smile on his face. It's a really messed up name, but it's really handsome. Yamamoto Genryusai had no expression on his face. There is a strong sense of appreciation in the eyes. This kid has a bit of the style of the old man back then. The corners of Yamamoto Uenyazai's lips curled imperceptibly. There was a hint of complacency in his eyes. After all, this is his disciple. At this time, Su Li seemed to be full of ideas. Feeling the zanpakudo in his hand, Su Li fell into a deep sleep, and Su Li couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Oh, it's not fun at all. Su Li shook her head regretfully, and stretched out her hand. A petite figure that was about to fall freely was held in his hand. Immediately, Yin Li grinned at the other party. Well, Rukia, did I tell you? You'll be fine. Su Li. Rukia was held in Su Li's hand like a little chicken, and she stared at Su Li blankly. 4.Y. Rukia looked at this young man with terrifying strength and a charming smile, and her mind went blank. She didn't understand why the other party did this. She and Su Li have never been familiar with each other. Since Spiritual Arts Academy left, she and Su Li have only met twice. The first time was when Manos Grande crossed the line. The second time was at the Palace of Penance. She couldn't understand why such a talented young man with a bright future wanted to destroy his future and risk the death penalty to save himself. I am but a sinner. But Su Li is the youngest and most outstanding captain that people place high hopes on. A prisoner. A high-ranking captain. Rukia couldn't figure out how, two people from completely different worlds, their fates would be intertwined in this way at this moment. Have you forgotten, Rukia? Su Li smiled. What? Rukia was stunned. You are the one in a million Shinigami. Seeing the bright smile on Su Li's face, Rukia didn't know how to answer. Then, is it really that important? Her mind went blank. Even if I'm qualified to be a Shinigami, I'm just one of thousands of Shinigami. Where is it worth you? However, before she finished speaking, Su-Li shook her head disapprovingly. You're wrong, Rukia. Su-Li smiled lightly. I mean, you are the most unique one among thousands of Shinigami. Feeling the seriousness in Su-Li's tone, Rukia couldn't help feeling deeply bewildered. The most unique one, Shinigami. Rukia murmured unconsciously. Her mind went blank, only Su-Li's voice was left circling in her mind. Su-Li smiled slightly. He knew that the current Lu Qi could not understand what he said. Soon, though, she'll figure it out. And below. The faces of the people in front of the Sokyoku stage were complicated. Yongyan, have you noticed that Captain Su-Li's Zanpakuto just now seems to be? Eyes Nanao quietly pulled Kotetsu Azane next to her, and asked in a low voice. Kotetsu Azane swallowed, and replied in a low voice. Yeah, I noticed that too. Eyes Nanao and Kotetsu Azane faced each other with horrified faces, and said in almost unison. His knife is not free. The corners of Kiraku Shunsui's mouth curved slightly. TCH, this kid, with a Zanpakuto that has not been liberated, can he have such power? Jashiro next to him was also shocked. Everyone can see clearly. Su-Li did not call out Zanpakuto's name. The blade of Zanpakuto has not changed in any way, and it still looks like a normal sword. And that, lion singing annoying wind, is obviously just the name of the sword move. Therefore, Su-Li almost accomplished all this with just an ordinary sealed state. Cutting off the King of Ruins with a single sword, and destroying the double platform. Relying on a sealed state that has not yet been liberated. If this was a day ago, people would definitely think this is the funniest joke ever. However, at this moment, it really happened in front of people's eyes. In everyone's heart, it feels like they are dreaming. It's too dreamy, too outrageous. Completely beyond people's cognition. Boom, a dull voice woke people up. Yamamoto Genryuzai had restrained his emotions, and his face became gloomy again. No matter what, Su-Li has violated a big taboo after all. No matter how talented he is, Yamamoto Genryuzai can't show mercy. Hinder the execution, destroy the rack. Such a rebellious act is a death penalty. Yamamoto Genryuzai's face was as gloomy as water. Su-Li, if you are convicted, just get out of here. There was a loud drink. The overwhelming Reiatsu was ridden like a flood almost instantly. The faces of all the people present changed drastically. Nanao eyes and Kotetsu Azane were directly crushed and fell to their knees with painful expressions. The faces of the captains present also changed drastically. Yamamoto Genryuzai, the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, his Reiatsu is so strong that no one can match it. And this is obviously not the strength to completely let go. Su-Li stared. It's not that he's afraid of Yamamoto Genryuzai. However, it is obviously meaningless to start a war with Yamamoto Genryuzai. This is not what he wants. He suddenly felt distressed. However, before he could think clearly, someone stood up. Yeah, bad things, you can't let the younger brother do it. Kiraku Shunsui laughed and stepped out from the crowd. Yeah, as seniors, we should also share a little bit. You can't let little junior brother bear all the punishment alone. Jashiro also had a gentle BJCB smile on his face, standing with Kiraku Shunsui. Looking at Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro who stood in front of him, Yamamoto Yuanryusai's eyes flickered. Little brother, for the sake of how handsome you are today, my brother helped you beat old man Sean's teaching stick. Kiraku Shunsui smiled freely. Me too. Although my body is a bit weak, I can still carry it a few times. Jashiro said with a smile. Su-Li looked at these two cheap brothers and felt emotional. I have to say that at the critical moment, these two senior brothers are still very loyal. Then there are two senior brothers. Su-Li shouted with a smile. HMPH, three obsessed little ghosts. Yamamoto Yuanryusai's eyes flickered coldly. The crutch in his hand has not been used for a long time. Today, it is indeed Shimon's misfortune. His three disciples actually stood on the opposite side of him. It seems that today, I must teach these rebellious disciples a good lesson. At this moment, let's scatter, Japanese Sakura Makusan. Numerous sakura flowers rose from the ground, instantly drowning Su-Li and Rukia in the sky. Master Yuanlujai, please leave these traitors to us to deal with. Byakuya Kuchiki took a step forward and said indifferently. Looking at the determined look on the other party's face, Yamamoto Uenyazai remained silent. Ha, that's just right. Hieraku Shunsui smiled freely. Old man Shan, I haven't received your advice for a long time. My disciple has many questions, and I want to ask for advice. Teacher has worked hard, please give me some pointers. Jashiro also said with a smile on his face. HMPH, yellow-mouthed kid. Yamamoto Motoyanagi snorted coldly, then picked up the crutch in his hand. Old man Shan, let's go to another place, teaching here, but it's easy to hurt innocent people. Hieraku Shunsui said with a smile, and then disappeared in a flash. Jashiro also smiled gently, and then cast Shunpo to leave. Yamamoto Genryusai had no expression on his face. In the next second, his figure also disappeared in place. Eyes Naneo gritted her teeth, struggled to get up, and chased them away. At the same time, Unohana Retsu's voice sounded at the same time. Yongyan, don't be in a daze, come with me. Katetsu Azane, who was still in a daze, immediately got up from the ground when he heard the words. Captain Unohana, where are we going? Unohana looked very serious, and pulled out her zanpakuto. In the next second, the blade turned into a huge meaty Shizuku cough. Come on, come with me and you'll find out. Feeling the seriousness in Unohana Retsu's tone, Katetsu Azane was stunned, and then he stopped thinking about it, and immediately followed the other party and jumped onto the back of Shizuku K. Shizuku K didn't stay for a moment, and immediately spread his wings and flew into the distance. Now, of the entire Sokyoku Hill, only Byakuya Kuchiki, Chojiro Sasaki, and Sui-Feng remain. And Su Li and Rukia who were wrapped in the sky with sakura flowers. Sui-Feng stood up slowly, with a gloomy face. You, put your hands on my people. Her gaze was fixed on Byakuya Kuchiki. In the eyes, the cold glow surged. Sui-Feng, what do you want to do? Chojiro Sasaki slashed his sword in front of her, his face extremely serious. Sui-Feng didn't answer, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more violent. Suddenly, a black shadow struck from a distance. In an instant, Sui-Feng was taken away from the battlefield and fell down the cliff. Who? Sui-Feng was shocked and angry. The man in black pulled down his mask and smiled heartily. Long time no see, Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Sorry, Sui-Feng, although that guy is very powerful. But I still don't want you to hinder his actions. Shihuin Yoruichi smiled. Seeing the person he once admired most suddenly appear in front of him in such a way, Sui-Feng's expression constantly changed drastically. But after all, the sharpness reappeared in her eyes. Cut, walked away without a word, and appeared again without a word. Sui-Feng's heart was gradually occupied by anger. A guy like you, what right do you have to tell me what to do? Immediately, a terrifying Reiatsu burst out from Sui-Feng's body, and he raised his leg to attack Yoruichi. The corners of Yoruichi's mouth curled up, not messing up. Snapped. The terrifying power contained in the legs was blocked by the arms. Sui-Feng was not surprised, and immediately launched another attack. Yoruichi's face was slightly condensed, and he responded seriously. In this way, the two started a fierce battle while falling towards the cliff. Boom! There was a loud bang. A deep pit was smashed out at the bottom of the cliff. The two sides of the deep pit stand opposite to the night. Hey, are you here with those travel accidents this time? Then why help that guy? Sui-Feng asked with a proud face. Sorry, Sui-Feng, this is a secret. Yoruichi smiled slightly and said. It's just that neither of them seemed to fully understand the meaning of the other. By that guy, Sui-Feng refers to Byakuya Kuchiki. And that guy, Yoruichi is talking about is Su Li. Unbeknownst to Shihuin Yoruichi, Sui-Feng had already sided with Su Li. So, she thought that Sui-Feng was preparing to team up with Byakuya Kuchiki to deal with Su Li just now. As for Sui-Feng, he was originally planning to attack Byakuya Kuchiki. However, Yi has suddenly appeared to stop her. Thinking of the relationship between Yoruichi and Byakuya Kuchiki in the past, Sui-Feng couldn't help feeling angry. You guys from the four great families, are all of the same virtue. Sui-Feng shouted angrily, then his figure flashed, and he launched an offensive again. Yorimichi's expression froze, and he immediately went up to meet him. Sokyoku Hill. Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferently, quietly looking at the sakura flower cluster in the sky. Captain Kuchiki, your attack doesn't seem to be working. Chojiro Sasaki was also staring at the sakura flower cluster with a serious face. Because he can also sense Reiatsu of Rukia Kuchiki. The other party is still alive. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't speak, just waited quietly. He knew that this level of attack was just a painless temptation for that guy. Sure enough, not as he expected. The next moment, the sakura flower cluster shattered a big hole. Sakura flowers are falling all over the sky. The boy carried the girl and walked out slowly. The picture is quite beautiful and dreamy. But the young man's face was stinky. Bah, didn't you say that sakura petals are sweet? Why does it smell like rust? The boy spat out half of the chewed sakura flower with a displeased face. Both Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki changed their faces and their pupils shrank suddenly. This kid, is he joking? Chojiro Sasaki's eyes showed deep fear. Sakura flower, not really sakura flower. That is Zanpakuto of Byakuya Kuchiki. Sakura flower petals are thousands of sharp blades. Su-Li put the blade in her mouth and chewed. This made Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki's hearts pound. Su-Li, I just warned you. That's not real sakura flower, you can't eat it. Rukia Kuchiki said with a pitiful face, looking at Su-Li like looking at a monster. Oh, I just want to try. I've been here for so long, I haven't seen the baby flower yet. Su-Li said with a displeased face. Rukia Kuchiki didn't know what to say. Now that she is being held by Su-Li, her heart is extremely complicated. Su-Li's terrifying strength has far exceeded her cognition. She had never seen someone with such outrageous strength in her life. Therefore, she was a little nervous, a little scared, and a little apprehensive. But at the same time, Su-Li is protecting herself. It made her feel safe in ultimate again. Rukia Kuchiki had mixed feelings in her heart, and her emotions were extremely complicated. Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki, who were standing below, fell into a deathly silence. Their mood is also extremely complicated. After a moment, Chojiro Sasaki slowly drew his Zanpakuto. Captain Kuchiki, let's join hands. This kid, I'm afraid you can't deal with it alone. He looked at Su-Li with eyes full of fear. Bankai. Immediately, Ryube Chojiro decided to show off a technique he hadn't used for many years. However, Byakuya Kuchiki raised his hand slowly and stopped him. Vice Captain Sasaki, he is my opponent. Please don't make a move. Chojiro Sasaki was slightly startled when he heard this. Immediately, he understood the other party's thoughts. For someone as proud as Byakuya Kuchiki, it would be a shame to join forces against an enemy. For people like him, the most important thing is the warrior spirit. Therefore, he would rather die in battle than let anyone interfere in his battle with others. Chojiro Sasaki knows this well, although he has always sneered at this decadent warrior spirit. However, he has to give respect to Byakuya Kuchiki who has followed this path. The strong should draw their swords against the stronger ones. This spirit deserves his admiration. Chojiro Sasaki slowly retracted his sword and retreated, giving the field to the two of them. Byakuya Kuchiki slowly raised his eyes and looked at Su-Li. Su-Li, draw your sword. Today, you and I will have a showdown. If you want to take this sinner away, then you can only step on my dead body. Byakuya Kuchiki drank coldly. Su-Li was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Brother. When Rukia heard this, her eyes suddenly became sad. This guy, is he trying to change his life for another? Su-Li thought while resting her chin. Rukia, actually your elder brother still loves you. Su-Li smiled slightly and said to Rukia. Rukia stared at him blankly, not understanding what the other party meant for a while. From Su-Li's point of view, Byakuya Kuchiki's intentions couldn't be more obvious. He fought with himself, lost and died, and he had a clear conscience about Jinglingting. The status of the Kuchiki family will not be shaken, and there will even be one more martyr. And Chojiro Sasaki obviously couldn't stop himself, and then he was able to leave with Rukia Kuchiki. It has to be said that Byakuya Kuchiki deserves to be the head of the Kuchiki family. These countermeasures were thought of in an instant. With his own death, he kept his reputation of loyalty and filial piety. while saving Rukia's life. This kind of straight man's cancer emotion is really calm, but vigorous. Su Li smiled slightly. It seems that Captain Kuchiki has been waiting for this match for a long time. Byakuya Kuchiki was slightly taken aback. Then I remembered what I said to Renji when I went to find Renji in the second team. Don't talk nonsense, just draw your sword. Byakuya Kuchiki shouted indifferently. Okay, but please wait a moment. Su Li smiled lightly. In his perception, there are two figures, rushing here. I have been carrying Rukia all the time, which is more or less inconvenient. Although it didn't take much effort to beat Byakuya Kuchiki, but for the follow-up plan, he also had to hand over Rukia to those two people. Byakuya Kuchiki stood with his hands behind his back, also waiting quietly. He didn't care about giving the other party a little more time. At the same time, give yourself some time. After all, this is very likely to be the last battle in my life. After a while, finally two figures appeared on the mountain road. Seeing the faces of those two people, Rukia's expression changed and she exclaimed. Renji, Ichigo. Chapter 121. The two figures that appeared on the mountain path were Kurosaki Ichigo and Aburai Renji. Rukia. The two shouted almost in unison. Hey, Renji, Ichigo, long time no see. Su Li greeted with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki also looked at them. Su Li. Renji looked at Su Li, who was carrying Rukia, with horror on his face. Ah, it's you. Kurosaki Ichigo also recognized Su Li, and suddenly screamed strangely. Su Li, did you save Rukia? Renji took a step forward, his face agitated. Ah, it's a little effort, no thanks. Su Li scratched her head in embarrassment. He felt strange to be stared at with burning eyes by a man. Su Li, you. Renji was so excited that he was trembling slightly. At this moment, he finally understood what Su Li meant. After so many days of worrying and fearing, I finally have an answer. Su Li said Rukia is fine, that is fine. Even though 523 was tied to the Sokyoku rack. It's okay. That's good, that's good. Renji smiled silly. I almost thought we were going to miss it. It's all this guy's fault. I didn't develop Bankai until the last moment. Renji said happily, and slapped Kurosaki Ichigo on the back of the head. Hey, it hurts. What are you doing? Kurosaki Ichigo yelled at Renji. Immediately, a bit of regret appeared on his face. Ms. Yoruichi isn't here. If she knew, I only spent 13 hours cultivating Bankai, how shocked I would be. Kurosaki Ichigo muttered with a depressed face. Su Li was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. This guy Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed a prince who combines three powers. Unexpectedly, the execution time has been advanced so much, but this guy still stimulated his potential and learned Bankai. It seems that the real Shinigami world is slightly different from the one in the manga. TCH, you, who expects your solution? Saving Rukia is the most important thing. Renji growled in displeasure. Enough. Suddenly there was a cold drink. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at them coldly. The truth is extremely loud and embarrassing. When Renji heard this, his face froze slightly. Captain Kuchiki. Kurosaki Ichigo was also taken aback, looked at Byakuya Kuchiki, and then his face became excited. Ah, it's you. Seeing the indifferent Byakuya Kuchiki, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became angry. At that time, in this world, it was the other party who chopped him seriously. You, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Bankai, Tensa Zanjetsu. After all, he opened his Bankai without hesitation. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had changed his outfit, Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferent. A trace of struggle flashed in Renji's eyes. Immediately, his eyes became firm. Captain Kuchiki, I'm sorry. To save Rukia, I have to stop you too. Bankai, Baboon King Zabumaru. Seeing that Renji had also learned Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression finally changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. And Su Li was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, Renji also learned the solution within 13 hours. In the original plot, Aburai Renji also seems to be the first to learn Bankai. Then, before his execution, he fought a fight with Byakuya Kuchiki using his newly learned Bankai. However, in the current real Shinigami world, due to the execution, it was brought forward by nearly half of the time. So both Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji are obviously just learning Bankai. After that, he immediately rushed to the execution ground. So, Abarai Renji never fought Byakuya Kuchiki. Su Li couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that the butterfly effect does exist. Changes will bring more changes. But fortunately, the current subtle changes are not enough to cause changes in the main plot. It doesn't really matter. Forget it. Before starting the real battle, take you two guys and warm up. Byakuya Kuchiki's face returned to indifference, and then he raised his feet and walked towards the two. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji squeezed the Zanpakuto in their hands, their faces slightly frozen. Hey, I said you two. Su Li's voice sounded faintly. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji were slightly taken aback when they heard this, and looked up at Su Li. Su Li inhaled slowly, took Rukia's hand, and stretched it backwards. Rukia stared at him blankly, not knowing what he was going to do. The same goes for everyone else. The next second, Su Li suddenly threw it hard and shouted. Then, in an instant, Rukia flew out like a cannonball. Her mind was blank, and she never dreamed that one day, she would be thrown out like a pawn. Ah 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 ah. There was an earth-shattering scream. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji looked shocked and rushed to meet them. Puff! The three of them collided and rolled into a ball. Hey, you! Kurosaki Ichigo roared angrily. Rukia, are you okay? Renji asked nervously. Oh. Rukia was dripping with snot and tears, obviously stunned. This guy is too messy. Renji looked at Su Li with extremely complicated emotions. However, in the face of this funny scene, Byakuya Kuchiki was indifferent. 0. He walked slowly towards Kurosaki Ichigo and others. The terrifying Reiatsu rises slowly. Feeling Reiatsu behind him, Rukia finally came to her senses, turned her head with difficulty, and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki behind her. Captain Kuchiki. Renji swallowed, and picked up his Zanpakuto. Cut. Pretentious guy. Kurosaki Ichigo also slowly clenched the blade in his hand. Suddenly, Byakuya Kuchiki stopped. Because a hand was on his shoulder. He slowly turned his gaze away. It was Su Li. Hey, you two, take her away. Su Li didn't look at Byakuya Kuchiki, but said to Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji. Su Li. Renji froze when he heard that. I'm not leaving. I'm going to knock this guy down. Kurosaki Ichigo yelled angrily. No, I made an appointment with him first. Su Li said with a smile. When Byakuya Kuchiki heard this, a flash of appreciation flashed in his eyes. A gentleman's covenant. It's really about first come, first served. If you are not an enemy, I am somewhat interested, and I will exchange drinks with you. Byakuya Kuchiki said lightly, then stood with his hands behind his back, and stopped moving. Come on, poser. Kurosaki Ichigo looked unhappy. Renji bowed his head in silence, then gritted his teeth. Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia, let's go. Immediately, he stood up and ran away. Hey, I haven't tried my Bankai yet. I can beat him. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted anxiously. Go, Kurosaki Ichigo. We're here to save Rukia. Not a pointless fight. Renji growled while running. Cut. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, and immediately chased after him. Looking at the teenagers and girls running under the sun, Su Li was deeply moved. Oh, it's nice to be young. He leaned on Byakuya Kuchiki's shoulder and sighed. Aren't you just as old as them? Byakuya Kuchiki sneered lightly. Hey, it seems to be oh. Su Li looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and responded with a smile. Humph. Byakuya Kuchiki snorted coldly. Immediately, without any warning, countless blades suddenly rose from the ground. Countless blades formed countless circles, enclosing the two of them heavily. The voice of Byakuya Kuchiki resounded faintly. Killer, Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. The surrounding scenery was slowly submerged in darkness. Countless blades of Sakura designs stand in the air, forming countless circles, surrounding the figures of the two of them heavily. Wow, ah, looking at the pink blades all over the sky, Su Li couldn't help staring blankly, and couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration. Does it look good? Byakuya Kuchiki asked lightly. Well, it looks good. Su Li nodded, his eyes sparkled slightly. Finding that Su Li was actually admiring the scenery, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression became even colder. He slowly extended his hand. A pink blade fell into his hand immediately. Call out. Byakuya Kuchiki slashed at Su Li beside him without hesitation. Su Li stretched out his hand without even looking at it. Slap. The blade was directly grabbed by Su Li's hand. Then he squeezed lightly. The blade instantly shattered into pink sakura flowers, scattered on the ground. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank, and then his body flashed, and he retreated a distance in an instant. Su Li slowly withdrew her hands, looked at the sky filled with pink blades, with a faint smile on her face. As expected of Zanpakuto with the best looks. Oh, I don't know if Egi will be so handsome in the future. There was a hint of envy in Su Li's eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at him coldly. What are you talking to yourself? Su Li scratched her head in embarrassment. Haha, it's okay, let's continue. Byakuya Kuchiki heard the words, but did not move. Why don't you draw your knife? Are you looking down on me? Byakuya Kuchiki asked coldly. Sorry, I'm not going to use a knife. Su Li smiled lightly. I do not kill unarmed people. Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly. Draw your sword. Fight with me. He said coldly. Su Li was taken aback for a moment, and then understood. His previous sword move obviously shocked Byakuya Kuchiki greatly. Therefore, he wants to compete with himself in the way of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he didn't know his special situation. It must not be used. Since I agreed to it and didn't bother it until it woke up, I could only fight in the usual way. Seeing that Su Li didn't draw his sword for a long time, Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help showing a trace of sullenness on his face. Rebel, pull out your Zanpakuto. Su Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Byakuya Kuchiki, who has always been aloof and arrogant, would be anxious sometimes. I don't want to pull it out. Pull it out. Do not pull. The two of them were suddenly a little embarrassed, and their faces blushed slightly. There's something wrong with this conversation. After a while, Byakuya Kuchiki's face returned to indifference. As I said, I don't want to be an enemy of unarmed people. Use your Zanpakuto and fight me, Su Li. Swords and soldiers facing each other is the minimum respect for both sides in the war. In order for Su Li to use Zanpakuto to fight against him, Byakuya Kuchiki even tried to persuade him. Hearing this, Su Li shook her head slightly. Sorry, Dabai, there is something wrong with my Zanpakuto. Can only be used once a day. So far, I can only make up a lie to fool the past. When Byakuya Kuchiki heard this, he fell silent for a moment, not even paying attention to the nickname in Su Li's words. He could tell that Su Li was telling the truth. At least that sorry is true. His Zanpakuto is really useless right now. In that case. That's how it is. Byakuya Kuchiki had obvious disappointment on his face, talking incoherently. Immediately, fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. A kendo duel with Su Li is, after all, just one of his visions. Since it can't be achieved, it can and can only fight in the usual way. Immediately, Byakuya Kuchiki stopped thinking about it. He stretched out his hand, and democracy held a blade again. Call out. With a flash, Byakuya Kuchiki attacked Su Li. Su Li remained motionless. Only when the blade was about to touch his body did he slowly stretch out his hand. Then tap lightly. The blade instantly shattered and turned into pieces of sakura flowers. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrunk, and then quickly formed a handprint. 61 of Bakudo, the prison of 6 branches of light. The 6 paths light stick instantly blocked Su Li's movements. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Byakuya Kuchiki's 6-stick light prison, even if it is broken enchant, is obviously extremely strong. It is even stronger than the 6 light prisons of Shihuen Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. However, Byakuya Kuchiki did not stop, but continued to make seals, and at the same time shouted in a cold voice. Hados 33, Kengwo Fall. A huge ball of fire suddenly rose out of nowhere and hit Su Li. 2 consecutive broken chants, and the power is not weaker than the normal chant Kido. It is enough to see that Byakuya Kuchiki is very strong. However, his opponent is Su Li. With few surprises, Su Li shattered Byakuya Kuchiki's 6-stick light prison with ease. At the same time, slightly raised his hand, and grabbed the giant great fireball above his head. Boom! The fireball was directly pinched and exploded. The terrifying explosion immediately made the entire scene trembling. Papa Papa. As the smoke cleared, Suli clapped her hands lightly with a relaxed expression. Cut. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, his face was ugly. He knows that Suli is very strong, but he doesn't know how strong Suli is now. Seeing that he easily disintegrated his own attack almost effortlessly, Byakuya Kuchiki was both shocked and helpless. To deal with such a guy, the lethality and speed blessed by Jian Jing are useless at all. Suli is like an invulnerable monster, no attack by himself can break through the opponent's defense. Is the gap really that big? Byakuya Kuchiki felt a deep powerlessness in his heart. Forget it, then I can only use that trick. Byakuya Kuchiki immediately gathered his mind. Boom! A terrifying white Reiatsu shot up into the sky in an instant. At this time, the momentum of Byakuya Kuchiki has increased several times compared to before. Suli smiled slightly and waited with her hands behind her back. This skill is my most powerful blow. Byakuya Kuchiki's gaze was unprecedentedly focused. All along, only one person has ever forgiven me. Now, you are second. Suli smiled slightly, knowing who he was talking about. Byakuya Kuchiki inhaled slowly. Boom! The terrifying Reiatsu skyrocketed again. Behind Byakuya Kuchiki, there unexpectedly appeared a pair of white wings made of spiritual seeds. He raised his hand slowly, gripping the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. The air was suddenly suffocated. Suddenly, an extremely fierce sword intent appeared in the entire space. Arrogance to everything, cutting everything down. This is what I learned from your sword move. Byakuya Kuchiki slowly raised his eyes and looked at Suli. Now, I want you to give it a try, my trick, how? After finishing speaking, he bowed slowly and opened his lips and teeth. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. Reiatsu exploded suddenly, and the whole space trembled. In the next second, Byakuya Kuchiki disappeared in place. The speed is faster than any previous attack. In an instant, his figure appeared in front of Suli. The blade of Reiatsu, which contains terror, cuts down instantly. Boom! Almost at the same time, Reiatsu on the knife body was released suddenly. The white light instantly engulfed the entire space. At the same time, Chojiro Sasaki, who had been waiting outside, suddenly shrank his pupils. Then he tried his best to push Shunpo. On the other side, several figures on the mountain road stopped suddenly. It is Ishida Ryu, Inoue Orihime and others. They suddenly raised their heads and looked up the mountain road, their eyes were inexplicably horrified. In their eyes, the entire Sokyoku Hill has become a white world. White light illuminates everything, even brighter than the sun in the sky. People were shocked and inexplicable, not knowing what happened. After a long time, the white light finally faded away slowly. Ishida Ryu and the others immediately ran towards the mountain. After a while, they finally reached the hill of Sokyoku. The picture that is missing from my eyes is inexplicable. On the ground of the hill, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared, with a width of more than 10 meters and a length of hundreds of meters. The cracks are extremely smooth, as if they were cut out by a giant knife. Chojiro Sasaki also showed his figure, looking at the cracks on the ground, with deep fear in his eyes. If he had been slower just now, he probably would have directly explained here. Immediately, everyone looked up to the end of the crack. Byakuya Kuchiki was pale. In front of him, stood a young man. Blade caught between two fingers. When everyone saw this scene, they were inexplicably horrified. Such a terrifying attack was blocked with only 2 fingers. Just how terrifying is the boy's strength? This kid, his strength. I am afraid that he is no longer inferior to Mr. Yuan Lujai. Chojiro Sasaki's eyes showed deep horror. After a while, Inoue Orihime's voice suddenly sounded faintly. That person's pose is so weird. After everyone heard the words, they came back to their senses, and immediately discovered the weirdness of the young man's posture. To be precise, it is the weirdness of 2 fingers. The fingers used by the boy to hold the knife are not the usual index and middle fingers, but the thumb and index finger. He is weird because his thumb and index finger are crossed together. The blade, just resting between the 2 fingers, is like a wooden stick resting on the woodpile. The boy's voice suddenly sounded softly. Byakuya Kuchiki looked up with difficulty. Have you ever heard of Bixen? Earlier, quiet Pagoda Kulam. Hitsugaya Toshiro lies in a pool of blood. Cheat, a lie. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Just a knife. You will lose yourself. Moreover, it is still in the case of opening Bankai. The usually gentle and friendly captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. The strength is so terrifying. The gap between oneself and the other party is so huge. Hitsugaya Toshiro up to this point, still can't believe this fact. Afterwards, he passed out directly. What a beautiful view. Aizen looked at the ice and snow around him, with emotion on his face. Although the season is not right, it is not bad to see ice at this time. Aizen smiled, then stepped over Hitsugaya Toshiro, ready to leave. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the door. Captain Aizen. A gentle voice sounded. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were taken aback for a moment, then looked towards the door. No, maybe now, I can no longer call you captain. Great treasonous sinner, Aizen Sosuke. Aizen looked at the man who spoke, and smiled slightly. Hey, Captain Unohana. Those who came were Unohana Retsu, and Katetsu Izane. I also want to say that if you rush over, you should be almost there. Do you know you're here right now? Aizen smiled, with a calm expression on his face. Unohana Retsu looked at him quietly. No matter what, there is no place to enter, only here. If you want to hide, this is the most suitable place. Unohana Retsu stared at Aizen and said. Aizen smiled slightly. Exactly. However, I didn't come here to hide here. It's about looking for something. Unohana Retsu frowned. What is it? Aizen smiled lightly. The guy Urahara Kazuki, dumped here like trash. Same thing. Unohana Retsu frowned. Then what happened to your corpse? Katetsu Izane suddenly shouted, eyes full of puzzlement. Ah, that's my Zanpakuto calendar. Aizen raised his hand slightly, and immediately there was a corpse in his hand. This. Katetsu Izane covered his mouth in shock. Everything you see is just an illusion created by me with Zanpakuto. Aizen smiled. The corpse in his hand exploded and turned into a Zanpakuto. How can that be? Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, is not. Katetsu Izane was shocked to the core. Ah, it's not what you think it is, but complete hypnosis. As long as you have seen my Zanpakuto release, you will always be in my sleep. Aizen smiled faintly. The traitor. Unohana Retsu stared at Aizen and said coldly. If Su Li hadn't told her, she wouldn't have believed that there would be such an incomprehensible Zanpakuto in this world. With this Zanpakuto alone, Aizen is almost invincible. Aizen once showed his release of Zanpakuto in front of all Gote 13 players when he was promoted to captain. At that time, it seemed that it was just a ritual. However, it now appears that it is a trap that has been set long ago. Now, all the captains, vice-captains, and team members of Gote 13 are under his sleep. No one can hack his Zanpakuto's abilities at all. Unohana Retsu couldn't help frowning. Maybe, there is only one person left, and there is still a way to deal with him. She thought silently in her heart. This is a lie. Katetsu Izane was already terrified. Well, it's almost time. Aizen smiled slightly. Ichimaru Jin suddenly threw a white silk. The white silk revolves around Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Finally, let me give you a compliment. Among all people, you have been in contact with my dead body for the longest time, and you have been in a complete sleep almost all the time. However, small differences can still be found. This is amazing, Captain Unohana. Aizen smiled faintly. Bai Ling turned faster and faster. Unohana Retsu didn't speak, just stared at Aizen. Then, goodbye, I believe we will never see each other again. Aizen smiled. Wait, Katetsu Izane shouted anxiously, and sent Aizen with a knife. However, in a second, the figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin disappeared in place. Earlier, Mount Sokyoku, under a cliff. Sui-Feng and Yoruichi fought non-stop. Both of them had many scars. Sui-Feng became more courageous and aggressive as he fought. But Shihu and Yoruichi became more and more frightened. Taking advantage of a gap, she blocked Sui-Feng's attack, and then told him to distance herself. Hey, Sui-Feng, who taught you these moves? Shihu and Yoruichi looked at Sui-Feng, his eyes changing. You, a sinner who defected from the Soul Society, are not entitled to know. Sui-Feng said with a gloomy face. That guy taught you that? Shihu and Yoruichi had a complex expression on his face. Shattered suddenly froze. That, the guy named Su Li. In the quiet mountain forest, Yoruichi's voice exploded in Sui-Feng's ears like a thunderbolt. How do you know? Sui-Feng's eyes were full of shock and puzzlement. A moment later, Sui-Feng frowned suddenly. By the way, you must have been secretly monitoring the Soul Society. That's why you know, right? Facing Sui-Feng's questioning, Shihuan Yoruichi shook his head slightly. No, 40 years ago, I fought with that guy in this world. Your moves are exactly the same as those he used back then. So, I guess that he must have taught you. Sui-Feng stopped immediately when he heard the words. She suddenly remembered that 40 years ago, Su Li had indeed visited this world. Unexpectedly, Su Li met Yoruichi at that time, and the two had a fight. But why have I never heard him mention it? The results of it. Sui-Feng was suddenly curious, which of the two of them won. When Shihuan Yoruichi heard this, his face suddenly became ugly. Cut, that guy, pervert. Sui-Feng heard Li Nuo's words and immediately guessed the result. It seems that Ali won. For some reason, Sui-Feng suddenly felt a peace of mind when he heard that Su Li had won against Yoruichi. There's even a little more. Happy. Hey, you are not allowed to say that about him. Sui-Feng shouted angrily. Shihuan Yoruichi turned his head to look at Sui-Feng when he heard the words, with a persuasive tone. Sui-Feng, try to stay away from that pervert. That guy, looking at me naked at the time, didn't even bat an eye. And, he touched my whole body. Boom, a terrifying airflow suddenly soared into the sky. Sui-Feng's eyes were already blood red. Seeing Sui-Feng who had entered the state of instant coaxing, Shihuan Yoruichi was completely stunned. Did I say something wrong? Sui-Feng's whole body was filled with endless murderous aura, and his voice was as loud as coming from hell. Can you say that again? You, where? A thunderbolt exploded in the valley. Shihuan Yoruichi slowly got out of the blinking state, panting heavily. Seeing Sui-Feng lying on the ground, Shihuan Yoruichi couldn't help feeling a little terrified. The berserk Sui-Feng's fighting power is too terrifying. I was forced to be helpless, so I could only activate instant coaxing. However, even so, Sui-Feng persisted for more than a dozen rounds under his own hands before falling down. It has to be said that Sui-Feng has made great progress over the years. Hey, calm down, Sui-Feng. Seeing Sui-Feng get up slowly, still ready to continue fighting with himself, Shihuan Yoruichi couldn't help shouting anxiously. What else is there to say? Sui-Feng slowly got up from the ground, his voice was terribly cold. I used to swear allegiance to you. But you left me and walked away without a word. For so many years, leaving me here alone. Now, you suddenly appeared again, telling me these nonsense things. Sui-Feng raised his head slowly, his face full of madness and murderous intent. What on earth do you want from me? Loyalty, friendship, or... The violent air current rises again. Everything. Sui-Feng let out a loud shout, and rushed towards the person he once admired the most, but now he hates the most. Facing Sui-Feng's questioning, Shihuan Yoruichi frowned, and instantly entered the state of coaxing, avoiding Sui-Feng's attack. Hey, Sui-Feng, I've been having a question since just now. Which side are you helping? Shihuan Yoruichi frowned early and asked. She has just started, and she has always felt that something is wrong. Why does Sui-Feng have such a big reaction when Su Li is mentioned? What do you think? Sui-Feng stared at her firmly, his eyes were extremely cold. You helped Su Li? Shihuan Yoruichi asked tentatively. I am his adjutant. The object of my allegiance, of course, is him. Sui-Feng said coldly. Shihuan Yoruichi couldn't laugh or cry. Good guy, I have been in love for so long, is it my own? Feeling that Sui-Feng was about to move, ready to attack himself again, Shihuan Yoruichi quickly stopped it. Sui-Feng, calm down, I'm with that guy, Shihuan Yoruichi shouted anxiously. Sui-Feng's face became even more angry when he heard this. Don't lie to me. Shihuan Yoruichi was so helpless that he could only tell the truth. Sui-Feng's expression gradually became blank. The airflow around his body also slowly calmed down. It is precisely because the execution time was brought forward that I asked him for help. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Sui-Feng, calm down, think about it for a while, and you can come up with the answer, won't you? Shihoin Yoruichi said helplessly. Sui-Feng looked blankly at the other party. In fact, these things, as long as you calm down and analyze a little, you can get the answer. The previous Sui-Feng was always in a state of shock or rage. So didn't think that much at all. Now, after Yoruichi's narration, all the mysteries in her heart have been solved. From the very beginning, Su Li was on the same side as Shihoin Yoruichi and the others. Their purpose is to stop Aizen and stop the execution. Sui-Feng finally understood. It turned out that it was my own people who were fighting with me all the time. Suddenly, she thought of something and became angry again. Then what do you mean he touched you? According to what you said, you have not reached that level with him at all. You must explain this matter clearly. Feeling the coldness and anger in the other party's tone, Shihoin Yoruichi already guessed many things. Shihoin Yoruichi sighed helplessly. After all, she never expected that Sui-Feng would fall in love with that guy. Immediately, Shihoin Yoruichi's face was complicated, and he spoke slowly. At that time, it took her a lot of time to clarify with the other party about being a cat. It turned out to be like this. Sui-Feng's emotions finally settled down slowly. Let me just say, how could Ali be this kind of person? Sui-Feng spat softly, feeling joy and peace in his heart. Seeing the sweet smile on Sui-Feng's face, Shihoin Yoruichi had mixed feelings. Sui-Feng, you and that kid are now. However, before she finished speaking, a broad reiatsu appeared above the sky. That is, the sky is pretty empty. The faces of Sui-Feng and Shihoin Yoruichi changed slightly, and they exclaimed in unison. In a sea of fire. Oh, it's really scary for the old man to get angry. Hieraku Shunsui shook the double blades in his hands with a complicated expression. At this time, he looked very embarrassed. The flowers and feathers on his body were tattered, and the bamboo hat on his head had gone to nowhere. And behind him, Jashiro was half kneeling on the ground, his face was pale, and his appearance was not much better. And what made them so embarrassed was an old man who was determined to be upper body. Covered with horrible scars, a body full of gnarled muscles, and long white beard fluttering in the wind. It was Yamamoto Genryusai. Why, two little devils, haven't you experienced it yet? Yamamoto Motoyanagi narrowed his eyes slightly, with a blank expression on his face, and said lightly. However, although the tone of the other party was very flat, Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro were extraordinarily dignified, not daring to be distracted. At this moment, standing in front of them, as the most powerful Shinigami in millennia. In the face of such an existence, one must raise the spirit of 120,000 points. Hieraku Shunsui met Jashiro's eyes, and then slowly squeezed the Zanpakuto in his hand. The battle is on the verge of breaking out again. However, at this moment, a broad reiatsu, looming over the sky. That is, the sky is pretty empty. Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro's expressions changed, and they said in unison in surprise. Sokyoku Hill. Byakuya Kuchiki's face was pale, looking at the boy's clean face with complicated eyes. The gap between him and the opponent is really too big. It's bigger than he imagined. He slowly retracted his blade from the young man's fingertips. Retract, but not suction. Immediately, Byakuya Kuchiki slowly assumed an attacking posture. Even if you already understand the gap between yourself and the other party. Even if you know and continue to fight, the result will still not change. However, he must keep fighting. Until he fell down. This is an explanation to Jinglingting. It is also an explanation for myself. With determined eyes, Byakuya Kuchiki slowly inhaled and raised the knife. However, just when he was about to attack again, a sudden change occurred on the field. A piece of white silk suddenly appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly, bringing up bursts of air. The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the white silk. Looking at those familiar faces, Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank suddenly. Renji, Rukia, Aizen. Looking at the person in front of him, Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Captain Aizen, you are not. Chojiro Sasaki, who used to be unsmiling, now also had a look of horror on his face. The person who appeared out of thin air on the hill of Sokyoku is Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami. And Abarai Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kuchiki. Hey, Vice Captain Sasaki. Aizen smiled. Immediately, he turned his head slowly. Captain Kuchiki, and Aizen's smile turned a little colder. Captain Su Li. Su Li smiled slightly. Yo, Captain Aizen. Aizen smiled again. Captain Su Li, you seem to be not surprised to see me. The smile on Su Li's face was bright. Yeah, why, it's so strange. A trace of complexity flashed across Aizen Furui's Wubo eyes. To this day, he has not been able to see this young man clearly after all. It seems that you have already noticed what Captain Unohana noticed. It really surprised me. I have to say, Captain Su Li, you are really amazing. In all these years, you are the only guy who makes me feel troublesome. There was a bit of emotion in Aizen's tone. Su Li smiled faintly, but did not respond. However, these are unimportant after all. Because soon, we won't see each other again. A smile appeared on Aizen's face, but his eyes were indifferent. Captain Aizen, how could you? Only then did Abarai Renji slowly come back to his senses, looking at Aizen with incredible eyes. Rukia was held in his arms with a panicked expression. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression was also a little stunned. Suddenly, he jumped up from the ground and looked at Tusen Kanami with anger on his face. Hey, you, what did you just do? Just now, Dong Yao suddenly appeared in front of them. As Bai Ling turned, they were brought here before they could react. Tusen Kanami did not respond to Kurosaki Ichigo's questioning, but stood quietly behind Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the familiar scene around him with an angry expression on his face. It's back here again. It's a waste of time. In the distance, several black bats came over. Ichigo-san. It is Inoue Orihime et al. However, before they approached, Aizen's voice sounded faintly. Vice Captain Abarai, put down Rukia Kuchiki, step back. The pupils of the people at the scene shrank when they heard this. Rukia's eyes showed fear. Renji also looked at Aizen blankly, his mind went blank. Captain Aizen, why are you still alive? What did you mean just now? Renji asked with blank eyes. This is also the question in the minds of Chojiro Sasaki and Byakuya Kuchiki. You should understand what I'm saying. Put down Rukia Kuchiki, step back, Abarai. Aizen looked at him quietly, without unnecessary nonsense. Suddenly, at this moment, above the sky, suddenly appeared a wave of Reiatsu that enveloped the entire Jingling Ting. The sky is empty. Chojiro Sasaki raised his head suddenly and said in surprise. He couldn't be more familiar with this Bakudo. Katetsu Azane's voice came out clearly from the sky. Gote 13 captains, vice captains, assistants to the vice captains, and everyone who travels. This is the vice captain of Division 4, Katetsu Azane. Emergency situations. This is an urgent message from Squad 4 Captain Unakana and me, Katetsu Azane. Next, I want to tell you. It's all true. In a sea of fire. How is it possible, Aizen he? Jashiro Yukitaki looked shocked, full of disbelief. In this case, what should we do, old man Shan? Hieraku Shunsui looked at the old man opposite him with a smile, but his eyes changed drastically. Now, it seems that it is not the time for us to do such a thing. Yamamoto Motoyanagi held the blade quietly, unable to see the expression on his face. On a roof tile, Captain, he actually lost. Matsumoto Rangaku frowned, and hurried to the distant Sokyoku mountain. Not far behind her, Kira Iziru was slumped on the ground with a pale face. How could it be like this? It is clear that I will not do anything to Hinamori. At the same time, people in various places in Jingling Court had expressions of shock on their faces. Central 46 was completely wiped out. It's a lie. The captain, betrayed. Captain Aizen, why are they doing this? The execution of Sokyoku. The death of Aizen, these are all conspiracy. Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami, these outrageous people. Can you say it again, Abarai? Aizen looked at Abarai Renji lightly. I said, I refuse. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth, the horror in his eyes had been replaced by determination. Is that so? Aizen nodded slightly, thoughtfully. Ichimaru Jin on the side reached out to touch the handle of the knife, ready to shoot. Then he was stopped by Aizen. Silver, you don't need to make a move. Aizen smiled slightly, then stepped towards Abarai Renji and the others. Cut, redhead, what are you talking to this guy? Kurosaki Ichigo slowly released the huge zanpakuto behind him. Immediately, he pointed the knife at Aizen with one hand, his face proud. Kill him. Take Rukia away. Hearing this, Renji was slightly taken aback, and then the corners of his lips curved slightly. TCH, you kid. That's exactly what I want. 0. Renji stood up slowly, pulled out his zanpakuto, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu, King Baboon Zabumaru. The two shouted almost in unison. In the blink of an eye, the looks of Kurosaki Ichigo and Aburai Renji have been transformed. Feeling the power of Bankai, the faces of the two were full of confidence. Even if they were facing characters at the captain level, they still didn't have the slightest timidity. Let this guy try our new power, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a cold and proud face. After all, after training, I haven't used it yet. Aburai Renji also said with a smile. They looked at Aizen's slowly approaching figure without fear. In the eyes of the two, there was infinite fighting intent. Aburai, you've improved. Aizen looked at Renji who had activated Bankai, and said with a smile. This is the result of my hard training. Then, Captain Aizen, let's try it. With a crazy smile on Renji's face, he swung the Baboon King Zabumaru and attacked Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo did not show any weakness either, and asked Aizen for a brief flash. Aizen looked at the two men who were attacking him with no emotion on his face. Next second, boom, Baboon King Zabumaru shattered instantly. Ding, Kurosaki Ichigo's black blade also stopped instantly. A finger rested silently in front of the blade. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the finger in front of the blade, almost shrunk to the bottom. Aizen smiled lightly, and opened his lips and teeth. May fly as to the big tree, beyond the reach of the mountain. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank to the extreme. This picture is so familiar. There was once a person who blocked his own attack in this way. But, now I am in the state of Bankai. The strength has improved by more than one level than that time. But why, his own attack is still blocked so easily? And a different person. Until now, he finally knew why Urahara Kazuki reminded himself many times before coming to Soul Society to be careful. Because, there are so many freaks out there for the Soul Society. Puff. In front of Kurosaki Ichigo, a mass of blood mist exploded suddenly. Before falling down, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at a certain figure in the distance. It was a smiling young man on the edge of a cliff. They're all monsters. Kurosaki Ichigo just fell in a pool of blood and lost consciousness. Ichigo-san, Rukia, Inoue Orihime and others changed their faces and screamed. Aburai Renji looked at Zabumaru, the Baboon King who was broken into countless pieces, with dull eyes. It is his first time fighting with Bankai. The result is indeed so vulnerable. Deep down in Aburai Renji's heart, he couldn't help but have huge self-doubt. Aizen didn't care what Renji was thinking, he just raised his hand with a flat expression. The 4th of Hado, Baile. A thunder light that was far more condensed than ordinary white thunder shot out from Aizen's fingertips, piercing through Aburai Renji's chest in an instant. Blooming blood. Renji rolled his eyes and fell slowly, life and death unknown. Renji. Rukia stared at him blankly, his face was stained with the hot blood sprayed by the other party just now. Her mind went blank, she doesn't understand why. My two partners have already mastered the most powerful and noble history of Shinigami. But still not the opponent's one-stroke enemy. It was just a face-to-face meeting and was completely defeated. Come on, Rukia Kuchiki. Stand up. Listening to that indifferent voice, Rukia felt that the blood in her whole body was coagulated. She turned her head stiffly, looking at the man with a gentle smile, eyes full of fear. Aizen's hand slowly reached out to her. However, at this moment, in Rukia's eyes, that clean and slender hand seemed like a devil's claw protruding from hell. She was stiff and unable to move. Suddenly, two bursts of wind sounded. Two sharp sword lights came in an instant, stabbing at Aizen. Puff. Blood sprayed out, staining Rukia's body and face. Bingo. Rukia's heart skipped a beat. In her eyes, Aizen's body was directly pierced by two blades. Big Brother Byakuya. Sasaki Vice Captain. Rukia's heart was pounding and her eyes were wide open. The two men holding the sword are Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki. At the most critical moment, the two almost unanimously launched their own surprise attack. The faces of Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki were extremely cold, and there was a strong killing intent in their eyes. However, the next moment, the faces of the two of them turned pale instantly, and they spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Rukia's pupils shrank suddenly. Aizen's figure disappeared. The sight in front of her made Rukia's heart stop. The blades of Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki were pierced into each other's chests. Their attack missed Aizen. Instead, they penetrate each other's bodies. Looking at the blades on each other's chests, Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki's expressions were extremely complicated, and their eyes were full of bewilderment and disbelief. How? How? Rukia Kuchiki stared blankly at the two, murmured indifferently, her mind went blank. Inoue Orihime and others also covered their mouths, with shock and disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki stabbed each other almost without hesitation. Oh my, Kyoka Suigetsu, Captain of Aizen, is such a terrifying ability. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Aizen stood with his hands behind his back, with a faint look on his face. Although, it won't take much effort to solve them personally. However, it is really interesting to watch them kill each other. Aizen said with a light smile, his eyes full of amusement. It's really a frightening and evil taste. The smile on Ichimaru Jin's face was beyond bright. Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki fell limply, their eyes full of unwillingness. However, after being hit hard by this, they were already unable to fight anymore. Rukia looked at her elder brother who fell in front of her with dull eyes. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Aizen's figure. What kind of monster is this person? Just in the blink of an eye, Ichigo, Renji, Byakuya brother, Sasaki vice captain. In my impression, these extremely powerful people. All defeated. Rukia Kuchiki couldn't help feeling a deep fear. She wants to say something. Want to shout something. But it felt as if it was tightly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make any sound. Her body trembled violently because of fear. Someone felt her fear. Then take courage. It was a girl with a heart as transparent as glass. Lone heaven cuts the shield. Inoue Orihime's voice sounded, extremely firm and decisive. A golden light shot out from Aizen rapidly. Aizen tilted his head slightly, dodging easily. However, that golden light suddenly drew a sharp angle in the air in an extremely unnatural way, then flew back and shot at Aizen again. Aizen raised his brows slightly, and then lifted his head slowly. Snapped. The golden light was directly caught in his hands. Let me go. A man's roar sounded. Mr. Tsubaki. Inoue Orihime's face suddenly became anxious. Aizen turned a deaf ear to it, and just quietly looked at the frantically struggling villain in his hand, with some interest in his eyes. Interesting. He pinched the villain and observed it carefully. The interest in his eyes became more and more intense. I tell you to let me go. The villain roared furiously, and then a golden light burst out from his body. However, before the golden light came on, Aizen pinched it lightly. Puff. The villain immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Mr. Tsubaki. Inoue Orihime's complexion suddenly changed. Suddenly, a figure rushed out fiercely. Aizen raised his eyes slightly, and saw a black fist the size of a sandbag coming towards him. There was no wave on his face, he just slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. Puff. Black arm, broken directly. Sato classmate. Hey, big man. Inoue Orihime and the others suddenly turned pale with shock. Hateful. Sato Yasutora fell limply, blood staining a large area of the ground. This guy. If I still have the strength. Ishida Yuryu's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes changed drastically. It's a pity that there is no if. In the previous battle with Kuritsuchi Mayuri, in order to defeat the opponent, at the cost of his own power of the destroyer, he unsealed the sky puppet and shot his strongest arrow. Now he is just an ordinary glasses man. Cut. That's why I hate Shinigami so much. And Shiba Griffin's face was extremely ugly. Suddenly, at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. Tusen. The beast-like roar resounded throughout the Sokyoku Hill. Tusen. A shout full of anger. An extremely strong figure suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. Suddenly, a big hole was smashed into the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and people finally saw the face of the person who came. To be precise, it is not a person, but a werewolf. It is the captain of the 7th Division, Kashiwamura Sajin. Tucson, what are you doing? Why do you want to be with these rebellious people? Have you abandoned the justice you have always held, Tucson? Kashiwamura Sajin stared at Tucson Kanami, and questioned him angrily. Tucson Kanami was indifferent and expressionless. Answer me, Tucson. Kashiwamura Sajin was even more angry. He couldn't help stepping forward, and clenched his fist tightly. Tucson Kanami still didn't respond, as if he didn't hear it. Seeing the other party's indifference, Kashiwamura Sajin couldn't help showing deep disappointment in his eyes. Still speechless to refute, Tucson, since that's the case. Bankai. Kashiwamura Sajin drew his sword angrily, and the terrifying Reiatsu instantly covered the audience. However, before his Bankai was complete, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. 21. Kashiwamura Sajin's pupils shrank suddenly. Aizen. I saw Aizen slowly raised his hand and opened his lips and teeth. 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. As his voice fell, black spiritual membranes rose from the ground and were instantly surrounded into a huge black coffin, sealing Yukon Sajin inside. Puff. The black coffin dispersed, and Kashiwamura Sajin already had countless deep wounds visible on his body. Blood gushed out. Kashiwamura Sajin fell to the ground. Just a face-to-face, he was hit hard. Kashiwamura Sajin fell into a pool of blood and was already unable to get up. His eyes, however, were fixed on Tucson Kanami all the time, filled with resentment and disappointment. Aizen smiled slightly, stopped looking at him, and then turned and left. Oh my, Captain Aizen, even Hado on the 90th can give up the chant. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. No, it failed, and the power is not half of the usual. Aizen shook his head slightly, with a regretful expression on his face. Afterwards, he casually dropped the Toon Ghost in his hand on the ground, thinking about Rukia Kuchiki, and walked. With a flash of golden light, Tsubaki was summoned back by Inoue Orihime and submerged into the body. Immediately, she gritted her teeth fiercely and ran towards Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Hey, Inoue! Ishida Ryu opened his mouth to stop it, but the other party had already run some distance away. Watching the girl's movements, Aizen didn't stop her, and even stopped, looking at her with interest. Shuangtian returns to shield. A golden protective cover covers Sato Yasutora's severed arm. The broken arm actually began to reconnect and slowly healed. Aizen's eyes lit up slightly, with a somewhat appreciative expression. There seems to be a very remarkable power in this girl's body. Aizen said with a smile, then turned around and continued walking towards Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki's eyes were glazed over, her whole body was so stiff that she couldn't move at all. Aizen picked up Rukia Kuchiki from the ground, and then took a small object from his pocket. Well, let's get started. Aizen looked at Rukia Kuchiki and said softly. Kuchiki-san. Inoue Orihime's face was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Hateful. Ishida Ryu and the others also had extremely ugly faces. Byakuya Kuchiki struggled to hold his eyelids, his eyes fixed on Rukia. Save, save. The girl murmured something, tears streaming down her eyes. What? Aizen smiled lightly and moved closer. Help me. I don't want to die yet. A shrill cry suddenly resounded throughout the Sokyoku Hill. If before, Rukia Kuchiki would not have shouted these words no matter what. By the time Sokyoku was on the shelf, she was already full of will to die. At that time, she was not afraid of death at all. Instead, I feel it as a kind of redemption. Until later. Watching Su Li block the king of Shell Destroyer with a knife. Watching the leader of the Jing band and the leader of Jashiro stand up. Watching Ichigo and Renji come with tired faces. Watching Inoue Orihime, Ishida Ryu, Sato Yasutora all the way here. Watching Byakuya Kuchiki lying in a pool of blood. She suddenly wanted to live. Because these people are fighting for her. One by one, people fell down in front of her. They are relentless and relentless. It's all for myself. At this moment, Rukia Kuchiki's heart was suddenly overwhelmed by countless emotions. The previous sense of relief, in the face of this torrent of emotion, seemed ridiculous at all. She doesn't want to die. She wants to live. Live with everyone. However, There are not many people who can still stand on the entire Sokyoku Hill. None of them are capable against Aizen. My own fate is almost doomed. Despair once again occupied Rukia Kuchiki's heart. From despair, to calm, to relief, to hope, to despair. This kind of mental journey has made Rukia Kuchiki's fragile heart close to collapse. Her face was gray. Suddenly, she remembered something. A gleam suddenly appeared in his eyes. There is one more person. That person, from the beginning until now, has kept absolute silence. So much so that Rukia almost forgot his existence. A faint light rose from Rukia's eyes, illuminating the darkness in her heart. She raised her head in a daze and looked at that person. Undoubtedly, she saw a clean smiling face again. Just like before the execution. So clean, so transparent. She stared blankly at the other party, and issued a weak cry for help. Help me, Su Li. Hearing this, Aizen's face also froze slightly. Ah, if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot. He turned to look at the man. Aren't you going to do something? Su Li. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the smiling young man's face. Exclamation mark quote. Byakuya Kuchiki exhausted all his strength, struggled to raise his head, and looked at the boy. Looking at that tree, the last straw. Su Li crossed her arms and smiled. I'm not in a hurry, you go first. Hearing the boy's answer, everyone felt an incomparably absurd sense of astonishment. Rukia Kuchiki opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. However, after all, his face became slumped. Her head drooped deeply, and there was no more sound. Despair has completely overwhelmed her. Aizen was also extremely astonished. Every action of Su Li is always beyond his expectation. I can't even guess what this guy wants to do. I can't see through this guy at all. But soon, the astonishment on Aizen's face gradually calmed down. It's pointless to think about these things at this time. Silver, please, please. The ceremony cannot be disturbed. Aizen withdrew his gaze from looking at Su Li, then took out the gloves from his arms, ready to start the ritual of extracting foreign matter from the soul. Yes, it's really troublesome. Ichimaru Jin walked towards Su Li with a playful smile on his face. Tusen Kanami followed closely behind without saying a word. Seeing the two people walking towards her, the smile on Su Li's face became even bigger. It's better to kill such a troublesome guy directly. Ichimaru Jin laughed, and without warning, suddenly bowed down. Shoot him, Shinso. At the same time, Tusen Kanami also suddenly disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared directly behind Su Li. Suzumushi final form, Enma Cricket. The huge black elliptical barrier instantly enveloped Su Li. At the same time, a terrifying white light didn't enter the barrier, and its target was directed at Su Li. Ding! Ichimaru Jin felt a slight tremor from the tip of his knife. Ah, it's blocked. Ichimaru Jin looked slightly surprised. But soon, he regained his composure. Although his shot was sudden, the opponent was obviously not that easy to deal with. It is not a very unexpected thing that one's own attack will be blocked. Immediately, he slowly retracted the blade, and said with a regretful expression. Oh, Tusen, I won't be able to make a move like this. That guy, I can't feel Reiatsu at all, and he is surrounded by his enchantment, so I can't see anyone. I can't aim like this. He turned to look at Aizen, spread his hands, with a helpless expression. Let's leave it to you, Silver. Aizen smiled faintly. That Tusen guy, can you handle it? Ichimaru Jin tilted his head in doubt. Aizen smiled lightly, put on the gloves, and started the ceremony. Several huge horns suddenly pierced the ground, surrounding Aizen and Rukia Kuchiki in the center. Although that guy's technique is very strange. However, the required ability can restrain that guy. Aizen opened his mouth with a smile while continuing to move his hands. Tusen Benkai's ability is to make the enemy in the barrier lose hearing, sight, smell, and the ability to sense Reiatsu. Only the sense of touch is left to feel the pain caused by Tusen's attack. Unable to see, hear, or perceive the opponent, the people inside are like headless chickens. It can only be slaughtered by Tusen. Aizen said with a light smile, slowly reaching out to Rukia Kuchiki's chest. Rukia Kuchiki seemed to have lost her soul, completely unresponsive. That guy can't perceive his opponent. even with superb reflexes and speed. However, in the face of an attack that doesn't know when it will come, and where it will appear. And how can you react? Aizen smiled lightly. It's a lie, to have such a pervert ability. Ishida Ryu murmured unconsciously, because his heart was full of shock. He couldn't help but think that if he was confronted with this ability, he might not be able to fight back at all. Invisible, intangible, such an enemy, how to fight? In the next second, his pupils shrank suddenly. Others also exclaimed. Inoue Orihime's face was even more anxious. Kuchiki-san. A big hole appeared on Rukia Kuchiki's chest. And in it, there is a crystalline object. Hogyoku. Aizen looked at Hogyoku in front of him, and the smile on his face became brighter. At the same time, in the barrier of Yanmo cricket, Tusen Kanami remained expressionless, and slowly raised the blade in his hand. In their own field, no one can perceive their own existence. His opponent can only be ruthlessly killed by himself. So far, only one person has ever cracked his ability. That is Zaraki Kenpachi. However, in Tusen Kanami's view, that's not cracking at all. In the battle, Zaraki Kenpachi was hacked countless times by himself, but he has been unable to find his trace. If he hadn't been too impatient and wanted to give the opponent a fatal blow, he would have stabbed the blade into the opponent's body, and the opponent would have no chance at all. That Zaraki Kenpachi guy, like a beast, grabbed the blade he had driven into him. Afterwards, he found his trace. For Tusen Kanami, that battle was a great shame. So this time, he reminded himself in his heart not to make the same mistake again. This time, until the other party was hacked to death, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to find him. Tusen Kanami had no expression on his face, and suddenly swung the knife. Call out. The blade cut off suddenly. People in Yanmo cricket barrier cannot perceive any movement at all. Only Tusen Kanami himself could hear the sound of the blade breaking through the wind. The blade fell and was about to touch Suli's body. Tusen Kanami seemed to be able to feel that the boy's blood was about to splash on his face. He felt a little excited. However, in the next moment, Suli suddenly twisted his body very strangely. Call out. The blade sliced through the air, completely missing. A bit of surprise appeared on Tusen Kanami's face. Coincidence? Tusen Kanami doesn't know. Immediately, his expression froze, and he slashed across again. Suli suddenly tiptoed and took a small step forward. The blade fell through again. What? Tusen Kanami's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. If the failure of the previous attack was a coincidence, what about this time? Tusen Kanami didn't believe in evil, stepped forward and slashed at Suli again. However, in the next second, his heart suddenly shrank. Suli turned around slowly in the air and looked at him. Although Tusen Kanami cannot see with both eyes, he can clearly feel Suli's gaze. This terrified him. Can he see me? How can that be? Tusen Kanami was terrified, but the blade in his hand didn't stop at all, and suddenly fell towards the boy's eyebrows. Call out. The blade fell through again. Tusen Kanami's heart was completely occupied by shock. He could still feel that Suli's eyes were locked on his face. Tusen Kanami gritted his teeth fiercely, and then changed his position in a flash. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tusen Kanami looked gloomy, holding a knife and attacking Suli again. However, Yinli twisted his body strangely again. Dodged his attack. Tusen Kanami was startled and angry, and then his figure kept flashing, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed at Suli frantically. Every knife is silent, coming out of the darkness, extremely tricky. But each time, Suli dodged in a weird way. Tusen Kanami's heart completely sank to the bottom of the sea at this moment. Suli's dodging action gave him the feeling that it was like a conditioned reflex. But the problem is, conditioned reflex also needs the participation of sense organs. This guy, who can't see, hear, or feel his own reiatsu, how did he react with such precision? The more Tusen Kanami hit, the more his heart shook. He felt deeply confused and puzzled. What frightened him the most was that Suli's eyes were firmly fixed on him from the beginning to the end. This made him feel the absurdity of ultimate. Could it be that his Yanmo cricket has been cracked by him? Tusen Kanami thought in shock. But immediately, he denied his idea. The enchantment is still maintained, and the two are obviously still among Yanmo cricket. Su Li definitely did not regain her senses. So how did he do all this? Tusen Kanami was extremely bewildered. Su Li looked at Tusen Kanami with a sluggish face quietly, with a faint smile on his face. To be precise, he wasn't looking at Tusen Kanami. He just sensed that Tusen Kanami was there. Yanmo cricket blocked his senses, so he couldn't see each other. Moreover, Su Li never finds Chang's position by perceiving others' reiatsu. For a long time, what he used to perceive the position and movement of others was the air sense of ultra instinct. Tusen Kanami didn't know this. Therefore, even if he blocked his senses and blocked his feeling for reiatsu, it was completely meaningless to him. The sixth and seventh senses of ultra instinct can accurately find the position of Tusen Kanami. Su Li can clearly perceive Tusen Kanami's every move from the beginning to the present. Great Zhao, with such a clear perception, Su Jie doesn't have to do anything at all. His body will make the most natural reaction, dodging Tusen Kanami's attack. So, from the beginning to the end, the only thing he did was to watch Tusen Kanami quietly and let his body deal with it automatically. That's why Tusen Kanami felt that Su Li's actions were weird. How can someone stare at others all the time, but move his body by himself? Suddenly, the tips of Su Li's ears trembled slightly. He immediately smiled and sneered at the officials. In the darkness, there was no sound. But Tusen Kanami could hear it. It seems to be almost there outside. Hearing Su Li's words, Tusen Kanami's complexion changed drastically, and the blood in his whole body seemed to freeze. This guy not only can perceive himself, but he can also always perceive what is happening outside. What kind of monster is he? However, horror, and disbelief, before these emotions had time to climb onto Tusen Kanami's face, he felt suffocated. Then, he felt his chest sag. Because a fist the size of a sandbag hit his chest directly. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Tusen Kanami's mouth. Sokyoku Hill. Aizen carefully squeezed Hogyoku and removed it from the hollow in Rukia Kuchiki's chest. With Hogyoku gone, the hollowness in the girl's chest instantly recovered. Immediately, Aizen dropped Rukia like a piece of trash. Rukia Kuchiki lay quietly on the ground, her eyes were empty and her face was gray. Aizen didn't care, his mind at the moment was completely attracted by the Hogyoku in his hand. On his face was a satisfied smile from the heart. It's finally here. In order to get this Hogyoku, Aizen has gone to great lengths. Killing Central 46. Forge various orders. Launch Sokyoku execution. All this, just for this little Hogyoku. Originally, his plan was to use the torture of Sokyoku to vaporize the soul of Rukia Kuchiki, thus obtaining Hogyoku among them. But just to be on the safe side, while pushing forward with the plan, he was also looking for other ways to get Hogyoku out of Rukia. The hard work paid off, and he finally found the method and tools left by Urahara Kazuki in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book to extract the soul's foreign matter. Although it took a lot of effort and scheming, but fortunately, now it is finally done. Looking at the Hogyoku in his hand, Aizen was filled with emotion. The plan has finally come true, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Ah, perfect. Aizen also responded with a small smile, and then put away Hogyoku. Then, he turned his head and looked not far away. There was a golden light shining. A young girl's figure is busy in the middle. Aizen looked at the girl's figure with great interest, with a thoughtful expression. The girl is none other than Inoue Orihime. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo and others who were originally lying on the ground were dragged together by her. Even Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki were dragged over. Inoue Orihime's forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was pale. A faint golden light emanated from her hand and shrouded people. Feeling that the people under the golden light are slowly recovering, Aizen's eyes flashed a few splendors. It's really a very amazing power. He smiled faintly. Immediately, he turned to look at Ichimaru Jin. Silver, it's almost time, go and call Yao back, and stop entangled with that guy. Aizen smiled lightly. What about this guy? Ichimaru Jin asked with a smile, pointing to Rukia Kuchiki on the ground. Ah, she is worthless, kill her. Aizen's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't even look at Rukia. The smile on Ichimaru-jin's face was even wider, and he slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Lu Rukia. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly woke up. He looked at Rukia, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth fiercely, and planned to get up. However, in the next second, he fell to the ground again. Ichigo-san. Inoue Orihime looked anxious. You are still seriously injured. Please don't force it. If you fight bravely again, you will really die. Kurosaki Ichigo was full of unwillingness and anger. How can I look at Rukia? At the same time, Renji also slowly woke up. He and Kurosaki Ichigo's performance is exactly the same. The two lay softly on the ground, looking at Rukia, who fell not far away. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. But their injuries were too serious after all. Even with Inoue Orihime's treatment, they are barely out of danger. It is impossible to get up and fight again. Byakuya Kuchiki and Chojiro Sasaki are similar. They can only stare at Aizen, but are unable to do anything. Ichimaru-jin pulled out Zanpakuto with a smile and pointed at Rukia. Farewell, then, Miss Rukia. Rukia lay quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Because her back was facing Kurosaki Ichigo and others, she couldn't see the anxious and desperate eyes of the people behind her. At this time, she only had one piece of sky in her eyes. A gray, lifeless sky. Farewell, T. She murmured in her heart. Shoot her. Ichimaru-jin's voice sounded out slowly, looking extraordinarily cold. Quote. Suddenly, at this moment, boom, the enchantment of Yanmo cricket in the distance suddenly exploded. Aizen and Ichimaru-jin turned their heads sharply. The next moment, their pupils shrank suddenly. I saw a young man with a refreshing smile walking out of the broken barrier slowly. It was Su Li, and in his hand, he was carrying a bloody man. Tusen Kanami. For the first time, Aizen's eyes showed a complex look. The smile on Ichimaru-jin's CCAI face instantly cooled down, and he casually held a knife in his hand, pointing the tip at the boy. Shinso. Ichimaru-jin said coldly, his tone full of murderous intent. Call out. A terrifying white light struck Su Li in an instant, so fast that it almost arrived in the blink of an eye. However, at the next moment, Ichimaru-jin suddenly felt a click in his heart. Above the tip of the knife, there was no sound of the knife cutting into the flesh or the sound of metal hitting. Because Su Li is no longer there, Ichimaru-jin's eyes, which were usually squinted in both directions, were fully opened at this time. Because Su Li was in front of him. A black shadow strikes. Before Ichimaru-jin could react, he felt a huge force pouring on his chest. Boom! The terrifying force instantly sent Ichimaru-jin flying. Blood sprayed all the way, forming a bloodline in the air. Ichimaru-jin flew an extremely long distance and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, his chest was completely sunken, covered in blood, and he did not know how many bones were broken. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be dying. Cheat. A lie. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with horror. With just one kick, Ichimaru-jin was seriously injured. Chojiro Sasaki's eyes were extremely complicated, and he murmured unconsciously. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Su Li's back, his eyes changed drastically. Before, when Su Li fought with him, he always just defended and didn't attack at all. And now, seeing Su Li's horrible kick, Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help swallowing. He couldn't help asking himself in his heart, if he was kicked by this kick, what would happen to him? The answer is almost yes. The appearance of Ichimaru-jin at this time is the truest portrayal. Aizen's face at this time is already complicated. Silver. In his perception, Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru-jin are not dead. But it was just a sigh of relief. Captain Aizen, your two friends are a little weak. One punch and one kick, it won't work. Su Li said with a smile, and then threw Tusen Kanami on the ground like throwing a piece of garbage. He smiled and clapped his hands, as if dusting off his hands after throwing out the trash. Yet there was no dust on his hands. Only bloodline. That's Tusen Kanami's blood. Bloodline kept splashing on the boy's face. Under the sun, the boy's clean and fresh smiling face was smeared with blood. The picture looked fresh and strange for a while. Pata. Hot blood splashed on Rukia's face. She came back slowly. She felt herself, as if hearing a familiar voice. Is it hallucination? She got up from the ground in a daze. Then, when he turned around, he saw that clean smiling face. From her point of view, the boy's face was mixed with a bloodline smile, not hideous at all, not scary at all. Instead, it made her feel extra warm. Su Li. She stared at each other blankly, feeling like she was dreaming. At the same time, another voice sounded at the same time. Su Li, you really surprised me. Aizen's voice sounded faintly. Su Li, you really surprised me. Aizen looked at Su Li quietly, with seriousness appearing in his eyes for the first time. I admit, I haven't been able to see through you. Your behavior, and your strength, can always exceed my expectations. You are indeed the one who makes me feel the most troublesome among all people. Aizen looked at Su Li and said lightly. And Su Li just looked at Aizen quietly, without saying a word. But that's all for now. Aizen said lightly, with a look of contempt hidden in his eyes. An extremely terrifying Reiatsu suddenly appeared on the field. Its horror is not even weaker than the Reiatsu released by Yamamoto Genryuzai before. The people at the scene suddenly showed pained expressions. Inoue Orihime's eyes went black and he passed out. This guy is so scary. Kurosaki Ichigo and others struggled to support, their faces were already pale. They looked at Aizen, full of horror. Reiatsu is the most intuitive factor to judge whether a Shinigami is strong or not. And the Reiatsu released by Aizen has surpassed everyone's understanding. And this also proves that Aizen is powerful. This guy's strength is probably no longer inferior to Master Yuan Lujai. Chojiro Sasaki thought with trepidation. Immediately, his face froze slightly. This sentence, I seem to have said it when. His complexion suddenly became extremely complicated, and he turned his neck with difficulty, looking at the boy. 2 guys with terrifying strength. There was a heavy panting sound. Without Inoue Orihime's Shuangtian Guishian, Kurosaki Ichigo and others suddenly felt extremely difficult to support. The terrifying Reiatsu almost crushed them to death. Hateful. Kurosaki Ichigo held his head high, his face was pale, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and he stared at the two people over there. This scary guy, that who, can he win? Renji next to him was also pale, and his eyes were fixed on that side. Su Li, come on. Su Li, who is at the center of Reiatsu, has no change in expression. As if he was not affected at all, he just quietly folded his hands and looked at Aizen. Aizen also looked at him quietly. The eyes of the two looked at each other affectionately. The strength of the two people is equally unfathomable. In people's eyes, both of them are like monsters. People struggled to support them, their eyes fixed on the two of them, and they kept guessing in their hearts. In this upcoming confrontation, who will be the final winner? Sui-Feng, hurry up. Shihoin Yoruichi's face was solemn, and his feet continued to accelerate. And Sui-Feng, who was following behind her, had the same gloomy expression. They all sensed the terrifying Reiatsu above the cliff. Aizen's strength seems to have exceeded their imagination. This guy actually hides so deeply. I don't know if Ali can handle it. Sui-Feng's eyes were full of worry. Judging by Reiatsu alone, Aizen's strength seems to have surpassed all captains. Became the only existence other than Yamamoto Genryuzai. You know, Yamamoto Genryuzai is the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Among the Gotei 13, such an existence appeared at some unknown time, but people don't know anything about it. I have to say that Aizen's scheming and forbearance are really terrifying. His concealment deceived everyone. The two continued to accelerate and rushed over the cliff. Yeah, this is not good. This guy's strength is probably about to catch up with old man Shan. Hieraku Shunsui felt the terrifying Reiatsu on the cliff in the distance, and his face was solemn. Aizen, he has such a powerful strength, but he has been hiding it all the time. Why? Jashiro's face was also full of seriousness. As for Yamamoto Uenyazai, who was running in front of them, he was silent and his face was gloomy. Ever since he heard the message from Tien Ting Kong Luo, he has always had this expression. Run faster. Yamamoto Genryusai gave a drink without looking back. Then the three of them quickened their pace. At this moment, all the captains, vice-captains, and team members of Gotei 13 are rushing towards Sokyoku Hill. Everyone knows the news of Aizen and others' mutiny. For such a rebellious and immoral person, everyone has to punish him. Except for the performance of only one captain. 12th squad team building. Captain's quarters. Ni Yinmeng looked at the man in the bathtub, and asked softly. Are you really not going, my lord? The man in the bathtub slowly got up. Cut. Boring. At the same time, an unknown alley somewhere in Jingling Court. Where are you going next, Yachenliu? Zaraki Kenpachi's face was extremely excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes kept burning. Here, Yachenliu also shouted excitedly, pointing in one direction. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, and then rushed towards the direction pointed by Yachenliu. Sokyoku Hill. Aizen and Su Li are still looking at each other. The people at the scene stared nervously. They didn't know when the battle between the two would start. Maybe in the next moment. Aizen raised his hand slowly, with indifferent eyes, stretched out a finger, and poked at Su Li. It was funny that way. It's very similar to the daily provocative behavior of street gangsters. However, the people at the scene didn't think it was a comical move at all. Especially Kurosaki Ichigo is even more tense. Aizen used this finger to block the attack in his Benkai state. That finger looks ordinary, but it actually contains extremely terrifying power. An existence like Aizen's level, even with just one finger, is enough to instantly kill many captain-level Benkai attacks. People just watched intently, not daring to breathe for a while. Su Li raised her eyebrows as she looked at the fingers poking towards her. Immediately made his own reaction. His reaction was simple. Snapped. A loud slap. The black-rimmed glasses were blown away. There was a red slap mark on Aizen's face. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping at the scene. Everyone is dumbfounded. Aizen himself was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that Su Li's way of coping would be. Gave him a slap in the face. Su Li's voice sounded faintly. If you have something to say, don't point and point. Hiss. There was a gasp again at the scene. Everyone was stunned. This tone, this slap. Isn't it just the prelude to the daily filming of the little gangsters? Aizen turned around stiffly, his eyes filled with disbelief. No matter what, he never thought that the first fight between himself and Su Li would end like this. No subtle white hits move. Without attacking with sharp fists and legs. No ultra instinct, no away 18 forms. Nothing at all. Just one slap in the face, as simple as it gets. Aizen couldn't figure it out. Su Li decided to let him figure it out. Snapped. Another loud slap. These two big pussies. One for Rukia. One is for Hinamori Momo. Su Li's voice sounded. Chapter 131. The entire Sokyoku Hill is quiet. The clear and crisp slap sound, as if there was an echo, echoed in people's hearts. Aizen was dumbfounded. Kurosaki Ichigo, Renji, Byakuya Kuchiki, and Sasaki were also all stunned. Ishida Ryu and Shiba Ganjo's eyes were as big as Niu Ling's. No one would have guessed that Aizen, who seemed so arrogant before, is now like a nerd who was taught a lesson by a gangster. At this time, Su Li seems to be no longer a captain. It was more like a punk with yellow hair and a cigarette. Aizen, on the other hand, has become a nerd with glasses. However, now that the glasses have been knocked off, there are 2 more red marks on his face. People stared blankly at this picture, their brains went blank. Hey, is this really not Kyoka Suigetsu's hallucination? Sasaki stared blankly at Byakuya Kuchiki, and asked dumbly. Byakuya Kuchiki was speechless. Everyone knows that this cannot be an illusion. No one creates the illusion of being slapped. So, this is a fact that is actually happening right in front of your eyes. Snapped. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly slapped Renji hard. What are you doing? Renji roared in rage. Does it hurt? I want to make sure if I'm dreaming. Kurosaki Ichigo said dully. Your harmony here. Renji was furious. Hit. Well done. Not far away, a deep cry sounded. It was Kashiwamura Sajin, who had been lying in a pool of blood. Before, he was the only one left out while other people were receiving treatment. After all, with his tonnage, Orihime can't pull him. Therefore, Kashiwamura Sajin has been struggling to maintain his sobriety almost by willpower. Until now, seeing such an exciting scene, he shouted excitedly. Seeing a rebellious person and being slapped in the face made him feel extremely refreshed. It is simply more comfortable than seeing the other party being beaten to death and maimed. The other side. Aizen looked at Su Li in a daze, and hadn't reacted until now. He didn't understand how the other party did it. Just now, when he stretched out his finger, he had already withdrawn all the Reiatsu, and concentrated it all on Su Li's body. Facing such a terrifying Reiatsu himself, Su Li was not only not affected in the slightest, but also raised his hand and gave himself 2 slaps. You must know that although your shot looks slow, it is actually as fast as ultimate. The reason is that one hit must hit. However, Yinli's movements are faster than his own. Before he could even react, there was a red mark on his face. This made Aizen feel a shock in his heart. Shock. It was an emotion he had never experienced before. In the past, no matter what it was, he was always confident. Nothing can escape his calculations. However, only the boy in front of him was excluded. For Su Li, Aizen never seems to be able to figure it out. Almost every mood swing I had before was also because of the other party. Aizen has always been like Ji Yu Jing's heart without waves, and for the first time there are waves. When Aizen was in a daze, Su Li was also thinking silently. Just now he slapped Aizen twice, although the strength was not as severe as when he slapped Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin before, but it was definitely not light. He didn't even doubt that if these 2 slaps hit the faces of Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin, half of their faces would be rotted. However, Aizen's face was only slightly flushed, and there was no more damage. I have to say, Aizen's face is real. No, his defense is really thick. Aizen is obviously not at the same level as Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin. Aizen slowly came back to his senses. Looking at Su Li's eyes, anger appeared for the first time. But also, anyone who is slapped in the face will be angry. Even a person like Aizen who lives indifferently is no exception. Aizen fixed his gaze, raised his knife and slashed at Su Li. The light of the knife was so fast that the blade was already on the body before even hearing the sound of breaking through the air. The faces of the people at the scene suddenly changed. In their view, Aizen's knife, no matter in terms of speed, strength, or angle, is astonishing. The terrifying sword pressure implied in it makes people even more frightened. Although people have never seen Aizen use kendo, but judging from this knife alone, Aizen's kendo level is obviously stronger than all the team leaders. Just below Yamamoto Yuanryasai, people stared nervously, wondering how Su Li would respond. After all, this is not the kind of temptation before. This is a real fight. Aizen is obviously already serious. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Li didn't even look at Aizen in front of him. He suddenly flung his hand behind him. Snapped. Another loud slap. People's hearts tightened suddenly, as if they were slapped in the heart. A figure staggered out of shape. But Aizen in front of Su Li disappeared slowly. People were horrified. Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen's attack just now turned out to be an illusion. Aizen also widened his eyes and looked at Su Li. How can that be? There was a look of shock in Aizen's eyes. Just now, he silently activated Kyoka Suigetsu and came to Su Li's back, intending to give her a fatal blow. However, Su Li seemed to ignore Kyoka Suigetsu's hallucinations at all, and slapped himself directly in the face. This made Aizen feel unbelievable. Su Li did not respond to his question, but said lightly, "This slap is for Tu Jilang." Aizen couldn't help feeling even more angry inside. Then he gritted his teeth and decided to cast Kyoka Suigetsu again. It's just a coincidence, he comforted himself silently in his heart. However, the next second, snapped. A slap sounded again. People's hearts shrank severely again. Aizen also stumbled out of the figure again. At this moment, his eyes were completely replaced by shock. What exactly is going on? I have already activated Kyoka Suigetsu. Yinli should have fallen into complete hypnosis. But, why? Like he completely ignored Kyoka Suigetsu. With deep doubts, Aizen couldn't help asking, "When did you become immune to Kyoka Suigetsu?" Looking at Aizen's confused and flushed face, Su Li smiled lightly. When did you start thinking that I fell for your tricks?" Hearing this, Aizen was suffocated for breathing. It was 40 years ago, a quiet night. He couldn't help but began to recall many things. Su Li came to visit late at night, humbly asking for advice. Su Li retreated for 40 years and left immediately after Rukia Kuchiki disappeared. Su Li's abnormality in the accident incident. Su Li sees himself miraculously revived, the calmness on his face. Aizen has pondered the question for many days, and at this moment, finally has the answer. You have already seen through my plan. His eyes were full of unbelievable. The corner of Su Li's mouth raised a slight arc. Yes, quote, whether it's your Kyoka Suigetsu, or your plan to capture Hogyoku. I've seen it through. When Aizen heard this, for the first time in his life, there was an uproar caused by his heart. How did you notice it? Aizen looked at Su Li with disbelief in his eyes. Only Tusen Konami and Ichimaru Jin know about the fact that he wants to seize Hogyoku, the Soul Society. Until now, Aizen has never mentioned to anyone that what he took from Rukia Kuchiki's body is called Hogyoku. How did Su Li know about Hogyoku? Su Li didn't answer, but just looked at him with a calm expression. Feeling Su Li's plain eyes, Aizen's eyes kept changing. Suddenly, he remembered something. That was 40 years ago, before the teenager came to visit me late at night, earlier. Before that, Su Li once made a trip to this world. And the original owner of this Hogyoku is in this world. Have you been in contact with Urahara Kazuki? There was an unconcealable shock in Aizen's tone. Well, I also did a little business with him. Su Li nodded quietly and replied. If Urahara Kazuki were on the scene at this time, he would definitely jump on his feet and scold Su Li for being shameless. That's a small business. I almost let this guy take over my old den. Unfortunately, Urahara Kazuki was not there. Listening to Su Li's words, Aizen finally calmed down gradually. All the questions in my heart have finally been answered. Everything is clear. Su Li has been wary of herself since 40 years ago. In the entire Soul Society, no one knows his true identity and his plan. However, Urahara Kazuki and others have seen their true colors. Although they escaped to the present world, they have been secretly staring at themselves. Since Su Li has been in contact with them, he naturally knows the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu. From then on, all the performances of the young man in front of him were just acting. And this performance lasted for 40 years. Good acting. It's really hidden. Aizen looked at Su Li with complex emotions in his tone. He thought he had seen through Su Li, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart for a while. However, Su Li just smiled lightly and didn't break it. I can see through Aizen's plan, and it has nothing to do with Urahara Kazuki. The first time I opened my eyes in this world, I already knew everything. Who made himself the ultimate spoiler? Of course, it is impossible to tell the other party about this kind of thing. Let Aizen guess for himself. The corner of Su Li's mouth raised a slight arc, and said lightly. Each other. Aizen looked at Su Li deeply, filled with emotion. I endured the disguise for hundreds of years, and deceived all the people in the Soul Society, and no one could find out. This time filled him with pride. However, the young man in front of him lied to himself for 40 years without saying a word. A self-proclaimed con artist who ends up being tricked by a brat. Aizen's heart at this time was full of mixed feelings, and it was extremely complicated. Su Li looked at him quietly without any movement. It's like admiring your own masterpiece. He doesn't want to miss every expression on Aizen's face. This is an emoticon package made by myself. Enjoy it, of course. Su Li admired quietly, with a happy figure. However, Aizen is Aizen after all. A man standing on top of the sky. Soon, he calmed down all the emotions in his heart. The complicated eyes looking at Su Li also returned to indifference. Su Li, you really surprised me a lot. He said lightly. I admit, you are the one that makes me feel the most troublesome among all the people I have met. However, that's all there is to it. Aizen raised his hand slowly. Now that many questions in my heart have been answered, and my plan has been completed. Then there are not many things left. 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. Aizen said indifferently. Be careful. Kashiwamura Sajin shrank his pupils and shouted anxiously. He was instantly defeated by this move just now. So watching Aizen use this trick again at this time, Kashiwamura Sajin couldn't help being careless. Kurosaki Ichigo and others also opened their eyes wide, feeling extremely nervous. Everyone knows that Aizen's current attack is no longer an illusion produced by Kyoka Suigetsu. Su Li is not in Kyoka Suigetsu. So at this moment, Aizen's attack is a real shot. Su Li and Aizen, until this moment, were not considered to be fighting in the true sense. The black spiritual membrane instantly surrounded Su Li. At this moment, people heard Su Li's voice, which resounded faintly. Always 18 moves, one shot into the soul. Boom! A shocking blue light instantly broke through the blockade of black coffin and shot towards Aizen. Its terrifying might even made it difficult for the people present to breathe. I saw this trick again. Chojiro Sasaki's eyes were extremely complicated. It's more terrifying than when I first saw it. Kashiwamura Sajin also looked horrified. Byakuya Kuchiki remained silent, but the shock in his eyes was no less than that of others. They've all seen this trick before, so they all know how terrifying this move is. A light blue beam of light shot towards Aizen. Aizen's face froze, and there was a bit of solemnity in his eyes. He raised his hand slowly, and immediately blocked the beam of light. Boom! The terrifying air wave exploded instantly. Suddenly, an extremely violent hurricane blew up at the scene. Hey, you shout, don't pull my mouth, ah! Renji held on to the Zanpakuto stuck in the ground, struggling to keep himself from being swept away by the hurricane, and shouted with a painful expression. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo was pulling his big mouth tightly, and his figure was swept into the air by the hurricane, constantly swinging wildly. You think, I think, where did you get so, saliva? It's disgusting. Kurosaki Ichigo roared while hovering in the air with a painful expression. Compared with these two live treasures, Sasaki and Byakuya Kuchiki behind them are simply elegant and calm. They had already plunged Zanpakuto into the ground, and now they were on one knee, firmly resisting the hurricane blowing. Apart from being a little embarrassed by the hurricane, there was no other impact. And the most comfortable person is Sajin Kashiwamura. Hurricanes can't blow at all. After a while, the light blue beam of light finally dissipated slowly. The violent airflow gradually became quieter. The figure of Aizen finally appeared in front of people again. Seeing his appearance at this time, people's pupils couldn't help shrinking. The sleeve of Aizen's right hand has been completely shattered and disappeared. His bare arms were dark red and steaming, as if they were burned. Blood dripped from Aizen's palm. The ground was stained red. Aizen slowly raised his head and looked at Su Li. The eyes are constantly changing. Shocked, bewildered, angry, unbelievable. Various emotions flashed across his eyes. Although Su Li used this move, he had already seen it in the captain's assessment decades ago. At that time, he was already quite surprised. However, when he really faced this terrifying power, he realized that that light blue beam of light was far more terrifying than he had imagined. In order to block this attack, his hand was almost destroyed. Aizen looked at Su Li deeply and fell silent. The emotion in his eyes was finally frozen in deep fear. This young man was undoubtedly the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered in his life. While Aizen is looking at Su Li is also looking at Aizen. Looking at the other's miserable arm, Su Li also fell silent. There is no doubt that the power of my current soul penetration is much stronger than that of 40 years ago. However, it only abolished the opponent's hand. I have to say that Aizen's strength is indeed terrifying. It is not at the same level as those other shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Aizen, without a doubt, is also the most powerful enemy Su Li has encountered so far. The two looked at each other quietly. It's just that the emotions are different. Aizen is jealous. Su Li is calm. The atmosphere became anxious again for a while. Gulu. Kurosaki Ichigo swallowed, looking at Aizen with horror in his eyes. It can be blocked like this. This guy is really pervert. Renji, on the other hand, stared at Su Li with fiery eyes. Strong. Too strong. Su Li, big brother. Because of admiration, he even started to use honorific titles. Inoue Orihime woke up slowly, rubbed his dry eyes, and looked around. In the next second, she was directly shocked. Because right now, beside her, there is a huge dog's head lying. It was Kashiwamura Sajin. Dog. Mr. Doggo. Inoue Orihime was silent and didn't dare to move. I am a werewolf. If you dare to mention the word dog again, the old man will kill you. Kashiwamura Sajin grimaced and roared with a gloomy face. Inoue Orihime's face turned pale immediately, and he tightly closed his mouth. Just now, when the violent hurricane blew, Inoue Orihime was swept by the hurricane and deviated from its original position. The hurricane kept rolling her until it hit Kashiwamura Sajin, and then it stopped. "Hey, I saw your ability just now, do you know how to heal?" Kashiwamura Sajin suddenly asked in a cold voice. Inoue Orihime bit her lip, nodded stiffly with a frightened expression on her face. "Heal the old man," Kashiwamura Sajin said in a commanding tone. Inoue Orihime shuddered, not daring to procrastinate, and immediately launched the Shuangtian Return Shield. The warm golden light enveloped Kashiwamura Sajin. "He is slowly recovering from his injuries. What's your name?" Kashiwamura Sajin asked with a low voice. "Well, Inoue Orihime." Inoue Orihime replied cautiously. "Well, God owes you a favor," Kashiwamura Sajin said lightly, with a somewhat serious tone. Immediately, he stopped looking at each other, and turned his gaze to the two people who were facing each other. Inoue Orihime bit her lip and remained silent. Immediately, his eyes turned to that side. The other side. Aizen changed the blade in his hand to another layer. Before, he blocked the beam of light with his right hand, while Zanpakuto kept holding it in his left hand. Now, he switched the blade back to his usual right hand. His right hand, which was burning red, quietly looked at the dish. It has to be said that Aizen's appearance at this time is quite sturdy. Looking at Aizen, who is usually gentle, it seems like a different person at this time. The captains at the scene all have complicated eyes. Aizen stared at Su-Li quietly, his eyes were cold and indifferent. "Even though I had repeatedly overestimated the opponent before, but now I realize that I still underestimated the strength of the opponent. The strength of this young man has already exceeded his expectations. Almost humiliating slap. Get yourself hurt." This has completely ignited the anger in Aizen's heart. If you don't kill this person, it will be hard to solve the hatred in your heart. Aizen then slowly raised the knife, ready to strike. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. At the same time, Su-Li on the opposite side also trembled. In their perception, several Reiatsu are attacking here rapidly. It's the captains who are coming here. Come yet. Looks like it's almost time. Aizen looked cold. It seems almost. Su-Li's expression was flat. The two had almost the same thought in their hearts. Immediately, the two slowly turned their heads and looked at each other. The four eyes are facing each other. Both of them sensed each other's thoughts. One move determines the outcome. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, Aizen made a mistake and disappeared in place in an instant. Su-Li bowed and inhaled, slowly punching his heart. In the next second, Aizen appeared in front of Su-Li. The blade cuts off suddenly. Horror Reiatsu, overwhelming again. Su-Li didn't look sideways, and punched out suddenly. The fist storm is fierce and the momentum is magnificent. In the blink of an eye, the blade and the fist were about to collide. At the same time, on the cliff, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Shihuin Yoruichi and Sui-Feng. Feeling the terrifying Reiatsu and momentum on the Sokyoku hill, the pupils of the two shrank suddenly. In an instant, they saw the fist and the blade that were about to collide. "Ali!" Sui-Feng screamed out. Shihuin Yoruichi's complexion also changed drastically. There was a sudden silence between heaven and earth. Next second, boom, the terrifying air wave exploded in an instant, sweeping the audience. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were instantly thrown into the air, before they even had time to react. Even Kashiwamura Sajin was thrown into the air. At a critical moment, he directly inserted Zanpakuto into the ground and grabbed it tightly. Inoue Orihime grabbed his haori desperately and swung it like a koi in the air. Looking at her like that, she must have almost been thrown dizzy. Shihuin Yoruichi and Sui-Feng also bowed down, clutching the ground tightly. In front of them, there was a scratch that was more than 10 meters long. Even with such a long distance, they were still pushed back again and again by the air waves. People raised their heads with difficulty and looked at where Su-Li and Aizen were originally standing. For a second, good promise, people's hearts suddenly shrank. Where the two were originally standing, a huge deep pit had already appeared. A figure flew out from the huge pit. With a hint of bloodline, it draws a beautiful parabola in the sky. Against the clear blue sky, the picture looks extremely beautiful for a while. People were speechless in shock. They all saw the serial number on the figure's back clearly. In the sky, the figure slowly draws a beautiful parabola. Silky bloodline, dripping from the air. People's eyes were dull, and they kept moving with the figures. They all recognized the figure. Aizen Sosuke. Parabola, descending to the horizon. Boom. Aizen fell heavily to the ground. People's hearts also trembled suddenly. All eyes were on him blankly. The breeze blows. Sokyoku Hill was extremely quiet for a while. Aizen slowly got up from the ground. His appearance at this time was somewhat miserable. A streak of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. And the captain's feathers on his chest were all broken. On the bare chest, there is a clear, dark red fist mark. Aizen looked at the boy opposite, his eyes changed drastically. Just now, when his fist was about to hit his body, he retracted all the reiatsu in time to protect his chest. However, despite this, he was still injured by the teenager's terrifying fist. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bearing this punch head-on, he had already suffered quite a bit of damage. On the other hand, the young man on the opposite side seemed to be indifferent, as if nothing happened. Aizen couldn't help but feel deeply shocked for the first time. The other side. Su Li looked at her palm quietly. His situation is not as Aizen thought, completely unharmed. In the blow just now, Su Li's fist brushed past the blade, and did not collide directly. His fist went directly to Aizen's chest. Aizen's response is to gather all reiatsu to form a protective layer. And his blade came directly towards the center of his brow. Su Li's response was to stretch out his other hand to block the blade. Aizen was hit by a heavy punch, vomiting blood and flying backwards. But Su Li herself was also injured a little bit. At this time, there was a faint white mark on the palm of Su Li's left hand. That was the cut mark left by Aizen's blade. White imprints, gradually turning red, oozing out a trace of beads. Although compared with the blood spit out by Aizen, this little drop of blood from Su Li is nothing at all. But it caused a slight fluctuation in his heart. This is the first time he was injured. In the past, no matter what attack he faced, he never suffered any harm. With Ultra Instinct's autonomous response and strong body, Su Li is not afraid of any attack at all. However, Aizen's attack left shallow CDFC knife marks on his palm. Su Li felt a little emotional in his heart. Aizen is worthy of being Aizen, and it is indeed not at the same level as other miscellaneous fish. At the same time, the gazes of other people also kept changing between Su Li and Aizen. Oh, it really is Su Li who is more aggressive. Sasaki looked at Su Li with eyes full of complex meanings. The victory and defeat have been decided. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression is light, but his eyes are extremely bright. Su Li, big brother. Renji was extremely excited, his eyes full of enthusiasm. That guy, did he block the opponent's knife with his hand just now? No wonder. Miss Yoruichi said he was a monster. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were shocked, but his mouth was dry. He thought that just now, in Benkai's state, Aizen could easily kill him with one blow. But now, Su Li blocked the opponent's full blow with only one hand. This could not help but make him feel horrified and inexplicable. Good fight, Captain Su Li. Kill this traitor. Kashiwamura Sajin growled emotionally. Amazing. That's the person Yoruichi-san said you should never mess with. Inoue Orihime stared blankly at Su Li, shocked. TCH, I thought that guy named Kuratsuchi Mayuri was already a very powerful character. Compared to these two guys, he's just like a fish. These Shinigami are really perverted. Ishida Ryu pushed the glasses on his face, with a look of horror on his face. Suddenly, at this moment, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, a bold female voice sounded. Scattered animal bones, minarets, red crystals, steel wheels, what moves is the wind, what is still is the sky, and the sound of spears striking each other resounds through the empty city. Hado no 63, fiery lightning howl. An extremely dazzling lightning shot down on Aizen in an instant. Shi Danfang. Inoue Orihime exclaimed in surprise. Big sister. Shiba Griffin was also full of surprises. The giant and the woman who descended from the sky are none other than Saidanfang and Shiba Kong. Boom. The landing of Saidanfang made a big hole in the ground. Yo, Shiba Kongzuru greeted the people at the scene heartily. At the same time, two black shadows also rushed from a distance. The smoke cleared. Two blades were on Aizen's neck. It was Shihuan Yoruichi and Sui-Feng who came. Don't move, if you act rashly. Immediately let your head fall to the ground. Shihuan Yoruichi and Sui-Feng's tone was extremely cold. Aizen seemed indifferent to the chill coming from above the blade. He just quietly looked at Su Li opposite. Aizen, you have no escape. Shihuan Yoruichi shouted coldly. In the next second, countless black shadows landed behind Sokyoku. Yamamoto Genryusai, Hiraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Unohana Retsu, Naneo Eyes, Katetsu Azane, Omaeda, Matsumoto Rengaku, Tetsuzeman Kageho, etc. The most powerful combat power of the Soul Society is assembled here. The eyes of people looking at Aizen are full of various emotions. Anger, shock, incomprehension, hatred. Feeling the different gazes from the people, Aizen suddenly smiled faintly. It seems that this is the end. The voice sounded faintly. There is a coldness in people's eyes. In their view, the evil deeds of Aizen and others, of course, can only stop here. The elite of the Soul Society are all assembled. No matter how strong Aizen is, he can only catch him with nothing. However, Su Li knew that what Aizen said didn't mean that. What he said was to himself. Aizen looked at Su Li, the emotions in his eyes kept changing. In the end, everything comes down to indifference. I have to admit, Su Li, you are by far the person who surprised me the most in the entire Soul Society, but also the person who surprised me the most. Different from those pedantic, clumsy, mediocre people who have no achievements. Your light, even for me, feels a little dazzling. But, at the same time, you are also the most difficult enemy for me. Unfortunately, it seems that it will be a long time before we meet next time. Aizen's indifferent voice spread throughout the audience. He looked at Su Li quietly, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. There is no next time, Aizen, it's over. Jashiro Yukitaki took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice. Oh, really? Why do I feel that the fun has just begun? A bright smile appeared on Aizen's face again. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was taken aback. At this time, above the sky, a huge space crack suddenly appeared. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Shihuan Yoruichi's complexion changed, and he shouted. Rewind. Sui-Feng. Before the words fell, Shihuan Yoruichi and Sui-Feng suddenly retreated a certain distance. Above the sky, the space crack expanded rapidly. People stared blankly at the crack in the sky, and even forgot to move. It seems that the time has come. Aizen opened his mouth with a faint smile, his eyes filled with calmness and composure. As soon as the words fell, 3 huge golden light beams suddenly fell, enveloping the 3 of Aizen respectively. At the same time, countless huge white claws suddenly stretched out from the crack in the sky. Huge black and white-faced monsters poked out from the cracks. What, that's Manos Grande Jillian. People were moved and subconsciously exclaimed. At the scene, except for Su Li, the expressions of the other captains changed drastically. This. How many? Jillian. Kajiba Tetsuzaeman's face was shocked, and he murmured unconsciously. This. How does it feel like more than the previous Manos Grande invasion? Naneo Eyes swallowed her saliva, her eyes frightened. The space crack in the sky is extremely wide, as if it has already occupied half of the sky. And in the crack, countless densely packed Jillians kept twisting their bodies and sticking their heads out of the crack. Just a rough judgment, at least 400 or 500. And behind them, there is something hidden in the darkness. Obviously the more advanced Manos Grande. That big guy, so many. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Ryu looked at the densely packed Jillian in the cracks, and their faces could not help showing a bit of horror. Before, when they were conducting competitions in this world, a base strength appeared. They can barely handle it. At this moment, seeing so many Jillians appearing in front of them, the two couldn't help swallowing at the same time. People looked at the densely packed Manos Grande in the cracks and couldn't help but look at each other. I was both shocked and bewildered. So many Manos Grandes suddenly appeared in the sky above Jinglingting, why? The answer will be revealed soon. The 3 of Aizen, who were surrounded by 3 golden beams, suddenly cracked the ground under their feet. Then it slowly floated up and flew towards the sky with them. Want to escape? These guys, Tetsuzaeman yelled angrily, and pulled out Zanpakuto violently. Stop. Yamamoto Yuanryasai spoke suddenly and stopped him. This light is called negation. It's what Manos Grande used to save his kind. After being covered by that light, the inside and outside of the light become non-interferable. It's a completely isolated world. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Aizen above the sky quietly, with a deep expression on his face. People's sights moved with the positions of the three of Aizen. The moment the light falls, you can't touch Aizen anymore. Following the words of Yamamoto Genryusai, the scene has become silent. People have clearly realized that now, no one can stop the three of Aizen from leaving. Boom! Kashiwamura Sajin punched the ground with a fist, with resentment on his face. Tusen! Hateful! Kashiwamura Sajin beat the ground in front of him angrily, and countless holes were made in the ground by him. However, his anger was meaningless. It's actually come to the point of joining forces with Manos Grande. What the hell is it for? Jashiro Yukitaki took a step forward, staring fixedly at Aizen Sosuke above the sky. For a higher realm, Aizen looked at him with extremely indifferent eyes. Have you fallen, Aizen? Jashiro Yukitaki asked in a deep voice. You're so arrogant, Nier. There was no one standing in the sky in the first place. Aizen's voice sounded faintly. Hearing this, Jashiro's face became even more ugly. You too, me too, even God. Aizen raised his hand slowly, wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Su Li frowned. The throne of the sky, the unbearable blank period, will also come to an end. Aizen slowly stretched his hand to his forehead, and then pulled all his hair back. Su Li smiled slightly, with a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. This guy is really handsome no matter what. From now on. Aizen looked down at the crowd below, with a look of aloofness in his eyes. I stand on the sky. After the voice fell, everyone at the scene was suffocated. People looked at Aizen standing above the sky, their faces were particularly dignified. Only Su Li had an indifferent smile on her face. Goodbye, Shinigami. Aizen's eyes swept across the faces of everyone. Finally, it slowly fell on Su Li's face. Then, goodbye, Su Li. Thank you for your gift before parting. When we meet next time, I will return them all to you. Su Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then he bowed slowly, and the gentleman gave a salute as a farewell. Aizen took one last deep look at Su Li, then turned around and stepped into the black cavity. Boom! The black cavity closed instantly, and the sky returned to its original clarity. Looking at the clear blue sky, people can't let go of it for a long time. There was still a heavy look on everyone's faces. This incident really shocked the entire Lingling court. 3 captains mutiny. All of Central 46 died. The 2 captains and 1 vice captain were hit hard. Numerous team members were involved, and there were also varying degrees of casualties. These 3 days were the darkest time for the Soul Society in the millennium. People's mood is extremely heavy. After a long time, Kyoraku Shunsui was the first to recover. He sat down on the ground slowly, took off his bamboo hat, and laughed softly. It seems, it's over for now. Listening to his voice, people gradually came back to their senses. Yes, it's over. However, as Kyoraku Shunsui said, this is only temporary. Although the rebels like Aizen have fled, they definitely have follow-up plans. In the future, there must be even more shocking conspiracies waiting for everyone in the Soul Society. However, that is all in the future. The most important thing now is to help the wounded. Following the command of Unohana Retsu, the people at the scene immediately began to cooperate with the medical team to rescue the wounded. At the same time, countless team members also emerged from the mountain road and joined the aftermath work on the scene. All of a sudden, the entire Sokyoku Hill was full of people, and people got busy. Su Li looked at the busy people with a faint smile on her face, and her heart was extremely peaceful for a moment. This time, the big event in the Shinigami world has finally come to an end. Suddenly, a handkerchief was handed over from the side. Su Li was slightly taken aback, then turned to look. Then he saw a pale and thin face. Rukia. I saw a slight smile on Rukia's face and a look of gratitude in her eyes. Wipe it off, Su Li. Rukia handed over the handkerchief, looked at his palm, and said in a low voice. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Immediately understood. In the previous fights, Rukia had been by his side. Although the battle was fierce, there were several violent hurricanes. But Su Li stood in front of her every time. Therefore, she has not been affected by it. Others are far away and don't know that they are injured. But Rukia was so close that she could see. Thanks. Su Li smiled slightly, took the handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his palm. It should be me who should say thank you. Rukia's eyes flickered, and then she leaned forward slowly and bowed deeply to Su Li. There was a sincere expression of gratitude on his face. Efforts with a little effort are not worth mentioning. Su Li smiled. Hearing the calmness in Su Li's tone, Rukia also smiled, feeling relaxed inside. However, what the two of them didn't know was that in the distance, there was an extremely resentful gaze shooting straight at them. Miss, calm down. They are just ordinary friends. Omaeda hugged Sui-Feng's thigh tightly, pleading on his face. Sui-Feng, don't be impulsive. Speak up if you have something to say. Shihun Yoruichi also stopped in front of Sui-Feng, looking earnest. Both of them couldn't help but let out a long sigh in their hearts. Oh, what a sin. The Hill of Sokyoku, General Health Care Clinic. Everywhere in Sei Ling Ting. The figures of people are constantly busy. After experiencing this incident, Ling Ting's side was not badly hurt, but at least it was a heavy loss. There are ruined houses and broken tiles everywhere, and there is a mess everywhere. The general medical clinic was in chaos, and the wounded almost filled the entire hall of the clinic. The medical team members of the fourth team were extremely busy, shuttled back and forth between the beds, and were exhausted. And in Jingling Court, countless team members are also actively participating in the aftermath work, and the rescue and repair work in various places is in full swing. However, the entire aftermath work is a heavy task, and it certainly cannot be completed in a day or two. There is a long way to go to restore the devastated Searingting to its previous appearance. At the same time, first team building, conference room. Here is the first captain's meeting after the war. There are only a few people in the huge meeting room of the office. Yamamoto Genryuzai, who sat on the first seat, had a deep expression and remained silent. The people standing on both sides are Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and Unohana Retsu. In the entire Gotei 13, there were only 6 captains present, less than half of them. It has to be said that this incident really shocked Jingling Court. 3 captains mutiny. 3 captains including Hitsugaya Toshiro, Kashiwamura Sajin, and Byakuya Kuchiki were seriously injured and hospitalized. Not even Su Li was there. The entire conference room seemed empty during the day. Everyone's face looked very deep. The atmosphere is a little depressing and a little heavy. Come in. The voice of Yamamoto Genryuzai resounded faintly. The huge door opened slowly. People looked up. Under the setting sun, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. It was Su Li. He swaggered into the conference room. Looking at the figure of Su Li, the people present had different emotions. Unohana Retsu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved into 2 crescents. The corners of Kyoraku Shunsui's mouth curved slightly, and his eyes flickered. Jashiro Yukitaki nodded to the boy with a gentle smile on his face. Zaraki Kenpachi and Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked unhappy and stared at Su Li closely. Yamamoto Genryuzai had no expression on his face, but his gaze kept following Su Li. Immediately, Su Li stood among the crowd. Looking at the smiling young man, Yamamoto Uenyazai couldn't help but sighed slightly. This kid obviously came to accept the interrogation. Why did he act like he came to receive an award? Immediately, he restrained his mind and spoke slowly, indifferently. This meeting of captains, due to insufficient number of people, is only a temporary meeting. But the importance of the meeting remains the same as always. The content of the meeting is about Su Li's behavior in this incident. Yamamoto Genryuzai slowly raised his head and looked at Su Li with a real gaze. Since you have seen the conspiracy of Aizen and others before, why did you not report it? His tone was full of majesty and questioning. Previously, through the narratives of Kashiwamura Sajin, Byakuya Kuchiki and others, everyone knew that Su Li had already seen through the conspiracy of Aizen and others before the incident happened. As soon as the voice fell, Kuretsuchi Mayuri jumped out with an indignant expression. You kid, you clearly know what Aizen is trying to do, but you don't say anything, causing everyone to be tricked by him. What on earth are you thinking, kid? Zaraki Kenpachi also stood up with a bad look on his face. Hey, you guy, did you do it on purpose? Wait until the end to make a move, do you want to see everyone laugh? In the face of people's questioning eyes, Suli was calm and calm. Because no one will believe it. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard the words, and then fell silent. Indeed, as Suli said, before this series of events happened, people would never believe that Aizen, who has always been gentle and courteous, planned such a shocking conspiracy. Then how did you know about their plans? Kuretsuchi Mayuri asked with a suspicious face, which was what made him wonder the most. Aizen fooled everyone, but only Suli saw the trick. How on earth did he do it? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Suli. Everyone wants to know the answer. 40 years ago, I met Urahara Kazuki in this world. Suli said lightly. What? The traitor? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Urahara Kazuki, as well as the Captain Hollow incident, is the most serious incident in the Soul Society in the past 1,000 years except for the captain's mutiny. Then why didn't you bring him back? Zaraki Kenpachi said angrily. Because he is not a traitor. Suli's voice sounded faintly. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The Captain Hollow experiment conducted by Urahara Kazuki has long been characterized by Central 46. And his charges have already been confirmed. Therefore, people do not understand why Suli defends a traitor. The eyes of people looking at Suli flickered sharply. Suli didn't care about everyone's gaze, but continued to speak indifferently. He was framed by Aizen. The person who actually conducted Captain Hollow's experiment was actually Aizen. When people heard this, there was an uproar in their hearts. Immediately, Suli told the truth about that year. Listening to Suli's story, people didn't believe it at first. But after thinking about it, I found that the facts were already in front of me. After all, it was Aizen who was picked up by Manos Grande. Combining these things, people's minds gradually become more open. Travel disaster invades Soul Society, save Rukia, Suli from execution. All this is because Suli and Urahara Kazuki have already seen through Aizen's true face. They have been secretly planning to stop Aizen. But people like myself have been teased by Aizen all the time. Urahara Kazuki is regarded as a traitor, and Suli is also full of doubts. In people's hearts, they couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Then, you're so strong, why didn't you arrest those Aizen guys earlier? Kuretsuchi Mayuri's complexion changed, and he still asked unwillingly. Suli rolled her eyes slightly. Are you legally blind? What? Hearing this, Kuretsuchi Mayuri was in a state of ecstasy. Mere criminal intent, but no criminal facts, does not constitute a crime. You don't even understand this. He used to be the captain of the 5th squad in a good manner, and didn't do anything. How can I be civil? Suli looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri like he was looking at an idiot. Didn't you say Captain Hollow was done by Aizen? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was angry about it. That is an incident that has already been characterized. Before Aizen has no new actions, just rely on my family's words, and don't say anything. Who would believe it? Suli said lightly. Everyone heard the words and fell into silence again. After a long time, Yamamoto Genryuzai, who was sitting at the top, suddenly sighed softly. The gaze towards Suli was finally no longer a look of scrutiny. He finally understood why Suli swaggered and smiled when she walked in. This kid is not here for trial at all. He's just here to invite credit. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked at the smiling Suli with complicated eyes. Everyone is drunk and you are alone. Hana Retsu suddenly stood up with a smile on her face. I have something to say. Immediately, she told everyone about the strange start of discovering Aizen's body during this period of time, the content of Suli's previous conversation with her, and all her discoveries later. Everyone listened to her narration in silence. Captain Suli, it's not that you don't know the truth. Hana Retsu smiled gently, glanced at Suli, and continued. Instead, I have been waiting to attack. Until this moment, everyone's hearts finally became clear. They finally found out that Suli didn't intend to hide from everyone. At the beginning of the incident, he told Hana Retsu the truth. After all, Hana Retsu was the only one who noticed something strange about Aizen's body. Only she would trust Suli. After that, Hana Retsu continued her investigation. But Su Li was secretly paying close attention to the movements of Aizen and others. It can be said that Su Li and Urahara Kazuki have been silently cooperating before the incident started. After the incident started, it was Su Li's cooperation with Unohana Retsu. Why did Su Li let the travel accidents go and ignore them? It is because these travel accidents were rescued by Urahara Kazuki. Why is Su Li indifferent to Aizen's death? Because he already knew that this guy was feigning death. Pity yourself and these people, but they are still in a dream. Yamamoto Genryusai was right, only Su Li is always awake. He is the only person who has done nothing wrong in this incident. Although in the end, it still failed to prevent Aizen and others from defecting. But he single-handedly prevented the execution and destroyed Aizen's plan. Afterwards, with his own strength, he severely injured the three of Aizen. This achievement alone is more dazzling than everyone else. Su Li is the only person who should not be punished in the whole incident. But now, he is being interrogated like a prisoner. Prior to this, there were countless people who suspected him of conspiracy. The people at the scene bowed their heads one after another, feeling guilty. People owe Su Li an apology. Ali, you. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Su Li, the love and kindness in his eyes returned. And a touch of apology. Just return my innocence. Su Li smiled faintly, bowed slightly, and saluted. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at him deeply, with a little more apology in his eyes. Ah, he didn't say anything after all. The boy's broad mind makes his heart extremely complicated. Yamamoto Genryusai made a silent decision in his heart. After the incident, he must make some substantive compensation to Su Li. Seeing the look on Yamamoto Genryusai's face, Su Li burst into laughter. The ancients never deceived me. As expected, the more you pretend you don't want it, the more the other party will give you. Su Li's expression was calm, but his heart was full of joy. That is inevitable. Yamamoto Genryusai finally showed a smile that he hadn't seen for a long time on his expressionless face. Looking at the boy's gaze, it was full of kindness. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro looked at Su Li with unusually warm eyes. People have no reason to ask for more from this young man who has been carrying the burden silently. Su Li, it was lousy who blamed you. To express my apology, I can fight with you. The rules are up to you. Zaraki Kenpachi stood up with a serious look on his face. You're out of your mind. Do you think that everyone, like you, regards fighting as a reward? Li Yi was completely speechless, rolling his eyes to the back of his head. What's your name, clown? Didn't you bark the most fiercely before? I've already apologized, but you haven't apologized yet, have you? Otherwise, you will fight lousy instead. Zaraki Kenpachi was furious and stared at Kuretsuchi Mayuri viciously, looking extremely irritable. Yes, sorry. Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned his head away, looking insincere. Okay, stop arguing. Yamamoto Genryusai spoke lightly, with a majestic tone. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi and Kuretsuchi Mayuri suddenly became quiet, and stood back to the queue. These things, we will discuss later. Now, let's settle the matter at hand. About this brigade invasion, and the mutiny of Aizen and others. Hearing this, Su Li quietly stood back in the queue. The atmosphere in the meeting room became serious. After discussion, the captains at the scene finally reached a consensus. Yamamoto Genryusai also made a decision. The reason for the brigade's invasion, after all, is to stop the plot of Aizen. In essence, there is nothing wrong with their starting point. On the contrary, it is precisely because of their arrival that Aizen's plots and attempts can be revealed. Although it has caused some losses to Jinglingting, it is insignificant compared to its achievements. Therefore, after deliberation, it was decided not to pursue any responsibility for the travel disaster, and let him return to the world safely. Rukia Kuchiki, a victim of the Aizen conspiracy, was also exonerated. The more difficult thing to deal with is the rebellion of Aizen and others, and the impact it caused. Gute 13th Division suddenly lost 3 captains, and Central 46 was all killed. For Jing Lingting, this is a biting pain. Who will take over the 3 vacant captain positions, people did not discuss for a while to reach a result. As for Central 46, Jingling Court must select 40 new sages and 6 judges as soon as possible. As long as Central 46 is not operating for a day, the judicial system of the entire Soul Society is in a state of collapse. However, the selection of sages and judges requires a lot of selection and competition, and the interests involved are extremely complicated and huge, and it is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. Before the reopening of Central 46, all the affairs of Saraite will be temporarily managed by Gotei 13. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was decided by Yamamoto Yuanryasai alone. But for this point, I believe no one will have any objections. Even the 4 major families, I believe 360 agrees with both hands. After all, at such a time, there must be someone with great prestige and power in charge of the overall situation. And Yamamoto Genryusai is undoubtedly the only candidate. As for the defection of Aizen and others, and the new conspiracy that may appear after it, everyone's answer was reached almost instantly. Prepare for battle. In the meantime, keep an eye on Hueco Mundo and what's happening on Earth. Try to be fully prepared before the new plan of Aizen et al. Following people's discussions, many issues were resolved one by one. The meeting is drawing to a close. Finally, it is about the definition of the identity of Urahara Kazuki and others. Yamamoto Genryusai said lightly, "This matter will be adjudicated by the new Central 46. At present, I will not pursue it for the time being." Everyone heard the words and nodded silently. After all, Urahara Kazuki and others also played an extremely important role in this incident. Moreover, he was framed by Aizen before, and he himself was not guilty. Therefore, it is indeed inappropriate to treat him as a sinner. Then, let's end this meeting. Yamamoto Genryusai said indifferently, and got up slowly. The meeting is over. Open the door. When Su Li heard this, a bright smile appeared on her face. Open the door, of course not the door of the conference room. It was the ceiling gate that was opened. The jingling court was closed for 3 days, experienced a lot of chaos, and now it is finally open again. Finally able to go home. Su Li is happy physically and mentally, like a spring breeze. Under the warm moonlight, Su Li gently pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. Every time he came back, he would shake his head helplessly and smile wryly when he saw the small courtyard that had changed greatly. Today's small courtyard is completely different from the small courtyard of 40 years ago. Brand new turf, a variety of grocery items at a premium price, brightly glazed vase, all kinds of beautiful flowers. There is even a specially organized open space, with a wooden stake standing on it. The entire small courtyard, except the overall structure of the house, is still old, everything else has been completely new. Most of these things are done with the help of a big baby. And a small part was sent by Omeda's family. Since entering the fan team, Su Li's salary is basically handed over to Auntie Inoue. He doesn't know exactly how many there are, only that there must be a lot. Auntie Inoue used the money to buy various furniture, decorations, groceries. In her words, Su Li is a big shot now, so she can't live in too poor a place. To Su Li, however, it's exactly like a dilapidated Toyota with the most luxurious interior. Pure upstart behavior. However, he doesn't care about this. As long as Auntie Inoue is happy, he is happy too. I am back, Su Li shouted as usual. Boom boom boom. A mature and beautiful figure ran out of the house. It was Auntie Inoue in a floral dress. Now Auntie Inoue no longer has to worry about making a living. However, she still insists on running the fruit stand. Su Li suggested more than once that she should transfer the fruit stand and just stay at home and enjoy the happiness. However, Auntie Inoue felt that enjoying the blessings is something only the elderly would do, and she was too young to retire so early. In fact, the main reason is that she feels that staying at home is too boring. Ali, you are back. Auntie Inoue rushed up and gave him a big hug. This feeling of suffocation really hasn't changed at all. Su Li's face turned red from being squeezed. Auntie Inoue let go of Su Li, her face still full of worry. Let Auntie see if you are injured. She pulled Su Li around and stared up and down. Su Li had no choice but to smile wryly, and could only let the opponent swing. Ceiling Court closed its doors for 3 days, which is undoubtedly a shocking event for the people living in Rukongai outside. They don't know much about what happened in Jingling Court. All I know is that there was a brigade invasion. After all, they still knew that Lu Huan had tried to break into Beidaman. And after the Jingling Court closed the door, they completely lost the news inside. The family members of the various team members have been in fear for the past few days. It wasn't until not long ago that the selling gate opened again that people knew what happened inside. 3 captains mutiny. Central 46 was completely wiped out. This is simply a major change that Seoul society has never seen in 1,000 years. People felt the shock and horror of Ultimate. And as many team members came out of Jinglingting, people knew more details one after another. At this moment, people everywhere in Seoul society are frantically discussing this incident. It's just that some of the news is obviously lagging behind. Phew, it's fine. Seeing that Su Li was safe and sound, Auntie Noe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, she put her hands on her hips, with a look of displeasure on her face. HMPH, those old perverts, lied to me that you were with those traitors, and that you were arrested. How could I believe it? How could we, Ali, be that kind of person? HMPH, tomorrow I'll go to settle accounts with them, to help the stinky guy. Auntie Noe shouted angrily, the exaggerated arc of her chest fluctuated violently with her breathing. It's okay. In a few days, they will have to apologize to you. Su Li smiled faintly. Obviously, the content of the captain's meeting has not been fully passed on to the lower ranks. So there are still many people who hold a skeptical attitude towards Su Li. However, it is estimated that in these 2 days, the achievements he has made in the whole incident will soon be known to the general public. So, Su Li didn't bother to explain anything. People's hearts have their own opinions. Eat, Auntie, I'm hungry. Su Li smiled and walked towards the house. The next day, morning light fell, an unknown alley in Jingling Court. Su Li took a leisurely stroll. Since it was an unknown alley, Su Li didn't meet anyone along the way. After a while, he turned into the side road, but unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. A chirp. Su Li looked at the people walking towards him, and was slightly taken aback. It was Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him, also startled. Su Lisang. You. How are you here? Su Li twitched her eyebrows, feeling that the other party's question was a little funny. I go to work. Kurosaki Ichigo was suddenly embarrassed. Oh, I'm going out for a stroll, to get some fresh air. Su Li nodded when he heard the words, and then looked at the exposed bandages on his chest. How's the injury? Su Li asked. That Inoue guy is amazing, almost as good. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head, looking a bit cautious. Indeed, she is the most milky person in the Shinigami world. Su Li nodded approvingly. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly taken aback, apparently not understanding. Nothing. Su Li shook his head, did not explain, then smiled and said. Are you going back in a few days? Take advantage of these few days to spend a good time in Seoul society. This place is completely different from the real world. Su Li patted Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder with an enthusiastic look. Kurosaki Ichigo was obviously still a little uncomfortable, and Tane nodded. Okay, then I'm going to work, you can go shopping slowly. Su Li laughed and was about to leave. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent, then came back to his senses, and suddenly called out to Su Li. Wait a minute, Su Lisang. Su Li was slightly taken aback, and looked back at him. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head in embarrassment. Originally, I wanted to find you. However, since we met here, let me tell you directly here. Su Li was a little confused, waiting for the other party's next words. Kurosaki Ichigo showed seriousness on his face. Su Lisang, you should know Mr. Urahara. Su Li was a little surprised, not knowing why the other party asked this suddenly. But he still nodded slightly. Last night, Mr. Urahara sent me a message and asked me to pass it on to you. As the words fell, Su Li's eyes Jiao moved slightly. What did he say? With a strange expression on Kurosaki Ichigo's face, he said. That, I don't quite understand what he meant, I just remember the original words. People wearing masks want to meet you. People with masks. When the word, mask, came out of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, Su Li knew who Urahara Kazuki was talking about. Visored, that is, headed by Hiriko Shinji, a group of 8 who fell into Hollow because of the persecution of Aizen Sosuke years ago, and finally escaped to the present world with the help of Urahara Kazuki and others. But why did they come to find themselves? Su Li was a little puzzled, then raised her head slightly and said, "Did he say anything else?" Kurosaki Ichigo rested his chin in thought for a while, and finally shook his head. "It seems to be gone." Hearing this, Su Li nodded lightly, and then fell into thinking. Urahara Kazuki is indeed a master of everything. The incident in Jinglingting has just ended, and he has already received the news. Everyone in the Masked Legion should also know the news of their battle against Aizen through him. Therefore, an invitation to meet is proposed. However, I just don't know what the other party's intention is. Is blood an alliance? Jinlan is sworn. Let Muguruma Kensei help you test your combat effectiveness. However, no matter what, it must not be a bad thing. It seems that I need to go to this world for a trip. Su Li then said, "Okay, tell Urahara Kazuki for me, I will pick a time to go." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded upon hearing this. "Okay," due to leaving the room. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Su Li's face. "By the way, tell him to prepare a copy of all the new products invented over the years." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly taken aback, his face was a bit puzzled, but he still nodded. Okay. Su Li smiled and was in a good mood. "You can go to 0 yuan to buy again. Refreshing." "Okay, that's all right, you can go on shopping, I'm going to work." Su Li patted Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder again and laughed, then turned and left. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Su Li's leaving back, his eyes flickering. What kind of person is Su Lisang? It always looks so friendly, but its strength is so terrifying. No wonder, Mr. Urahara always says he is a laughing tiger. Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and rubbed his shoulders, his face was a bit bitter. This guy has really big hands. Second squad team building. To Su Li's surprise, the content of yesterday's captain's meeting was conveyed faster than he imagined. As soon as he stepped into the team building area, Su Li was greeted with warm and excited cheers from the crowd. "Captain Su Li. Good morning, brothers. The hero captain of our second team is back. Captain Su Li, can you sign me? My son adores you so much. Master Captain, have you eaten breakfast? Do you eat snacks? Do you smoke? I have good cigarettes here. Captain Su Li, look at me, look at me. I am 26 years old, single, my height and measurements are." The members of the second division directly surrounded Su Li, with extreme fanaticism and admiration on their faces. Su Li's deeds in this incident, and the deeds of the three traitors including Aizen alone, have spread throughout the Jinglingting. Suddenly, Su Li's image underwent a 180-degree change in people's hearts. Previously, people had suspected that Su Li was behind the plot. Now, Su Li is a hero in people's hearts. A hero who has been carrying suspicion and infamy silently, walking alone. The image of Su Li in people's minds has completely reversed in an instant. Among the various teams, people's admiration for Su Li has reached the highest point in history. Among all the teams, the most excited ones were of course the members of the second team. This is their captain. Previously, when everyone was suspicious of Su Li, they were powerless to refute and could only silently endure those rumors with Su Li. Now, the truth is revealed to the world. All the members of the second division are proud and elated. The captain of my family is a hero. Now, no matter where the members of the second team go, they are arrogant when facing any team members. As the saying goes, when one person is a hero, the whole team is honored. At this moment, all the members of the second squad love their captain to death. Among all the players, the most excited ones belong to those young new players. Previously, CEBH called Captain Salted Fish the most. Now, they are the ones who call Captain Hero the loudest. These rookies now have pride written all over their faces. As a member of the second team, they feel extremely proud. As for people's excitement and fanaticism, Su Li could only smile helplessly, thinking of a word silently in her heart. "Face. Everyone, get out of the way." Suddenly, there was a violent shout from Pingdi. Everyone was silent, even Su Li was slightly taken aback. Everyone looked over there. Boom 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 boom. There was a muffled sound of footsteps. A muscular figure rushed away from the crowd in an instant, knelt down in front of Su Li with a plop, and hugged Su Li's thigh. Team, Long, MN. Omaida's face was full of tears, crying heartbroken. It's really great to see you again, Captain, woo woo woo. You don't even know how I got here these days. I'm scared every day, I can't even eat snacks. Captain, I am so happy to be able to see you like this, woo woo woo. Omeda cried, tears and snot all over the floor. Hearing this, Su-Li couldn't laugh or cry because of her heart. Out of the mentality of playing, I teased Omeda. This guy probably thinks that he is the real culprit behind this incident. Looking at her thigh, which she had placed high hopes on, became the public enemy of Jinglingting overnight. Su-Li knew that feeling without even thinking about it. It must be the ultimate torment. However, how much suffering was at that time, how happy is now. Su-Li dares to say that Omeda is definitely the person with the highest happiness index right now. Okay, it's almost done, your pants are all wet, and you have to go to work. Su-Li said helplessly. Omeda jumped up from the ground immediately upon hearing this. Please forgive me, Captain. My little man will get you a new one right now. Su-Li smiled helplessly and shook her head. Immediately, his expression froze, and Taguchi said, Okay, stop making trouble, everyone returns to work. Come on, Omeda, office. Su-Li said lightly. Hear that, get out of the way. Go back to work. Omeda took the lead, explaining what it means to be one man in charge, and 10,000 men to guard against one another. While fiercely pushing the crowd away, he turned his head from time to time, showing an ultimate flattering smile to Su-Li. It can be said that the term, dog leg, has been deduced to the bone. People were resentful for a while because of his teasing, but they dared not say anything. Oh, by the way, Captain, I forgot to mention that someone is waiting for you in the office. Omeda kept moving her hands and said flatteringly. Su-Li was slightly taken aback, and said, Who is it? Aburai's vice captain of Team 6. The carved wooden door slowly opened. Su-Li immediately saw the red-haired man sitting upright. Renji. Su-Li smiled lightly and walked into the room. Hearing Su-Li's voice, Renji immediately stood up from his seat with a boo sound, straightening his waist. Captain Su-Li. He didn't squint, his face was a little red, and his voice was a little stuttering. Sit. Su-Li greeted with a smile, and then sat down in her seat. Hearing this, Renji sat down cautiously, looking extra cautious. Are you okay? Su-Li looked at Renji's exposed bandages and asked. Ah, that female travel disaster, her ability is very powerful. Renji replied somewhat stiffly. Hearing this, Su-Li couldn't help shaking her head and chuckling. This is the second time he heard this sentence today. Immediately, he decided not to babble, and asked straight to the point. You came to see me, what's the matter? Yes. Renji stood up again with a boo, his eyes twinkling. Immediately, he took out an envelope from his arms, with a solemn expression, and handed it to Su-Li with extremely respectful hands. Su-Li took the envelope, opened it, and was stunned. This is application for team transfer. Su-Li rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had read it wrong. Captain Su-Li, I'm going to join the second team. Renji shouted extremely seriously, his eyes were extremely firm. Quote ? Su-Li was stunned. Nani? Omeda also exclaimed. You, seriously? Su-Li couldn't believe it. Yes, Captain Su-Li, please allow me to join the second team. Renji shouted firmly. After confirming that the other party was not joking, Su-Li was a little dumbfounded. Renji, you are the vice captain of Team 6. It stands to reason that it is not easy to change the status of the team's affiliation. Su-Li looked at him with some amusement. However, as soon as the words fell, Renji bowed respectfully, and said with a firm face. I can resign from the position of vice captain and accept the assessment again. Also please Captain Su-Li, please let me join the second team. Seeing the resolute look on his face, Su-Li was even more puzzled. Although that's what I said. But, alright, why did you suddenly change teams? Have you been wronged in the 6th division? Byakuya Kuchiki treats you badly? Su-Li asked with some doubts. No. Captain Kuchiki is very nice to me. I thought. Renji suddenly became a little hesitant, and his eyes secretly glanced at Omeda next to him. It's okay, my own, let's talk. Su-Li said lightly. Omeda felt extremely comfortable, and immediately decided to pick something from Jin curry at night and send it to Su Li's house. Renji's face turned blue and red, then he gritted his teeth and shouted resolutely. I want to follow brother Su Li. I want to learn from you, I want to become more obedient. Hearing this, Su Li finally realized it. It turned out that Renji wanted to practice with him. It seems that the battle on Sokyoku Hill greatly stimulated the two. With his stubborn and strong character, it is not surprising that he would make such a decision. TCH, if you want to be a dog's leg, just say it, and you have to find a fresh and refined reason. Shameless, Omaeda slandered, eyes full of disdain. Renji, this. Su Li was a little dumbfounded, and didn't know how to respond to the other party for a while. After all, in his mind, Renji has always been chasing Byakuya Kuchiki. Therefore, he never thought that one day this guy would want to be his subordinate. In fact, the reason why Su Li thinks so is because he has always ignored the impact of his own existence on the Aborigines in the Shinigami world. So he doesn't know at all that the object Renji has always wanted to chase is actually himself. Can you, brother Su Li? Renji swallowed, nervousness written all over his face. Renji, speaking of it, you're still a year older than me, so calling me big brother might be a little too old. Su Li said a little speechlessly. Yes, Captain Su Li. I'll correct it right away. Renji stood up straight with a chuckle, and his face was solemn. Su Li couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. It was the first time he had seen such a serious Renji. Immediately, Su Li's eyes returned to the application for team transfer. Renji, have you spoken to Captain Kuchiki about this? Su Li asked. When Renji heard this, his face became a little red, and he hesitated and said. Captain Kuchiki is still in the hospital. I haven't told him. Hearing this, Su Li's expression immediately turned a bit complaining. Renji, Omaeda also looked contemptuously. It is really disrespectful to submit an application for transfer to another team without the captain's consent. I originally planned to wait until his injury is better. I'm afraid he'll be angry, it's not good for your health. Renji's face turned blue and red, and he said hesitantly. The second division doesn't need a guy like you. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded. Everyone was startled immediately. Renji's face turned pale instantly, and he turned his head with difficulty. The person who spoke was none other than Sui-Feng. I saw her walk into the room with a haughty expression, and at the same time said in a cold voice. I don't even understand basic respect and etiquette. Such a guy, the second team doesn't need it. Sui-Feng looked at Renji condescendingly, his eyes were cold and arrogant. Hearing this, Renji's face suddenly became depressed. This is where Byakuya Kuchiki often admonishes him. The second team is different from the regular team. As a secret mobile team, orders are everything. A guy like you who doesn't have awe and often breaks the rules is not qualified to join the second team. Sui-Feng criticized mercilessly. The corner of Su Li's mouth twitched unnaturally. How does this feel like talking about myself? Renji was speechless, with a look of despair on his face. Because what the other party said is the truth. Go back, wait until when Byakuya Kuchiki has trained you, and then consider joining the second team. Sui-Feng said coldly. Yes, Vice Captain Sui-Feng. Renji murmured, as if he had lost his soul. He turned around slowly and walked out the door dejectedly. Sui-Feng and Omaeda looked at him quietly with cold eyes. Renji, Su Li suddenly called out to stop the other party. Renji's footsteps froze suddenly, and he turned around with difficulty. Although, I don't quite agree with the fact that you want to join the second team. However, if you just want to practice with me, I don't mind too much. When Renji heard this, his eyes suddenly burst into light. Really, brother Su Li. Su Li was speechless. I said it all, don't call me big brother. If you really want to practice with me. Before he finished speaking, Renji nodded violently, his eyes even glowed with a faint green light. I think. Su Li was a little dumbfounded. Okay then. Before you start formally training you have to do two things first. Renji nodded repeatedly, his body trembling slightly because of excitement. Please tell me. Su Li then spoke lightly, her tone unquestionable. First thing, get permission from Captain Kuchiki. If he doesn't agree, I won't teach you. Hearing this, Renji was slightly taken aback, then nodded heavily. Yes, Su Li nodded slightly, then bent down to find something under the table. Moments later, he dug out an old and yellowed copy of the Code of Conduct for Soldiers and tossed it to Renji. Go back and copy this book 100 times. Don't come to me until you finish copying. Su Li said lightly. Renji looked at the thick code of conduct in his hand, and his face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 141. After Abarai Renji left. Omaeda, you go out first, I have something to discuss with Captain Su Li. Sui-Feng said coldly. Omaeda immediately understood when he heard this, and gave Su Li an ambiguous look, then exited the room respectfully and closed the door lightly. This guy, let's go, what does it mean to wink at me? Su Li was a little speechless. With his head held high, Sui-Feng walked towards Su Li slowly with an indifferent expression. Su Li felt a little uneasy for a moment, and looked at her inexplicably. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Sui-Feng suddenly smiled. Boom! She suddenly took out a big food box from behind and placed it on the table. Su Li couldn't help but thump in his heart. Bring it to you earlier. Sui-Feng smiled like a flower. Have eaten. Su Li said hesitantly. That's morning tea. There was no gap in Sui-Feng's answer. Su Li's face darkened, and he decided to change the subject. Why, 293, suddenly thought of bringing me a bento. Sui-Feng smiled when he heard this. I know everything about you. Yoruichi told me, she asked you to do this. Besides, there is already a lot of rumors outside, you are now the banner of our second team. Of course it should be rewarded. Sui-Feng said with a smile. Su Li was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that the other party was talking about Aizen's incident. I just told the true faces of Sui-Feng, Aizen and others before. However, Su Li did not mention to her exactly how to stop Aizen. Therefore, Sui-Feng knew nothing about his actions at the time. Only later, through personal witnesses, and Yoruichi's narration, did Sui-Feng fully understand Su Li's actions. Furthermore, after Yamamoto Genryuzai's deliberate publicity and people's word of mouth, Sui-Feng has a deep understanding of Su Li's contribution to this incident. The title of Captain Hero is well deserved. Of course Su Li deserves to be commended. It's just that this award, in Su Li's opinion, is really a punishment. How is your relationship with Yoruichi? Su Li picked up a pair of chopsticks with slightly trembling hands. He was usually so brave, but now he couldn't even break a pair of chopsticks apart. Slap. Sui-Feng helped Su Li break the chopsticks, smiling like a flower. It's not that good, we just chatted and drank tea, that's about it. Sui-Feng muttered. The mood didn't change much. Su Li was slightly taken aback. In his impression, this pair of sisters are brothers and sisters who love each other through life and death. Why does the relationship between the two seem to have become much calmer now? Isn't Yoruichi the person you've ever admired the most? Su Li asked with some doubts. How did you know? Sui-Feng's complexion changed drastically. Well, what Omaeda said. Su Li smiled awkwardly, and decided to put the shitpot on Omaeda's head. This brat has such a big mouth. Sui-Feng's eyes were slightly cold, and his tone was cold. Looking at her like that, she seems to be thinking about whether to find a chance to do Omaeda. Well, let's get back to business. How did your relationship with Yoruichi become so dull? Su Li swallowed, and decided to help Omaeda divert her hatred. Otherwise, if that guy was really raped by Sui-Feng, he probably wouldn't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. That's right, Yoruichi is indeed the person I admired the most. Sui-Feng came back to his senses, and nodded frankly. However, not anymore. When Su Li heard this, his eyes moved, and the 8 trigrams gene in his body was activated. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Do you have someone you admire more? Facing Su Li's bright eyes, Sui-Feng's face suddenly turned red. What? Sui-Feng blushed, her heart was pounding. If you continue to ask like this, won't your heart be completely exposed? Although, that would be nice too. No, girl, take the initiative first. Girls should be reserved, and before boys show their love, they must not show it first. At least that's what Yoruichi taught himself last night. Immediately, Sui-Feng decided to change the subject. Ali, you and Rukia, are really just ordinary friends. Sui-Feng asked with a red face. Although she already knew the answer, she didn't want to hear the other party admit it. Well, we used to be classmates. But the friendship is not too deep. It should be regarded as ordinary friends. Su Li nodded and said. Sui-Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. The answer is already obvious. Su Li and Rukia are just friends. Maybe not even ordinary friends. Su Li saves Rukia, just purely wanting to stop Aizen's plan. Sui-Feng suddenly felt happy in his heart. Ali, you eat, if you don't eat, it will be cold. This is specially developed by me, golden crispy fried pork trotters. Sui-Feng said with a smile, urging Su Li to move his chopsticks. Su Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, I can't hide. This name sounds like the supreme masterpiece of the dark culinary world. Su Li tremblingly picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Su Li's face turned green instantly. How is it, delicious? Sui-Feng's eyes lit up, his face full of anticipation. Su Li stood up with a chuckle and walked quickly to the door. Where are you going, Ali? Sui-Feng wondered. I can't be the only one to enjoy such a top-notch thing. Su Li's face was green, and she opened her mouth and shouted, Omeda. He slammed open the door of the room. Plop, a figure fell in. It was Omeda who had been eavesdropping at the door. Hey, Omeda looked embarrassed and swallowed. Sui-Feng looked at him with ice-cold eyes, revealing a faint murderous look. Okay, just right, come on, there's something good to eat. Su Li immediately picked him up and pulled him to the table. Broken looked at him coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes was as real as it was. Omeda remained silent, her legs went limp. You eat, you don't have to be so polite. If I can't eat it this time, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Su Li urged repeatedly, and then put the chopsticks in Omeda's hands. Omeda looked at Su Li, then at Sui-Feng, looking like he was about to cry. Eat, Sui-Feng said coldly. Eat quickly, don't eat cold. Su Li also urged eagerly. Omeda really wanted to cry. It may not be cold if you don't eat it. It may be really cold after eating. But the two big brothers have spoken, can I not eat it? Immediately, Omeda gritted his teeth fiercely, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. In the next second, tears flowed from his eyes. It turns out that this is really cool. Is this thing really for people to eat? Omeda couldn't help but question his soul. Good, delicious, woo, so delicious. Omeda cried through tears. Then you eat more, come on, ww. Su Li didn't care about it, picked up the pig's trotter and stuffed it into his mouth. Omeda wanted to die already. In less than a moment, the golden crispy fried pork trotters were swept away. Omeda crouched in the corner, pale and dull. Sui-Feng was silent, his face was cold. Satisfied, Su Li proceeded to say, oops, what a delicious delicacy. Omeda, if you have a chance, I invite you to my house. My aunt's cooking is also unrivaled in the world, if I have a chance, I invite you to suffer. Su Li said happily. Hearing this, Sui-Feng's complexion suddenly turned from cloudy to clear, his face turned red, his heart was pounding, and there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Go, to Ali's house. Does it mean to meet the parents? Sui-Feng swallowed with a gulu, his face was as rosy as dripping blood, and the word, Omeda, was automatically blocked. Woo. Not going. Not even going to death. I've had enough. Omeda burst into tears, heart ashes. Dusk. Liuhun West Street. Su Li walked slowly on the path home. Originally, he thought that choosing a date would be better than bumping into it, and planned to invite Sui-Feng and Omeda to go home together to experience what real cooking is. After all, Aunt Inoe's craftsmanship is indeed extremely high level. But who knows, when Sui-Feng heard this, his face immediately blushed, and he ran away without a trace. Omeda was even more unwilling to come, and even jumped directly from the upstairs, expressing her attitude directly. Helpless, Su Li had no choice but to give up and decided to find another chance to invite the two next time. Su Li walked slowly, but today's slowness is different from the past. Normally, it only takes less than half an hour to walk home from Searington. However, I walked for almost an hour today, but I still haven't reached 1/10 of the distance. It's not that Su Li walks too slowly. The people are so enthusiastic. Along the way, all the residents of Rukongai that Su Li met immediately surrounded Su Li and greeted him excitedly. All kinds of flowers and fruits are cold in Su Lizzie as if they don't need money. For this point, Su Li is really helpless. The Jingling court has obviously released all the details that can be released about this incident. For Su Li's achievements in this incident, it is even more publicized. In one day, Su Li's reputation in the entire Soul Society experienced the same 2-level reversal as in Jingling court. People are excited, fanatical, adored, ashamed, guilty. All kinds of emotions finally converged into one sentence. Su Li is a hero. People love heroes. People especially love young heroes who have been wronged by themselves. Therefore, the people of Rukongai extended their highest respect and deepest love to Su Li. For this young man who came from a poor background but became famous at a young age, he almost smashed the conspiracy of Aizen and others with his own strength. People love sincerely and deeply. So along the way, Su Li had a very difficult time. Every household heard the news and moved out, hugging the best eating fruit at home. Teenagers and girls rushed to tell each other, rushed to the streets, just because they saw Li's demeanor. Old women and old men with crutches and wheelchairs, some even just got up from the hospital bed. Many men with sloppy beards even dug out tattered and yellowed old posters from their homes to prove to people that they are Su Li's true fans. For all this, Li has only one feeling: torment. He never thought that being loved by people would be such a torment. The road that could have been covered in 5 minutes was now almost an hour. What? Looking at the endless sea of people, Su Li felt powerless. He finally understood the difference between the Shinigami and the ordinary people of Rukongai. In the Jingling court, people from various teams saw Su Li, although they also worshipped and fanatically, at least they would not block themselves. As Shinigami, they are more or less reserved and polite. But ordinary people don't care about that. I came all the way from home to see you with melon seeds and fruits, you must take them. Therefore, Su Li's hands at this time are full of various foods and fruits. But compared with what people want to give him, it is simply a drop in the ocean. Seeing more and more people coming here, Su Li felt that this could not go on. In the next second, he stepped forward and disappeared in place. The people at the scene were stunned. Immediately there was a boom, and the pot exploded. Where's Captain Su Li? We have steamed buns from our shop, he wants to take 2 away. Oh, I brought the dowry here, why did he run away? I'm so anxious. Sell Captain Su Li's signature on site. High imitation. 1,000 copies. Yeah, this word is written crookedly, is it Captain Su Li's? What? How dare you question Captain Su Li's words? I'm talking about you. Baga Yalu. Did you write it yourself? The people at the scene were in a mess. Looking at the small courtyard not far away, Su Li was full of joy. Holding the things in his hand, he walked slowly towards the courtyard. This is the 60th district of Liuhun West Street. There are not many pedestrians and few residents. Therefore, Su Li was not disturbed. However, before he reached the door, he looked at several figures, who were bowing in front of the door, and kept shouting. Boss Inoue, your lord has a lot, what we talked about yesterday. That's all rumors. We were also lied to. Ah yes. Boss Inoue, don't take it to heart. Ah, yes. It's all due to those drunkards, who dare to say anything. Su Li couldn't help feeling a little funny. These guys are probably the guys who made Aunt Inoue angry before. Seeing them nodding and bowing, Su Li thought of that word again. Face. Su Li couldn't help shaking her head and smiling wryly, then walked towards the courtyard. Seeing someone walking towards themselves and others, several people turned their heads to look over. Immediately, his face changed drastically, and he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Su. The leader stuttered from fright. The others were even more frightened and trembling, breathless. Okay, you guys go back first. Be careful in the future, don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. Su Li said lightly. Yes. When the few people heard the words, they immediately ran away as if they had received an amnesty. Su Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Squeak. Su Li was carrying a large bag and opened the door. Quote. However, before he finished speaking, he heard Aunt Inoe's cold voice. The gift giver is on the left, and the name is written on the paper. The apology is on the right, and the name is also written on the paper. Su Li was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that the courtyard was full of various gifts. Aunt Inoue was facing the door with her back, counting the presents in front of her. The attitude full of the atmosphere of the market makes Su Li nostalgic for a while. Auntie, I'm back, Su Li smiled. Hearing his voice, Aunt Inoue was stunned for a moment, and then turned around abruptly. Ali, you are back. Aunt Inoue suddenly changed from an iceberg beauty to a passionate volcano. Followed by a daily warm hug. Su Li blushed and suffocated. Yeah, these are. Aunt Inoue looked at the big and small bags in Su Li's hand, was slightly taken aback, and then understood. She smiled knowingly, and fondled Su Li's hair. Our family, Ali, is now extremely loved by people. Right, my little hero, hee hee. Aunt Inoue said with a smile, eyes full of pride and pride. Su Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It's embarrassing to be praised by elders. Auntie, let's eat, I'm hungry. Su Li put down the things in his hands and walked into the house. HMPH, this sentence comes and goes. Aunt Inoue muttered, and with a mysterious smile on her face, she caught up with Su Li. Today, several households came to matchmaking. Ali, you are not too young, shouldn't you also think about this matter? I've seen it, and some of the girls are pretty good. Why are you walking so fast? Slow down, I haven't finished talking yet. Being urged to marry by elders is the most embarrassing thing. A week passed by in a hurry. Late at night, elegant courtyard. Su Li sat on the steps, drying the sweat on her body by the breeze. He hasn't had any training since he left customs. However, these days, he suddenly became diligent again. It's not because he is dissatisfied with his current strength. 2. Use training as an excuse to gag Aunt Inoue. Otherwise, she would always be nagging in her ear, urging the marriage in all kinds of ways, and it would be annoying to death. Quack. A fat frog jumped to Su Li's side and rubbed his thigh affectionately. Su Li smiled slightly, holding her old friend in both hands. Frog cub, you look like an adult now. Seeing the frog cub in his hand that was fatter than his own palm, Su Li's eyes were filled with emotion. I remember when the frog cub first arrived, it was just a thin, greedy, ordinary little frog. But now, he is fat and big-eared, looking greasy. 40 years have left no trace on Su Li. But he raised the frog cubs into fat cubs. There are mainly 2 reasons. First, frog cubs are too edible. Su Li feels that its travel gene is just incidental, and its foodie gene is its real blood. Second, in the later stage of retreat, the frog cubs basically didn't travel much. This is mainly because Su Li accidentally discovered that as long as she does not press the travel button of the system, the frog cub will always stay by her side and will not take the initiative to travel. Therefore, in the first 10 years, Su Li still let the frog cubs travel as usual, bringing back skills from various worlds for himself. In the end, Su Li had too many skills to practice, so he simply stopped the trip of the frog cubs. When I have mastered all the skills in my body, it will not be too late to acquire new skills. Quote. The current voice of the frog cub has become full of energy, faintly revealing a greasy and fat house feeling. Su Li couldn't help thinking a little funny, if this guy starts to travel now, will it take a lot more time than before? After all, fat cub walks slowly, isn't it? Go, do it yourself, have enough food and clothing. Su Li put the baby frog on the ground and said with a smile. After living together for so many years, as long as the frog cub opened his mouth, Su Li would understand. Quack. The frog cub jumped in the direction of the worm box excitedly. There was a slight smile on Su Li's face. In this familiar yet unfamiliar world of Shinigami, besides Aunt Inoue, the one who has accompanied me the longest is the baby frog. One's own strength starts from the genus Rana. For him, frog cubs are undoubtedly like family members. Therefore, Su Li always satisfies any needs of frog cubs unconditionally. In the worm box, there will always be a lot of plump meat bundles. It has to be said that Su Li is the culprit for the frog cub becoming a fat house. After a while, Su Li slowly took the zanpakuto beside her. caressing the smooth and clean blade, because there is a touch of Wetchin in Lee's eyes. Eggy, how long are you going to sleep? I've been sleeping for a week, lazy sheep, and sheep can't sleep without you. There was no response from Zanpakuto. Su Li had no choice but to sigh slightly. For her own Zanpakuto, Su Li undoubtedly had the highest expectations. Although I already have many powerful and incomparable skills, it is enough for me to breathe every second of every day. However, since you are in the Shinigami world and cannot use Zanpakuto, is it a waste of time? After all, Zanpakuto is the soul of a Shinigami. He can have what others don't have. What others have, he must not lack. Therefore, Su Li had the highest expectations for her own Zanpakuto. Moreover, in the few times before, Su Li can clearly feel that her balls are completely different from others. Zanpakuto, who can absorb power autonomously, is simply unheard of and unseen. Although a Yasugawa Yumachika of Team 11, his Zanpakuto can also absorb the spiritual energy of others. But that was his ability after Zanpakuto was liberated. But his own Zanpakuto is still not liberated. But with this attribute, his own Zanpakuto is already ridiculously strong. Moreover, listening to Eggy at that time meant that she wanted to evolve dormantly. A self-evolving Zanpakuto. This made Su Li feel deeply shocked, and the expectation value in his heart was raised countless levels again. Su Li is looking forward to what will happen after the evolution of Eggy is completed. However, looking at Eggy like this, it is estimated that she will not be able to wake up for a while. Although she was anxious, Su Li could only wait patiently. Anyway, I've been waiting for 40 years, don't you rush this time. Su Li secretly comforted herself. He looked up at the clear night sky. The moonlight is warm and cool. The sky is full of stars. The young man's eyes were filled with emotion. Cannot be removed for a long time. The next day, the morning light is shining, warm and pleasant. On the huge square, there are countless world-transmitting gates. In front of the crossing gate, there are many figures, all of whom are Shinigami who go back and forth between the present world and the Soul Society. There is only one exception in front of the boundary gate. Standing in front of the world-transmitting gate were a few traveling disasters. Exactly Kurosaki Ichigo et al. Today is the day Seraite arranged for them to leave Soul Society. Rukia. Daughter, you really not going with us? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the petite girl in front of him, with a somewhat disappointed tone. Rukia shook her head slowly, and said softly, Sorry, Ichigo. This world is not my destination after all. When everyone heard the words, they could only fall into silence. Rukia is a Shinigami after all. Soul Society is her final destination. For this, although people feel lost, they also express their understanding. Kuchiki-san, we will have a chance to meet each other in the future, right? Inoue Orihime asked with some reluctance. Rukia had a look of sadness on her face. I do not know. Everyone became more silent, and their mood became sad. Rukia suddenly smiled, her eyes showing a bit of cunning. Wahaha, look at your mournful faces. You have been fooled by me. I will go to this world to perform missions in the future. Of course we will meet again then. What a bunch of idiots, ha ha ha. Rukia put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were on fire, extremely annoyed. It caused me to shed half of my tears. Ishida Ryu sniffed, and wiped the corners of his eyes indiscriminately. Rukia, it seems that you are in a much better mood. A faint laugh sounded behind everyone. Everyone's expression changed. Captain Su Li. Adertisement. Rukia stared at the clean smiling face and was stunned. It was Su Li. Su Lisang. Kurosaki Ichigo stared at him blankly. Grunt. Inoue Orihime and Ishida Ryu swallowed. Sado Yasutora showed no expression. He always seems to have only one expression. Ah, I'm here to see you off. Su Li said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others looked stunned. They didn't expect that the reason why the powerful and terrifying opponent appeared here was to bid farewell to themselves. Immediately, Kurosaki Ichigo thought of the wooden plaque on his waist, which was the proxy Shinigami combat permit that Jashiro gave him not long ago. HMPH, it seems that the Soul Society still thinks highly of me, the Shinigami agent. I also specially arranged for a captain to come and see me off. Kurosaki Ichigo had some smug thoughts. Immediately, he made a helpless sigh. I really can't do anything with you. Don't worry, in this world, I will protect you. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists and shouted with gleaming eyes. Su Li was speechless. This guy has a second-year illness. Hey, don't forget to tell Urahara Kazuki what I said. Su Li smiled. He's not talking about Visored. It's a matter of having Urahara Kazuki get the goods ready. Don't worry, put it on me. Kurosaki Ichigo patted his chest profusely. Su Li was suddenly a little nervous. Will this ecstatic guy really remember his trust? Not long after, the world transmitting gate slowly opened. The allotted time has come. While waving goodbye, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others slowly stepped into the gate. Goodbye, Rukia, bye, Su Li-san. Su Li and Rukia also smiled and waved goodbye. Goodbye, bon voyage map. On a quiet alley, Su Li and Rukia Kuchiki moved forward slowly. Captain Su Li. Morning. Captain Su Li, good morning. Ah, Captain Su Li, good morning. Along the way, people expressed their greetings excitedly and enthusiastically. Su Li responded with a smile. And Rukia on the side also got the spotlight together, and was in the center of people's sight the whole time. Feeling the hotness in people's eyes, Rukia only felt hot all over. She had never experienced this feeling before. Like the stars holding the moon. People's friendliness and admiration made her feel extremely cramped and restrained. Although these gazes and greetings were not sent to her, she was always in the center of people's sights, and she still had a lot of strange feelings in her heart. Rukia glanced secretly at Su Li from time to time, her eyes changing. Rukia, how is your big brother? The clean voice of the young man resounded faintly, as gentle as a spring breeze. Rukia immediately felt a bit of peace in her heart, and her nervousness eased a lot. She looked at the other party gratefully, knowing that the other party was alleviating her anxiety. Brother Byakuya is almost fine, and he should be able to leave hospital within 2 days. Rukia replied softly. Su Li nodded slightly, then smiled slightly, looked at Rukia, and said, how is your relationship with your elder brother now? Rukia was slightly taken aback. Although she didn't quite understand why the other party asked such a question, she still answered truthfully. Byakuya-san treats me a lot more kindly now than before. Some time ago, I even told me something about my life experience. When Rukia said this, her eyes became a little complicated. It seems that this guy is thinking about it on his own. Su Li said with emotion. What? Hearing this, Rukia stared blankly at Su Li. Ha, it's nothing, I know something about your family. Su Li made a ha-ha, and then continued. Your elder brother has always cared about you, but this guy. A pure straight man, not very good at expressing his emotions. You just need to know that he is not as indifferent as he appears on the outside. Su Li smiled lightly. Seeing the clean smile on the young man's face and feeling the comforting meaning in his words, Rukia felt inexplicably warm in her heart. She thought CGFD that on the day of the execution, Su Li said something similar when he blocked the attack of Byakuya. With the memories, she couldn't help thinking of more. Visitation at the penitentiary. Announcement in front of Sokyoku stage. And now the consolation. The young man cuts to pieces almost every time. His words can always become the ultimate reality. It can always make people feel extra peace of mind, and it can always make people believe in it. That feeling, as if everything is always under his control. Is it the self-confidence brought about by strength? Yes, but definitely more than that. The boy's heart, courage, and resourcefulness are far superior to those of the same age that Rukia knows. Even among the many captains, the boy's light is extremely dazzling. He even went straight to Captain Yamamoto. Rukia had never seen anyone like this before. In front of the other party, Rukia suddenly felt a little humble and insignificant. She didn't know how to respond to the other party for a while. After a long time, he murmured, thank you, Su Li. Su Li smiled slightly and patted Rukia on the shoulder. Relax, Rukia, don't be so stiff. I don't think you look like this. Su Li smiled lightly. Rukia was stunned when she heard this. Rukia, I'm here, let's talk again when we have time. Su Li smiled slightly, and then turned into the courtyard beside her. Rukia was still in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. he said, in the impression. Has he been paying attention to me before? Rukia blushed for no reason. It was also the one in a million Shinigami. Could it be Suli has been treating me? Rukia's face turned red to the base of her neck. She obviously misunderstood something. After a long time, Lucci came back to her senses. Suddenly, her expression changed. Because she found out that this is the jurisdiction of the second team. The two actually chatted all the way from Xuanji Square to here. The second team is located inside Jinglingting. The 13th squad is located on the outskirts of Jinglingting. Rukia was so busy chatting with Suli that she went over the head. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's going to be late. Rukia's complexion changed drastically. She didn't care about these things, and immediately turned around in the direction she came and ran away. Don't ring the morning clock, don't ring the morning clock, don't ring the morning clock. Rukia ran desperately, clasped his hands together, and chanted spells reverently. Boom. Unfortunately, it was too late after all. Second squad team building. Captain's office. Squeak. Suddenly there was a harsh grinding sound in the corridor. A figure, kneeling on the ground, slid all the way from the corridor to the door of the captain's office. Master Captain, something is wrong. Shimizu Kenjiro looked panicked and roared because of the sound. What's wrong with you? What are you yelling in such a panic early in the morning? Omaeda shouted in dissatisfaction, feeling particularly upset when someone interrupted the tea time between himself and the captain. The big thing is bad. Captain, Omaeda-sama, Ching Shuijian shouted in panic. Why are you panicking? With the captain here, isn't it all about sesame and mung bean? Put your farts away, Omaeda shouted in displeasure, and at the same time did not forget to pat Suli's ass. Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division, with his vice-captain Abarai, came to the door. Ching Shuijian shouted with a panicked expression. What? Omaeda looked startled. Looking at Captain Kuchiki's face, it seems that he is not well. It's probably looking for trouble. Ching Shuijian swallowed his saliva, his eyes were uncertain. This guy, is he here to ask the teacher? Omaeda rested her chin, thoughtful. Byakuya Kuchiki, with Renji, comes in menacingly. Obviously not for tea. The visitor is not kind. Omaeda's eyes flickered. He then turned around and looked at Suli, who was lazily lying on the chair. Captain, do you want to make a move? If you don't make a move, then I won't make a move either. Suli couldn't laugh or cry when she heard this. This guy Omaeda, now his witticism is getting more and more slippery. It's all right, let them come. Suli smiled slightly and leaned back comfortably. I also want to see what Byakuya Kuchiki will say. After a while, Byakuya Kuchiki and Renji appeared at the office door. Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferent. Renji looked anxious. Omaeda had already stood behind Suli, and was staring at the two of them arrogantly. The three big characters, dogs rely on others, are written on their faces. Rare visitor, Captain Kuchiki, please come in. Suli greeted with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki slowly stepped up and stepped into the room. The etiquette and manners are generous and decent, showing the upbringing of being a nobleman everywhere. Renji followed, entering the room. After the two entered the office, they stood quietly at the desk without saying a word. However, Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Suli quietly with indifferent eyes. Renji scratched his head and scratched his head, hesitating to speak. The captain didn't speak, he could only keep silent. Suli couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Captain Kuchiki, please sit down. Omaeda, watch the tea. Suli smiled lightly. After hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki sat down slowly. Renji stood obediently behind him. Suli couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A son of noble origin like Byakuya Kuchiki has really refined the etiquette to the ultimate. I don't ask him to sit, I guess he will stand all the time. Omaeda rummaged through the shelves. Then, he took out the most inferior box of tea leaves. Suli was speechless for a while. Captain Kuchiki, huh? Suli said politely. Well, I was just discharged from the hospital today. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded indifferently. Th. Suli pondered for a while, then decided to go straight to the point. So, Captain Kuchiki, what do you want from me? Is it about Vice Captain Abarai? Suli asked. His business has nothing to do with me. Byakuya Kuchiki said indifferently. Renji was stunned when he heard this. Su Li was also slightly taken aback. The other party didn't come here for Renji's business, so what is it for? Su Li asked with some doubts. Do you still remember the agreement with me? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Su Li, and the ups and downs in his tone became more apparent. Quote. Su Li was a little confused. When did you make an agreement with Byakuya Kuchiki? It's a matter of learning. Byakuya Kuchiki said lightly. Su Li suddenly realized. However, in the next second, his face was even more confused. Didn't we have a fight on Sokyoku Hill? Su Li was puzzled. That doesn't count, Byakuya Kuchiki said lightly, and then a gleam appeared in his eyes. I want to have a sparring session with you in the way of swordsmanship. Renji and Omaeda suffocated slightly when they heard this. Su Li finally understood. This guy, probably from the time of Sokyoku, has always wanted to exchange swordsmanship with him. That's why I came to find myself as soon as I was discharged from the hospital. Su Li was speechless for a moment. Sorry, Captain Kuchiki, today is not convenient. Su Li spread her hands and said. Why? Byakuya Kuchiki frowned suddenly. Why? Egi hasn't woken up yet, why? Su Li slandered. However, these things, he will definitely not tell the other party. Ah, that, my Zanpakuto is not working yet. Su Li said with a helpless expression. It's still not working. Didn't you say that your Zanpakuto can be used once a day? Byakuya Kuchiki frowned. Yes, it was used to cut irons just now. Su Li didn't blush, and pushed the orange on the table in front of the other party. Omaeda couldn't help but gasp when she heard this. Didn't you cut this plate of oranges just now? When did you cut it? For Su Li's thick skin, Omaeda couldn't help feeling admiration from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki fell silent. Omaeda and Renji were also surprised and speechless. Anyone can see that Su Li is talking nonsense. Who cuts oranges with Zanpakuto? After a long time, Byakuya Kuchiki exhaled slowly and looked up at Su Li. There is a bit of resentment in the eyes, but also a bit of firmness. Then I'll come back tomorrow. After that, he slowly stood up. Let's go. Don't you want to eat some oranges? Su Li smiled shamelessly. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the playful Su Li, his eyes sparkled. If you really like eating oranges so much, I can ask someone to bring you a basket every day. As long as you are willing to compete with me. After that, he walked to the office without looking back. While eating the orange, Su Li thought about what the other party said just now. Compete. Still ask. Why does it feel like there are two meanings? Su Li thought carefully, and felt that Byakuya Kuchiki's attitude was somewhat ambiguous. However, before Egi wakes up, I will definitely not use Zanpakuto. For Byakuya Kuchiki's obsession, let's be perfunctory first. Immediately, he restrained his mind and stopped thinking about these things. Come on, Renji, eat an orange. Su Li greeted with a smile. However, Renji is still in the mood to eat oranges now, he said in a hurry. Captain Su Li, I have already told the matter to Captain Kuchiki. He doesn't seem to care too much about me practicing with you. Renji was extraordinarily agitated, and his tone was rapid. Ah, I see. Su Li smiled lightly. After all, everyone heard what Byakuya Kuchiki just said. Then can you start teaching me how to practice? Renji swallowed, his eyes glowing green. Renji, you forgot something. Su Li looked at Renji and smiled lightly. Point 0. Renji was slightly taken aback. It was immediately clear that Su Li was talking about copying the code of conduct. I copied it. I'll go back and get it now for you to have a look. As soon as the words fell, Renji ran away and left the office with a boo. Hey, these two guys, why don't they like to eat oranges? This is a must-have life-saving tool for navigators. If you want to become a great swordsman, how can you do it without eating more oranges? Su Li put down the orange peel in her hand, clapped her hands, and then slowly got up. Omaeda, this guy will come back later, you tell him to find me in the 4th team. Omaeda was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Squad 4, but he didn't think much, and then nodded respectfully. Su Li lazily stepped out of the office. Soon after, a lazy figure slowly stepped into the team building of the 4th Division. Seeing the opponent's face clearly, the members of the fourth team became excited. Unlike other fan teams, most of the members of the fourth fan team are girls. Therefore, when they saw the young man strolling in, the girls present immediately became restless. Some girls even went into short shock due to overexcitement. Even the young man himself didn't expect that before he knew it, he had silently become a ruthless heart harvester. After a while, 4 years found the person he was looking for. Captain Unohana, long time no see. The young man had a peaceful smile on his face. Seeing the person coming, Unohana Retsu was also very surprised. Then he smiled gently, his eyebrows and eyes curved into crescent moons. Long time no see, Captain Su Li. Borrow the venue. Unohana Retsu had a look of surprise on his face. Yes, Captain Unohana. Su Li smiled and nodded. Since I promised Renji to teach him how to practice, we need a venue. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu looked even more puzzled. But, why do you want to borrow the field of the fourth team? Aren't the dojos of the second and sixth teams much better than ours? Unohana Retsu asked puzzled. Su Li smiled slightly. Because even teaching, he's very vulnerable. Unohana Retsu was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then a look of understanding appeared on his face. Neither Su Li nor Renji are newcomers to the team, or students who haven't graduated yet. The cultivation between them must be extremely cruel. For a Shinigami of Renji's level, the only way to quickly improve his strength is through the brutal battle of 803. Only fighting is the fastest way to improve your strength. Okay, in order to save time for healing, you actually arrange the training place directly in the hospital. A trace of resentment floated in Unohana Retsu's eyes. No, it's too long to wait for him to be hospitalized. Su Li said with a smile. Unohana Retsu was slightly taken aback. Immediately, his face changed, and his eyes showed a bit of surprise. Don't you want me to treat him directly? Su Li nodded with a smile. Right on my mind. Looking at the smiling young man, Unohana Retsu was a little speechless. This guy probably made his calculations long ago, and he actually counted himself in the game. Is it okay, Captain Unohana? Su Li asked with bright eyes. Feeling the sincerity in the eyes of the other party, Unohana Retsu suddenly didn't know how to refuse. Su Li looked at her with a smile. In fact, his idea is very simple. Since it is a one-on-one teaching, it is difficult for me to guarantee that I will not hurt the other party. With the nanny Unohana Retsu by my side, I don't have to worry that Renji will be seriously injured or die. Unohana Retsu pondered for a moment, then said. Before I answer you, I have some questions. Please tell me. Su Li smiled lightly. Captain Su Li, what are you going to teach Vice Captain Abarai? Unohana Retsu asked curiously. Su Li had thought about it a long time ago, and said with a light smile. Kendo. Unohana Retsu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Kendo. Su Li nodded. Renji is not good at white hits, so I'm not going to teach him. Kido. We are not very good at it. Shunpo has nothing to teach. After all, there are no shortcuts in that thing, it can only rely on years of practice. So, the only thing I can teach him is Kendo. Su Li said softly. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu immediately smiled softly, with teasing eyes. Captain Su Li, you are too humble. As soon as your move caught your soul, I watched it very carefully during the captain's assessment. Although I can't feel Reiatsu, but according to my guess, it must have been developed by you. White hits combined with Kido's move. Can you develop such a move? Are you really not good at Kido? Unohana Retsu looked at Su Li with sparkling eyes, and there was a bit of a smile in his eyes. Haha, random. Su Li touched the tip of her nose in embarrassment. He didn't dare to tell the other party, that actually didn't belong to the power of the Shinigami world. Hee, don't worry, Captain Su Li, no one will say anything about you. This is a secret that everyone already knows. In fact, your talent on Kido is also different from ordinary people. It's just that if you don't tell, everyone won't tell the truth. After all, the strong always need some sense of mystery, don't they? Unohana Retsu looked at Su Li with a smile, her eyebrows and eyes curved into two crescents. Ah ha ha, Su Li was full of embarrassment, and then decided to change the subject. Captain Unohana, let's get back to the topic. Is it okay, training with you? Su Li asked sincerely. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly. If you are willing to promise me one condition. I promise you. Yunohana Retsu looked at Su Li with a smile and said. Please tell me. Su Li replied softly, all ears. Exchange swordsmanship with me. Yunohana Retsu said softly, with a flash of light in her eyes. Su Li was slightly taken aback. If you are willing to exchange swordsmanship with me, I will agree to your request. Yunohana Retsu looked at him with a smile, her eyes rolling. Su Li felt a little astonished. Exchange kendo with first-generation Kenpachi. Isn't Yunohana Retsu a sealed sword? Why do you suddenly think of exchanging swordsmanship with yourself? Ah, Captain Yunohana, why do you want to communicate with me all of a sudden? Su Li asked with some doubts. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly, with a smug look in his eyes. HMPH, don't look at me as the captain of the medical team, in fact, my kendo level is not bad. Hearing this, Su Li scratched her head nonchalantly. Of course he knows. A murderous big devil. Actually, that day on Mount Sokyoku, when I saw you stabbing twice in a row, I felt a little bit touched in my heart. Yunohana Retsu spoke softly, with a gentle tone. Although it feels a bit abrupt, but since then, I have been wanting to communicate with you. How about it, Captain Su Li, would you like to? Yunohana Retsu raised her eyes slightly and looked at Su Li with a strange look in her eyes. Su Li pondered slightly upon hearing this. Although it feels a bit unexpected, it is actually not a big deal. After all, the opportunity to play against Yunohana Retsu is really rare. Throughout the entire Shinigami main line, my sister has only played once. If you make a move, you will die. This is also what Su Li has always felt regretful about. Now that Wahiao has the intention to communicate with him, of course he has no reason to refuse. Moreover, by the way, I can also test how far my current kendo level has reached. Except for Sister Wa, it was difficult for me to find a suitable partner to test my kendo level. Old man Yamamoto can. But the question is fighting with the old man more interesting than fighting with Sister Yu? Okay, Sister Wa, I promise you. Su Li smiled heartily, and subconsciously called out. Yunohana Retsu was slightly taken aback, somewhat astonished. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked at Su Li with complicated eyes. It's the first time I've heard such an intimate title. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly, with picturesque eyebrows. Su Li picked her toes in embarrassment, she really got carried away with complacency. Then please come with me. Brother Su Li. Yunohana Retsu stood up slowly, her eyes rolled and healed flowers. The quarters of the fourth team. A remote dojo. Yunohana Retsu and Su Li walked into it slowly. Sorry, it seems a little run down here. Yunohana Retsu said to Su Li with a smile. Ha, it's okay. Su Li responded with a smile while looking at the surrounding environment. The dojo of the fourth squad looks very old. Cobwebs everywhere, rusty Madara modeled, obviously no one has been there for a long time. However, this is something that is easy to understand. After all, the 4th Division is a medical team. Unlike other combat teams, the main task of the 4th team is to heal the wounded in the rear. Usually once a battle occurs, they will never attack the enemy. Therefore, for the combat effectiveness of the team members, the 4th team basically does not have any requirements. As for the selection criteria of the players, the requirements of the 4th team are also extremely low. In Sister Hua's words, no matter who they are, they can join the 4th team. It doesn't matter if you don't know Kaido. Just learn it. Therefore, it is different from other broadcasting teams who love fighting and training. The 4th team is the only team that is completely indifferent to combat and cultivation. It is also the only fan team that does not have any rigid requirements for combat power. Therefore, it is very normal that the dojo of the 4th Division is not used by anyone. While Su Li was thinking, she felt emotional, and from time to time looked at Yunohana Retsu who was leading the way. Who would have thought that the captain of the 4th team with the lowest desire to fight turned out to be the most war-loving first-generation Kenpachi? Not long after, the two entered the interior of the dojo. Please, Captain Su Li. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly and stood on the training ground. Yes, Captain Yunohana. Su Li smiled lightly. The two walked slowly into the training ground, one behind the other. Captain Unohana, I forgot to tell you something. Su Li spoke suddenly, her face a little embarrassed. Please tell me, Unohana Retsu said softly. My Zanpakuto, currently unusable. Look at us, can we use wooden knives instead? Su Li scratched her head in embarrassment. Unohana Retsu was a little surprised. This is really an anecdote. Captain Su Li, you really reveal mysteries everywhere. Unohana Retsu covered her mouth and laughed. However, that's what I want. Originally, my plan was to compete with you with a wooden knife. After all, with Zanpakuto, it's easy to lose control of your strength. If you accidentally hurt it, it will be very troublesome. Looking at the smiling Unohana Retsu, Su Li couldn't help muttering in his heart. Are you unable to control your strength? I can't control the desire to kill. It's not that Su Li didn't show it, but smiled lightly. That would be all the better. After a while, the two stood facing each other, and both had a wooden knife in their hands. Captain Su Li, are you ready? Unohana Retsu asked with a smile, her eyebrows and eyes were like crescent moons. Looking at the smiling other party, Su Li's heart was also a little turbulent. Unexpectedly, I would actually have a chance to fight against first-generation Kenpachi. Although it's just a discussion and exchange. But this kind of opportunity is rare. Su Li nodded slightly, and clenched the knife in his hand. So, Unohana Retsu slowly rolled up her sleeves and slowly opened her eyes. Please be careful. The next moment, a breeze blew by. In an instant, Unohana Retsu came to Su Li. Like a sharp thorn protruding from the shadows, the wooden knife stabbed straight at Su Li's chest. Su Li's eyes were fixed, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. As expected of first-generation Kenpachi, the speed of his shots was faster than anyone he had ever seen. Even though what she held in her hand was just a wooden knife, it gave the impression that she was like a peerless magic weapon, extremely fierce. Su Li's body reacted autonomously, turning slightly to avoid the sharp edge. At the same time, Su Li lifted the wooden knife upside down and pulled it upwards slowly. The wooden knife wiped the passing blade, and slanted towards the opponent's palm. Unohana Retsu's eyes froze slightly, and her wrist flicked slightly. Snapped. Su Li's wooden knife was swung a little distance away. Unohana Retsu bowed slightly, touched the ground with her knees, and gracefully drew a semicircle on the ground. The wooden knife changed from stabbing to slashing, and attacked Su Li's waist fiercely. Su Li frowned. Good guy, want to rub my waist? Immediately, his eyes were fixed, and the wooden knife that was upside down in his hand suddenly changed a direction strangely, and slashed towards Unohana Retsu's neck obliquely. Unohana Retsu's eyes startled. The opponent's blade was even faster than his own slash. Last comes first. Unohana Retsu looked down, and suddenly leaned back. The blade narrowly missed her nose. At the same time, the blade in her hand made a semicircle in the air and chopped towards Su Li's calf. Su Li raised his knee slightly, and the wooden knife passed half an inch below his feet. The wooden knife sliced through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Following the inertia of the wooden sword's rotation, Unohana Retsu exerted force on his feet. The posture turned again. Captain Haori drew a graceful arc in the air. The wooden knife drew a circle and slashed at Su Li's chest again. Su Li suddenly raised his hand very awkwardly. Snapped. Unohana Retsu's pupils shrank suddenly. What? The picture in front of her made her a little unbelievable. Su Li actually used the handle of the knife to firmly hold her blade. Unohana Retsu was shocked. It is undoubtedly much more difficult to block the blade with the handle of the knife than to block the blade with the blade. Such a blocking method has almost no error tolerance rate. Although the two are just exchanging ideas, they are not fighting to the death. However, Unohana Retsu did not hold back. His attacks, no matter in terms of speed or fierceness, are absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people. But Su Li blocked his own attack with such a difficult move. This stunned Unohana Retsu. Suddenly, Unohana Retsu felt a shudder deep in his soul. The turbulent fighting spirit suddenly broke through the blockade in his heart, gushing out violently and enthusiastically. Unohana Retsu's eyes suddenly burst into light. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She hadn't felt this kind of passionate feeling for many years. I didn't expect to be able to experience it again today. Yunohana Retsu felt a burst of indescribable pleasure. The corner of her mouth raised slightly, and her wrist suddenly turned strangely. At the same time, he suddenly stepped forward. The whole person seemed to fall into Suli's arms. The wooden knife sliced slowly through the air. Then it accelerated suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, and crashed into Suli's arms along with Yunohana Retsu. The fragrance of the woman's body is tangy. Suli, however, kept his nerves calm and lacked taste. The wooden knife passed through the narrow space in front of the two of them, rising all the way. Finally, met the lightning bolt. Snapped. A thunderbolt exploded in front of the two of them. The two wooden knives were immediately deadlocked in midair. The figures of Suli and Yunohana Retsu were also very close. The two could even feel each other's breath. Yunohana Retsu was holding a wooden knife with a strangely excited expression on her face. Suli held the wooden knife upside down, with a calm expression on his face. Wow! Yunohana Retsu's empty hand trembled suddenly. A dark short blade suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Call out! The short blade sliced through the sky, and suddenly hit Suli's waist. Hiss! Suli let out an exclamation. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he retreated a very long distance. Hey, Sister Wa, do you really want to squeeze my waist? Suli shouted angrily. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly. It doesn't matter, I will cure you again. Hearing the naturalness in the other party's tone, Suli was stunned. No wonder it is said that squinting eyes are monsters. Where is such a woman? If you don't move, you'll bite your waist. It's simply inhumane, it's devoid of conscience, it's just. Suli decided to express his protest. Sister Wa, what about the exchange of wooden knives that we promised? What do you mean by bringing out a small dagger? Suli said angrily. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yunohana Retsu said with a smile. Not a single bit of apology could be seen on her face. However, since you are so strong, you shouldn't mind. If you really mind that much, I'll put it away. Yunohana Retsu's voice is gentle, and she looks like a sincere and confidant big sister. Suli couldn't help but be amazed. The power of this tea language is not inferior to his own. The best way to deal with tea talk is to be straightforward. I mind, Suli yelled indignantly. Oh. Yunohana Retsu retracted the knife slowly, bowing slightly. So, call out. Yunohana Retsu made a wrong step and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already above Suli's head. I saw her face was extremely excited, the corners of her mouth were split, and she shouted at the same time. Help me put it away. Call out. The knife light fell straight to the top of Suli's head. Suli was a little angry. So he decided to do it. The dagger scraped across his fingers. Immediately, he was firmly sandwiched between the boy's two fingers. Suli's palms gathered together suddenly and squeezed Yunohana Retsu's fist. There is a soft touch in the palm of your hand. Suli's expression didn't change in any way. The wooden knife in his right hand went from bottom to top, slashing towards Yunohana Retsu in the head. Yunohana Retsu's eyes were bright, and the wooden knife in his hand was cut off suddenly. Snapped. In the old dojo, another thunder exploded. The gate of the fourth team's team building. A red-haired Shinigami, carrying a large basket of papers on his back, is grabbing people around with an anxious expression and asking questions. Hey, where is Captain Suli? Hey, you, have you seen Captain Suli? You, don't run, come here, do you know where Captain Suli is? The fretful red-haired Shinigami is none other than Renji. Many girls nearby gathered together in twos and threes, whispering and looking at Renji with fear. Provoke, that man is so scary. He looks fierce and has tattoos on his face. He doesn't look like a good person. Hey, please keep your voice down, he seems to be the vice-captain of Abarai from Division 6, he is very strong. Cut, no matter how strong it is, can there be Captain Suli? That's right, Captain Suli killed him in seconds. And Captain Suli is so handsome and personable. By the way, I don't know why this guy came to look for Captain Lee. TCH, who cares, anyway, I will definitely not tell him such an impolite guy. Me too and me too. The girls around looked at Renji with disgust in their eyes. Renji was very angry, but he didn't want to really kill these girls. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Finally he caught a boy. Without hesitation, Renji pulled out his Zanpakuto with a chuckle and put it directly on the boy's neck. Say, where is Captain Su-Li? Don't say I'll kill you. Feeling the murderous look in the opponent's eyes, the boy was so frightened that his legs went limp. The girls around were also frightened and turned pale. Ah, it's scary. I'll just say it. This guy is not a good person. Sisters, in the future, this kind of man must never get close. Don't give him any chance. This kind of man looks like a domestic violence man at first glance. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. Woo, run, that guy is here. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed. In the huge public area, only Renji and the boy were left. Renji pressed the blade in his hand, his eyes full of anger. Woo, the boy burst into tears and his pants were wet. Snapped, snapped. A series of crisp beating sounds exploded in the dojo. Unohana Retsu and Su-Li are in weird poses right now. Clenched hands on one side. One side takes a knife to chop. Unohana Retsu's eyes became more and more excited, and her face showed a strange rosy color. Su-Li frowned slightly. Unohana Retsu's kendo level is far superior than he imagined. And the opponent's attack method is completely different from Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi slashed at each other in a daze, exchanging injuries for injuries. Unohana Retsu has superb skills, every shot is extremely sharp, and the angle is extremely tricky. Of course, this is also because Zaraki Kenpachi has not recovered his strength yet. Otherwise, Zaraki Kenpachi would not have been defeated so easily by himself during the captain's assessment. While Su-Li was coping with Unohana Retsu's attack, he was comprehending the opponent's kendo carefully. For a long time, although I have practiced a lot in kendo, I have never used kendo to fight. Take advantage of this rare opportunity to get acquainted with each other well. Unohana Retsu became braver and braver as she fought, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. The joy in my heart has faintly surpassed that time. When fighting boy Kenpachi, because of joy and excitement, her body even trembled slightly. She has felt this way for a long time. Unexpectedly, since Zaraki Kenpachi, there was a second man who gave her this feeling. She cherishes this pleasure. She wanted to hack each other to death. The wooden knife in Unohana Retsu's hand fell suddenly. Su-Li's wooden knife went head-on. However, when the two wooden knives were about to touch, Unohana Retsu suddenly turned his wrist and slashed at Su-Li's arm. Su-Li didn't intend to suffer the knife for nothing, so he let go of the opponent's hand. Call out. The tip of the knife slashed across, bringing a sharp sound of breaking the wind. Both retreated some distance away. Brother Su-Li, it's not a good habit to grab girls' hands casually. Unohana Retsu smiled softly. It's not a good habit to be a rascal either. Su-Li looked at the dagger in her hand, confronted each other without showing any weakness. If this fight continues, it seems that there will be no winner. Unohana Retsu tilted her head suddenly with a thoughtful expression. Su-Li nodded. Just relying on the game of kendo without using other abilities, he is not sure that he can win against the skilled Waji. How about, let's use real sword moves to decide the winner. Unohana Retsu smiled and said softly. Su-Li also smiled slightly, and he had exactly the same intention. So, Unohana Retsu slowly opened her eyes, the smile on her face cooling down gradually. Kendo. Su-Li also slowly withdrew his saber and put on a posture. Quote. The momentum of the two skyrocketed in vain. In the dojo, two completely different but equally fierce air currents instantly blew up. In the next second, the two whispered almost in unison. 5 sections. The lion sings. However, before the two of them could attack each other, there was a strange noise. Snapped. 2 wooden knives were directly blown into sawdust. The two stared blankly at the bare handle of the knife in their hands, and were a little confused for a moment. In fact, what they didn't know was that during the previous battle between the two wooden knives hit Qianzhao together countless times, and they were already exhausted, and many cracks appeared on the knives. Although the two were only fighting with physical strength before. But ordinary wooden knives are simply unbearable. At this time, the terrifying power in the two bodies flowed into the wooden knife, as if pouring a pot of boiling water into a glass that was already full of cracks. How can there be no explosion? In that case, the bare handle of the knife was thrown aside by Unohana Retsu. She lowered her head slowly and stretched her hands to her waist. There is a bent zanpakuto in there. Su-Li raised her eyebrows. Yunohana Retsu bowed slowly, and then exerted a lot of force on her feet. Die. In an instant, she turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Su-Li. There was already a bloodthirsty madness on his face. In the next second, a white knife light lit up. Yunohana Retsu's movements came to an abrupt halt. An unusually straight sealed state pressed against her throat quietly. The hair tied into 2 bundles on the woman's chest slowly spread out, revealing a terrifying scar. The tip of the knife rested silently on the upper hull of the scar. Unbiased and right in the center. Stop it, Sister Wa. Su-Li raised her eyes slowly. You've already lost. An ordinary zanpakuto rested quietly on the scar. Feeling the chill coming from the tip of the knife, the expression on Yunohana Retsu's face was completely frozen. Whether it's the bloodthirsty madness, or the ultimate pleasure, or the deep astonishment in his eyes, in the depths of her heart, a trace of extremely strange emotion suddenly floated up. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. In this long life, she has experienced this feeling only twice. The first time was when facing Yamamoto Genryusai. The second time was when facing the boy Kenpachi. Now, for the third time. The name of this feeling. Called fear. The extremely sharp blade seemed to pierce through her chest in the next second. It seemed that in the next moment, what greeted her was eternal death. She stared blankly at the silent boy in front of her. I can't believe it anyway. He is too fast. His knife is too fast. So fast that I couldn't even see clearly. It's so fast that I haven't even had time to draw my knife. Just lost. What shocked Yunohana Retsu the most was that he was the first to attack. The young man came first. Once again, the first come first. She couldn't help but couldn't understand why the other party was so fast. In her mind, something suddenly occurred to her. Something about the taboo name, Kenpachi. Because he lost to the boy Zaraki, he gave the other party the title, Kenpachi. Now, however, Yunohana Retsu lost again to a teenager. Meanwhile, Zaraki Kenpachi also lost to him. Yunohana Retsu couldn't help but wonder, did he give the title, Kenpachi, to the wrong person? After all, the name, Kenpachi, belongs to the strongest swordsman in the world. In the same era, there can only be one strongest. Therefore, there can only be one, Kenpachi. The boy in front of him, without a doubt, absolutely possesses this qualification. Although, I haven't used Zanpakuto's ability yet. But the boy in front of him obviously hasn't used his full strength yet. She stared blankly at Su-Li, her eyes blank. After a while, she suddenly reached out and pulled away her sleeves. Looking at the faintly revealed Snow White, Yinli's face flushed immediately. Yunohana Retsu just looked at him in a daze, and asked dumbly. How do you know that I have a scar here? Yunohana Retsu rested her finger lightly on the tip of the knife. Su-Li turned her head away. I don't know, it's just a random location. Su-Li made up a random excuse. Yunohana Retsu fell silent. She looked deeply at Su-Li with extremely complicated eyes. After a long time, she suddenly gave a poochie smile. The silver bell-like laughter became louder and louder. Until the smile is beautiful. In the laughter, there is an unconcealable joy and joy. Hearing this sweet laughter, Su-Li didn't know how to react for a while. The laughter gradually subsided. Yunohana Retsu looked at Su-Li with rolling eyes. She parted her vermilion lips lightly, her tone gentle and serious. Thank you, Su-Li. Su-Li slowly looked back at her. The boy's clear eyes met Yujia's soft eyes. I'm very happy. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly, her delicate face blooming like a flower. You're welcome. Su-Li looked a little shy for a while. Yunohana Retsu suddenly moved closer, with a hint of teasing on his face. Didn't you say that your Zanpakuto won't work? Su-Li's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this. He immediately squatted down, stroking the blade with trembling hands, his face was pale, and he muttered. Eggy, don't be angry, I didn't touch you. I just used a knife to scare her. I didn't really use my strength, it's not considered using you, don't be angry. Daddy is a person who keeps promises, you know. Seeing the young man muttering to himself, Yunohana Retsu couldn't help but feel a little amused and curious. She bent down slowly, trying to hear clearly what the other party was thinking. Suddenly, at this moment, boom, the door of the dojo was suddenly knocked open. A man with red hair broke in. It was Abarai Renji. Captain Su Li, I. Renji shouted excitedly, but the next second, the expression on his face froze. Unohana Retsu stood up with a calm expression, reached out and pulled the sleeves on her chest, and then covered her chest with her hair. Su Li squatted on the ground, thinking about something. I didn't touch you. You can't blame me. I'm not that kind of person. I'll tell you when I go back. Renji felt like his heart was about to stop beating. A young man who is self-blame. The sister who tidied up her clothes. A thick ambiguous atmosphere rushed over. Gulu. CHFB, Renji swallowed. His thoughts were completely confused, and his heart was greatly shocked. Quote. Is it the wrong time? Shouldn't it have come earlier? Renji was in a state of confusion, frantically trying to fill in the images he might have missed. Vice Captain Abarai, you came at the right time. Unohana Retsu covered her chest with her hands, and her expression returned to gentleness. Gulu. Renji opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, his throat seemed to be stuck. His eyes frantically flicked back and forth between Su Li and Unohana Retsu, and his eyes were extremely complicated. Such breaking news, his thin cerebellum couldn't digest it at all. Captain Su Li has been waiting for you for a long time. The next venue will be left to you. Unohana Retsu smiled gently. Immediately, under Renji's complicated gaze, he slowly walked out of the dojo. The dojo immediately returned to silence. Only the young man muttered to himself from time to time. After a long time, I came back to my senses twice. He walked towards Su Li tremblingly, and said nervously. Captain Su Li, shall we still practice? Would you like to go back and rest for a while? Renji asked cautiously. Rest? Su Li was taken aback for a moment, and then a trace of sullenness appeared on his face. Have a rest. Hurry up and start practicing. Su Li stood up abruptly, then put the knife back into its sheath. Renji didn't dare to break a fart, quickly put away the paper on his back, and then took out his own zanpakuto. He looked at Su Li silently, waiting for the other party's instructions. Su Li slowly walked to the knife rack at the side, and took down 2 big knives from it. Use this. Immediately, he tossed one of them to Renji. Renji is holding a wooden knife, and he is heartfelt. Captain Su Li, what are we going to practice? Renji asked cautiously. You are not good at white hits, I am not good at Kido, Shun can only practice by yourself. The liberation of Zanpakuto these, I cannot teach you. So, I can only teach you Kendo. Su Li finally restrained his emotions and said lightly. Oh. Renji nodded his head innocently, and his eyes began to show excitement again. Su Li walked slowly to the basket of papers, and took out a thick stack from it. Whether it is the way of swordsmanship or chopping technique, there is only one concept. That's fast, accurate, and ruthless. Su Li carried the paper and walked up to Twice. Look, I will only demonstrate once. Immediately, he suddenly threw the paper in his hand to the ceiling. Su Li retracted the knife slowly. Call out. The light of the knife flashed by. Papers were falling all over the sky. Each one was neatly broken into 2 pieces. Each one was cut into the same size. Neat and tidy, not messy at all. Renji's eyes suddenly became as round as duck eggs. Renji was deeply shocked. You know, what Su Li is holding now is a wooden knife. Paper all over the sky broke in half. Neat halves. How fast does it need to be? How accurate, how ruthless. This is simply unbelievable. Renji was stunned. This kind of thing, even with Zanpakuto, he might not be able to do it. Let's practice this first. After practicing this trick, we will enter the next stage. Su Li's voice sounded faintly. When Renji heard this, he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Exclamation mark. Team leader. Time flies by like a white horse. 10 days passed quickly. The dojo of the 4th Division. Renji was panting heavily, his body covered in sweat. On the ground, broken paper scraps were scattered everywhere. With a wooden knife, there is no way to cut these papers. Renji looked at the scattered papers under his feet, his eyes full of unwillingness and frustration. In the past 10 days, despite his countless attempts, he failed to cut a piece of paper. The blunt blade of the wooden knife cut on the paper, and it could only break it into pieces, but could not make a smooth cut at all. The countless papers scattered on the ground were all crushed without exception. For 10 days, Renji failed to cut a single piece of paper. Not to mention that, like Suli at the beginning, the sky full of paper has been newly formed into 2 identical halves. Hateful. Renji's eyes were unwilling, and he felt deeply disappointed in himself. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze to the lazy figure not far away. Pay attention, Renji. The young man lay lazily on the floor and said in a neutral tone. Yes, Captain Su-Li. Upon hearing this, Renji immediately regained his concentration, took out a stack of papers from the basket again, and continued his practice. Snapped, snapped. Sheets of paper were constantly smashed to pieces. Captain Su-Li, what exactly is Captain Abarai doing? A gentle voice sounded. Unohana Retsu knelt quietly beside Su-Li, with a curious expression on her face. Basic skills, Su-Li said lazily, without bothering to open her eyes. Unohana Retsu's eyes were confused, and his eyes kept changing on the faces of Su-Li and Renji. With a curious attitude, she has come to the ashram every day for the past 10 days to watch Su-Li's teaching. However, what left her speechless was that in the past 10 days, she only saw Renji cutting paper by himself. Su-Li does nothing. When they came, they lay down on the ground, lazily basking in the sun, like a cartilaginous snake. So for 10 days, she didn't see what Su-Li was teaching Renji. Captain Su-Li, didn't you say that the Vice Captain Abarai is likely to be injured during the teaching process? It made me worry all the time, running here every day. How do I feel now that you are lying to me? Unohana Retsu complained with some dissatisfaction. I kid you not, it's just that Renji hasn't reached that stage yet. Su-Li said lazily. When Unohana Retsu heard the words, she could only remain silent helplessly. Slap. The sound of paper shredding still kept ringing. Soon, a whole stack of thick paper was consumed. Renji looked up at Su-Li with helpless eyes. Love, love. There is no love on your knife. Su-Li said lazily. Captain Su-Li. Renji looked at the wooden knife in his hand with extremely helpless eyes. A thick bandage was wrapped around the tiger's mouth. This is the only treatment that Unohana Retsu has given him in these 10 days. He can use a smooth and light wooden knife to drill the tiger's mouth until it splits, which shows how hard he works. However, it still failed to achieve any results. Oh, it's really stupid. Su-Li sighed helplessly, and slowly opened his eyes. Hearing this, Renji buried his head deeply, with a shameful expression on his face. Captain Su-Li, you can't say that. After all, not everyone is as talented as you. Unohana Retsu covered her mouth and chuckled. Su-Li was silent. He had forgotten about it. I have practiced so many skills, and my understanding of various moves is already different from ordinary people. Whether it's martial arts, kendo, or other aspects, his comprehension has reached a height beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people may not be able to understand just a few words of their own in a lifetime. Although Renji is already considered a very talented young talent, it is still too difficult to learn what he taught him in a short period of time. Su-Li used her own standards to ask Renji, which was obviously too difficult for the other party. Fine. Su-Li stretched, then slowly got up and walked towards Twice. Renji immediately stood up straight with a snap, with a solemn expression. Have you ever learned the word, one, Renji? Su-Li took the wooden knife from his hand and asked lightly. Renji blushed. The word, one, has been learned by everyone. Even kids who haven't been to school can write. Learned. Renji swallowed his saliva, not daring to say more, and shouted honestly. Whether swordsmanship is good or chopping is good, in my opinion. It's just writing on each other's body. Su-Li took out a stack of papers from the basket, and said calmly. Unohana Retsu focused slightly, her ears pricked up. A thorn means a point. Cut as 1. If you want to write complex characters on the opponent, you must first practice these 2 basic characters. In the quiet dojo, only Su-Li's faint voice can be heard. Renji looked solemn, not daring to miss a word. Unohana Retsu rested her chin thoughtfully. It's the first time I've heard of such a novel statement. But it seems to make sense. Unohana Retsu raised her eyes to look at Su-Li again, and there was a bit of brilliance in her eyes. So, you can think of it as writing a word, one, on paper. Su Li gently raised her hand. A thin piece of paper flew into the air. Call out. The wooden knife cut across the paper. The paper broke into two identical pieces and slowly fell down. Renji swallowed. His eyes were as big as Niu Ling's. Yunohana Retsu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help leaning forward slightly. Since it is writing, it is natural to maintain the same strength from the beginning to the end. From start to finish, it was done in one go. Su Li raised his hand and threw the papers all over the sky. At the same time, a faint voice sounded. Until, on all the paper, write what you want to write. Call out. The knife flashed. The sky was full of papers, falling down one after another. Each piece of paper is divided into two identical halves by a simple word, one. Renji's eyeballs were about to pop out, and he felt like all the blood in his body was congealed. Although he had seen it once before, seeing it again now still shocked him. Yunohana Retsu stood up at some point. She looked at the papers of the same size on the ground, her eyes sparkling. Although she can do things like cut off the sky full of paper. However, it is absolutely impossible to cut all the papers into exactly the same size like Su Li. Yunohana Retsu looked at Su Li with extremely bright eyes. This guy, when he was fighting with me, Wei Ran didn't use his full strength. Thinking of this, Yunohana Retsu couldn't help but become extremely complicated. She has only seen one such a strong man in her life. Yamamoto Genryusai. Now, Su Li is second. With this superb swordplay alone, Su Li is far superior to himself and Zaraki Kenpachi. Perhaps he is the well-deserved 8th. Yunohana Retsu had mixed feelings in her heart, and looked at Su Li with extremely complicated eyes. Do as I say, and practice accordingly. Lay the foundation well and let's move on. Su Li returned the wooden knife to Renji, and then walked slowly to the outside of the dojo. Yes, Renji was extremely excited, trembling all over, watching Su Li leave. Suddenly, the wooden knife in his hand was snatched away. Wow, papers were scattered all over the sky. Call out. The knife flashed across. The paper fell, because. No, Yunohana Retsu carrying a wooden knife, thoughtfully. Wow, the sword flashes again. Still wrong. How did he do it? In the quiet dojo, only Yunohana Retsu's murmurs can be heard. Renji looked at her with anxious eyes, hesitating to speak. Wow, the sound of papers flying away resounded again and again. Renji finally couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Captain Yunohana, don't make trouble. My paper is almost wasted by you. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe my channel.